0. Good day, Mana. As the title says, I will revise Chapter 1. Well, some of you might already notice it. It is a rush chapter, full of plot holes, and no brief explanation of everything. It is a neglected chapter. Even the explanation of RMC's slavery, how her previous master took care of her, etc. Especially this business. Oh, how I regret it. Then the conversation of her with the trash husband about company shares. Oh Jesus. I cringe rereading this chapter. God damn it. I know. I regret not thinking too much about the first chapter. I mean, this story just came to my mind when I read a story about a maid and her master, a villainess. So, this simple me said, I will also make a story like this. And then, yeah, it is good. But fuck chapter 1 and maybe 2. After revising chapter 1, I will look at other chapters as well. So, yes. Fuck my brain for not thinking that much. The problem is, I don't know when I'm going to revise it, and I won't publish a new chapter not until I revise the chapter. I think I will erase the idea of this business and that. I will place it with guilds instead. So, I think this will be a major revision? Probably. So, yes. Please don't kill me, readers, this author has a pure heart? And innocent? I did not enjoy your insult? At all. Still, I'm happy that you criticize my story and it pushes me to improve. This mistake that makes your balls gurgling in anger is something interesting to me. I mean, who isn't? You criticize my story is something I would like to, even if it hurts, but that's how it is. Harsh fact. Is something you can't easily accept after all. We only accept the said fact that we think is right, but once a harsh fact was placed into you, you can't accept it easily. That same goes for me. If you don't get it then. For example, you have a crush. And that crush is always looking at you and thinking he likes you. You say this to your friends. And they say, dude, face it, you got friend zone and she already has a boy girlfriend. Or this. You have a waifu you like, you love her so much, you fap on her, you even buy a Dakamakura of your waifu. A figurine of your waifu. A Nandoroid. A fan art of your waifu. In the end, that waifu died in some chapter's episode. You can't accept it and think it was just a dream, a nightmare. But my friend, you have to accept it, she died in that chapter. Fucking Akame kill. My Sheely. And Chelsea, and mine, while mine is alive in manga, guh. Fucking Angel Beats. Fucking Clannad, damn it, June Mead. I hate you as well as love you, but fuck my heart. And then Fgo Cosmos in the Lost Belt. Do you sometimes wish that lost belt could be saved? Or am I the only one? HAAA. I know you guys knew that pain. Yeah. Anyway, please read my other stories. Mob Apocalypse. The heroines want me, the villain. A mob does not need to act. I became a father. Wait, what? In the case of my fanfic. I dunno, but I still don't have the motivation yet. Thank you for having the time to read this. Under maid revision. There will be a large change in the story. Everything is going fast. It is not my style. I will take things slowly as it progress, then I will also change their age. Hello, my name is Juntelle Meinlid. I was just an average guy, 17 years old, and right now I am in a dark place, on a highway, or so I say. It was already dark with fewer people, more like, I think, I'm the only one here, no lights nor cars. If you're wondering why I'm outside this late, then I would say, it was for my part-time job. I won't explain further, what I want to tell is that I got run over by a truck. I was just walking in a pedestrian lane, there are no cars or a sign of an upcoming car. Then, suddenly, a truck was right in front of me while howling, its lights suddenly blinded me, the next moment is when I felt hurt and my bones are getting crushed. It was too cliché. But I'm sorry, Yuna. Seems like Onii-chan wouldn't be able to give you a gift. I close my eyes as I can feel my senses slowly dying. Wake up, Sunny. NGH. I opened my eyes and saw a middle-aged man with pale gold hair and gold eyes. Who are you? John Wick. Ha. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding, I am you called God. Okay, there's this weird person who calls himself God and his name is John Wick, but he was only kidding? Also. Is that? You're wearing the clothes of that gold servant. Are you cosplaying? How dare you talk to me, mongrel? Anyway, I'll be straight to the point, I will reincarnate you in another world. I do want you to reincarnate in my world, but, I think this world will be interesting. The so-called God grins and then frowns when he looks at me. FYI, I'm no self-proclaimed God. I am the God, the no-name God, and the God of all. Okay. Why don't you believe me? Anyway, I'm on episode 689 of One Piece, let's get this over with. This was my first and maybe the last time of seeing a god act like this. Haha, at first I'm not like this until my grandson introduces anime, anyway. I have a date with my wife, so, is there anything you wish for in your next life? I would like my next life would be interesting, and also, if possible I want to be strong enough to protect myself and those I think I would cherish. Ha ha ha, I see. I see. There, you will transmigrate into the body of 5-year-old. Is there anything? If possible, would it be fine if I got a skill that can control some strings? Anyway, what kind of world is it anyway? It's a world with swords and magic, don't worry it is not set in the Middle Ages or medieval or something, it was modern. I see. Then yes, I would like to have a skill that can control strings, I can't explain it, but did you get it? You'll also like Yes. Is that all? Also, I want to have illusion magic and knife skills. I see, okay then. Done. Also, I added hand-to-hand combat. Great. Was that necessary? I think I can just learn martial arts through training. What are you talking about? Knife skills, strings, isn't it already part of martial arts? Hand-to-hand combat is one of them, yes? Swords, gun, rapier, etc., it is part of martial arts. Don't tell me you think that if it's martial arts it's about taekwondo, karate, jiu-jitsu, etc., using your arms and feet. No. Martial arts is deep, Sunny. Sorry, that's what I think. A person who immediately admits he was wrong. Approve. Not like my grandson who always calls me bastard god. He poured some tea and give me it too, I drink it and it was delicious, I ask more as we spent some time. This will be our goodbye now, enjoy your life there. Thank you very much, God, although at first, I don't believe in gods now. Should I worship you? Damn no. Okay. You're too calm and serious, don't you think? This is me when I'm not too comfortable with someone. I know, I look at your memory. By then, I have a surprise for you when you're there in that world. I wonder what is it? You'll know soon, and you might break your calm expression afterward. Somehow, I feel like I would get angry at you. Oh, you will. Ciao. Drowsiness soon came to me. I tried to open my eyes widely, but to no avail. I closed my eyes, and the last thing I heard is the god talking to someone, who called him a bastard god. It was weird. Weird. Damn you, bastard of a god. Hello, this is Juntelle Meinlid. Right now I am a girl. I turn into a girl. I was gender bent by that bastard god. Sigh, NGH. And my body is pitiful. I have bruises all over my body, chapped small lips, and some dirt on my body. I don't even smell good. It was too cold here. I only wear an old white rag enough to cover my lower body and my chest area. It hurts. I held my throat subconsciously as the sudden burning ache I felt. I could not speak. It seems they damaged this body's throat. I sigh as I imagine the painful experience of the previous owner of this body. You may rest in peace. I looked everywhere and saw I'm not alone. Others have the same situation as me. All of them looked pitiful. All of us was caged in an iron bar with shackles on both our wrist and ankles. With different ages, but with the same circumstances. Hello, my name is Juntelle Meinlid. I was just an average guy, 17 years old, and right now I am in a dark place, on a highway, or so I say. It was already dark with fewer people, more like, I think, I'm the only one here, no lights nor cars. If you're wondering why I'm outside this late, then I would say, it was for my part-time job. I won't explain further. What I want to tell is that I got run over by a truck. I was just walking in a pedestrian lane. There are no cars or a sign of an upcoming car. Then, suddenly, a truck was right in front of me while howling. Its lights suddenly blinded me. The next moment is when I felt hurt and my bones are getting crushed. It was too cliché. But I'm sorry, Yuna. Seems like Oni-chan wouldn't be able to give you a gift. I close my eyes as I can feel my senses slowly dying. Wake up, Sonny. NGH. I opened my eyes and saw a middle-aged man with pale gold hair and gold eyes. Who are you? John Wick. Ha. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding, I am you called God. Okay, there's this weird person who calls himself God and his name is John Wick, but he was only kidding? Also. Is that? You're wearing the clothes of that gold servant. Are you cosplaying? How dare you talk to me, mongrel? Anyway, I'll be straight to the point. I will reincarnate you in another world. I do want you to reincarnate in my world, but, I think this world will be interesting. The so-called God grins and then frowns when he looks at me. FYI, I'm no self-proclaimed God. I am the God, the no-name God, and the God of all. Okay. Why don't you believe me? Anyway, I'm on episode 689 of One Piece. Let's get this over with. This was my first and maybe the last time of seeing a god act like this. Haha, at first I'm not like this until my grandson introduces anime. Anyway, I have a date with my wife, so, is there anything you wish for in your next life? I would like my next life would be interesting, and also, if possible, I want to be strong enough to protect myself and those I think I would cherish. Ha ha ha, I see. I see. There, you will transmigrate into the body of 5-year-old. Is there anything? If possible, would it be fine if I got a skill that can control some strings? Anyway, what kind of world is it anyway? It's a world with swords and magic. Don't worry, it is not set in the Middle Ages or medieval or something, it was modern. I see. Then yes, I would like to have a skill that can control strings. I can't explain it, but did you get it? You'll also like Yes. Is that all? Also, I want to have illusion magic and knife skills. I see, okay then. Done. Also, I added hand-to-hand combat. Great. Was that necessary? I think I can just learn martial arts through training. What are you talking about? Knife skills, strings, isn't it already part of martial arts? Hand-to-hand combat is one of them, yes? Swords, gun, rapier, etc., it is part of martial arts. Don't tell me you think that if it's martial arts, it's about taekwondo, karate, jiu-jitsu, etc., using your arms and feet. No. Martial arts is deep, Sonny. Sorry, that's what I think. A person who immediately admits he was wrong. Approve. Not like my grandson, who always calls me bastard god. He poured some tea and gave me it too. I drink it and it was delicious. I asked more as we spent some time. This will be our goodbye now. Enjoy your life there. Thank you very much, God, although at first, I don't believe in gods now. Should I worship you? Damn no. Okay. You're too calm and serious, don't you think? This is me when I'm not too comfortable with someone. I know, I look at your memory. By then, I have a surprise for you when you're there in that world. I wonder what is it? You'll know soon, and you might break your calm expression afterward. Somehow, I feel like I would get angry at you. Oh, you will. Ciao. Drowsiness soon came to me. I tried to open my eyes widely, but to no avail. I closed my eyes, and the last thing I heard is the god talking to someone, who called him a bastard god. It was weird. Weird. Damn you, bastard of a god. Hello, this is Juntelle Meinlid. Right now I am a girl. I turn into a girl. I was gender bent by that bastard god. Sigh, NGH. And my body is pitiful. I have bruises all over my body, chapped small lips, and some dirt on my body. I don't even smell good. It was too cold here. I only wear an old white rag enough to cover my lower body and my chest area. It hurts. I held my throat subconsciously as the sudden burning ache I felt. I could not speak. It seems they damaged this body's throat. I sigh as I imagine the painful experience of the previous owner of this body. You may rest in peace. I looked everywhere and saw I'm not alone. Others have the same situation as me. All of them looked pitiful. All of us was caged in an iron bar with shackles on both our wrist and ankles. With different ages, but with the same circumstances. All of them look like they lost hope. I don't know where this was, but it is not good. Definitely. The place looks old and already forgotten to clean this room. The smell of blood and molds came to my nostril, which made me frown. Creak. Suddenly, the darkness of the area gained light as the sound of an opening door could be heard. There, I saw a man wearing a sleeveless t-shirt and brown pants come and started heading toward me. For unknown reasons, my body began to tremble, and I unconsciously clenched my fist. In my sight, what I saw is a monster. I don't get it. My mind is calm? But my body isn't. It was as if it was natural to act this way. It is trembling in fear at the same time hatred. I unconsciously embrace myself, while I am looking at the man who looks like a monster in my sight. That piercing eyes are pretty. The man or the monster held my chin, smirking while looking at me amusingly. I could feel that my eyes is starting to moist. I hate it. Hate, 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 hate. This filth is touching me. I don't get it. Why am I feeling this way? This feeling is as if natural for me, that I should feel this way. Suddenly, the man forcefully pulled my arm and started to drag me somewhere. I have a sudden urge to kill the man. I don't know, I am confused about myself. Then, without me realizing it, I bit the arm that is dragging me. Arg! You fucking brat! Spa! I was slapped in the cheek as I was thrown due to how strong it was. As I hit the floor with my body, I held my cheek where it was slapped. It was painful, the burning feeling that won't leave no matter how much I massage it. Then, without mercy, the man kicked me on my abdomen, and I spat out nothing but air. I couldn't breathe at all. I looked at the man who was smirking maniacally. He stiffened and stepped back a little. However, it was only a matter of seconds before his stature came back and angrily grabbed my hair, lifting me. I could feel my hair follicle getting pulled. I could not help but cry a bit due to how painful it was. How dare a fucking brat make me feel that way? Again, he slapped me and I could only look while tears flowed down my eyes. What's with that face? Why are you making that face? Again, he slapped me, left and right. This monster shows no mercy to a 5-year-old. I could not help it, I couldn't say anything. The burning pain in my throat is still there, along with how weak my body was. All I could do is nothing, but only stare at this monster right in front of me. It was too sudden, but I suddenly imagined tearing him up and begging for mercy while I am pulling one of his eyeballs. Imagining about it brings me joy. As I thought, there is something wrong with me. Why am I now not angry with that bastard God? He was the one who put me into this situation. Why do I feel like my way of thinking is slowly twisting into something? While I was in thought, the man dragged me into some kind of room. While my wrist and ankles still had shackles that made me unable to move properly, the monster took something. It was a red handkerchief. He used it as a blindfold that covered my eyes. While doing so, he made sure to tighten it, which is uncomfortable and a bit painful. Then, he takes me somewhere. While I was being guided to go somewhere, I don't know. I only realize and concluded the possibility. I'm slowly changing into something else. It did not take long for the man to stop me from walking, despite my weakened state. I heard many voices and murmurs of people somewhere. For our first auction. This little girl here is a slave. Her origin is unknown, but we found her 2 years ago and treat her fairly well. Her price slightly cheap, but beware, this is not an ordinary slave. Suddenly, the handkerchief was removed and I unconsciously blinked. It was a blur at first, but when my eyes get used to the sight, I could see many people wearing a mask, some looking at me neutrally. With uninterested gaze, others talking with bewilderedness, some who was looking forward on something. The monster slaps my back, which pushes me to go forward. This little girl here has a beautiful pair of amethyst eyes that is rare to be seen. Also, she can't speak. She could be used as entertainment or anything. She will follow that order. Just nurture her and who knows what she will become in the future. Now let's start the bid. The starting price is 3,000 rin. At first, no one raises a hand, but it did not take it too long. Soon, many hands raised their hand until it reaches the price of 10,000. The last who bid for 49 rin was a round middle-aged man. The way he looks is uncomfortable, and unknowingly, I was shaking at the sight. Chuckles. I'm in trouble. Even so, even if I try to calm down myself, I guess my fate is already decided. Again. Fuck you, you bastard God. Why did you transmigrate me into this pitiful body? This body is already useless, it is to the point of collapsing. 99 rin. Is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? No one raises their hand anymore. The middle-aged man assumes his victory, smiling happily while looking at me, his eyes so predictable, which made me feel uncomfortable with how he will treat me. 3, 2, 1 dash. 599 rin. A hand was raised, and the atmosphere turned silent as the middle-aged man was angry. He was about to raise his bid, but sweat dropped when he saw the one who raises the bid in that kind of amount. It was a beautiful woman wearing a red dress, and a half-mask that covered half of her face, but her heterochromia eyes are visible to the audience, red and green, and her aura is too domineering, cold, and haughty. She has beautiful milky skin along with her wavy long blonde hair. She looked at me coldly, and I could only look at her without thinking. She rolled her eyes and looked at the bidder. and as if it was already decided, I was sold at the price of 10,599 rin. I'm tired. As I was pulled away from the stage, I have no strength to move my body and fainted. When I opened my eyes, what greeted me is a white ceiling, a single bed where I was resting, and a white quilt. I raise my body and look everywhere. I saw that there is a window where the sunlight illuminated the beauty of this room. It was simple and plain, yet elegant at the same time. There is this feeling that it will make you feel comfortable. I saw a rectangular mirror enough to see half of my body closely. I went in the mirror to see my appearance. Beautiful short black hair that stops at the top of my shoulder, big round amethyst eyes, I have fair white skin. But what's making me confused is that this body, which was full of bruises before, is now gone, and there is a bandage wrapped around my neck. It's not just that, my facial expression is likely paralyzed. Despite my surprise, this face does not express anything. I tried to smile. But how can a person smile again? For some unknown reason, I forgot to smile, which is incredibly disturbing. I just stare at the mirror, looking at my reflection whose face did not react to anything. Creak. I looked to my side, seeing the door open. There I saw a beautiful woman whose brown hair was tied in a bun. She was wearing eyeglasses and formal attire, and she looks like a secretary type in many kinds of business. Good morning, my name is Cynthia, and since you are now awake, please wear those clothes on the sofa, and once you are done, come and follow me. I will wait outside of the door. She said seriously, where I could only stare. She tilts her head, and her neutral expression made me feel uncomfortable. T-ack. I apologize, I forgot you can't speak yet, ahem. I guess I should help you wear those clothes. We only met just today, but I have a feeling that Cynthia is an awkward person. She helped me to wear the clothes that were lying on the sofa. It was simple clothes, which I even prepare. White plain t-shirt and pink skirts. I should feel uncomfortable in skirts, but somehow, I like them. It is worrying. Once I was done, I was guided somewhere else. I look around the area, and there is so many beautiful designs in the hallway. The floor is so clean and looked smooth, and the color is light brown. And the walls are reddish brown with some beautiful canvas that has an art on it, and some vases that I could tell it was expensive. We stopped at a certain door. Cynthia knocked on the door 3 times before introducing herself. I heard a soft, familiar voice, allowing us to enter. There, I saw the beautiful woman with her blonde wavy hair and hetero eyes. She was doing some papers, but soon stopped as we are at her range. Seat there, Cynthia, if you may get me some tea and fresh milk for this little girl. Cynthia nodded and leave me together with the beautiful woman. Here, take this. She stretched something. I look at it, and it was a pen and a palm-sized notebook. You'll also like. I will ask you a question and you answer by writing it there. I nodded and was thankful for this, but I could not let my guard down. I don't know what she will do to me. First. Can you write? I nodded. But she smirked, which made me confused. For a little girl like you who grow in such an environment, you know how to write? I was confused at first, but soon came to the realization she was right. If I was leaving in such a place, I should not know how to write or read. I just sold myself. Even so, I can't just let myself expose. Thankfully, the language that they are using is English. I started to write. An auntie taught me 5 months ago. I raise the notebook that has a sentence on the paper, and I eagerly stretch it toward the beautiful woman. My anticipation of her believing it is not in vain. I see. I guess you also know how to read. Yes. That makes things easier then. That auntie seems to have taken care of you. Yes, she was a good auntie. She was. The beautiful woman coughs and then quickly asks a question. What are your name and age? I was about to write my name, but soon stopped. I could not remember my full name. All I remember now is starting with the letter J. Sigh. Is it too much for me to ask that bastard God to make my memory remain? My name is June and I'm 5. Okay, June, since you somehow understood me and how worried you are, I will appoint you as my daughter's maid, but not now. You need to be trained to be her maid, no, a battle maid. Personal maid? Or aide? Ho! You know it, huh? You, for a 5-year-old who looks like 3-year-old, you can understand everything. You're quite smart, eh? I did not write anything. I could only look down at the notebook thinking about what reply should I write. Never mind. As soon as she said that, Cynthia came in with tea and a glass of milk. It's funny how I was expecting to drink milk. I was eager to drink it that I could not get my eyes out of the milk. Not knowing that the blonde beauty was amused by this, she took the glass of milk and gave it to me. I held it with both of my small hands and stared at it. Snapping back at my thought, I look at the blonde beauty as I realized something. What is your name? Ah, I completely forgot about that. I am Glinda Blase Octavia, and I'm your master. Okay? I nodded and then drink up the milk. Somehow, the milk is so delicious and I like it so much. It is also sweet, but not sweet enough for me to throw it. I chugged every bit of it, not knowing my action could gain the amusement of two. After finishing the milk, I stared at the empty glass before looking at my master, expecting her of giving me another. Master Glinda sighed and then smirked. She took a kerchief from her pocket before wiping the white stain on my mouth. Seriously, because you are too smart for your age, I almost forgot you are still a child. She said, then gently patted my head. She ordered Cynthia to carry me, and after that, we moved somewhere. While we are walking, Master Glinda said something that made me surprised despite not seeing it in my facial expression. I was honestly shocked. Oh, my healer said you can speak in a week, so that notebook is only temporary. I did not respond. I only tightened my embrace on Cynthia and buried my head on her shoulder. This is confusing. It was as if the previous owner of this body is also me. Are we merging? Becoming one? If that is the case, it is possible, but her feelings are affecting me, and I don't know if that was a good thing. While thinking so, I did not realize I fell asleep. I woke up when I felt someone patting my back, gently waking me. I rubbed my eyes and turned my head to look at my front. There I saw a single room with a plain bed, a working table and an air conditioner. The design of the room is plain and homely. It is like a dorm. Now, we are in the maid's quarter where maid like you live here. Well then. Sit there, she said, and I followed her order. Master ordered me to sit in the bed, and I walk fastly there, albeit my running looks like I was toddling. This is embarrassing. Once I was close to the bed, I frowned at how big it was. I was already 5 years old. Why do I feel like this bed is my mortal enemy? How small I was. I huffed internally and hopped 2 times until I managed to grab the sheet and began climbing. Successfully climbing, I sighed and seat properly, and look at Master. I tilt my head emotionlessly as to how they look. They are staring at me, and I don't know why. See them. She faked a cough, then Master looked at me seriously. I straightened my back unconsciously while looking at her. June, as I said, you will be the personal maid of my daughter, but you have to be trained first. I forgot, I just realized this. My master is a beautiful young woman. How old did she conceive a child? I nodded back. At the moment, I don't know what is this world yet, but based on the currency in this world, which is called Rin and it has magic, I can now confirm that the bastard god did not lie to me. This is a different world and has magic. Now, listen to this, June. There are only 3 people you should only follow, me, Cynthia, and my daughter, and no one should order you around unless it was us, okay? I tilted my head, and despite my paralyzed face, I could not help but express my confusion. Sigh, you are still a kid, but you are smart and it won't be long enough for you to learn something. My husband and I don't get along. Even now, he evenly brazenly takes a mistress at home with a 2-year-old child in his embrace. When Master said that the surroundings turn quiet and the atmosphere is too heavy, I could not help but shiver. Thankfully, it was not noticeable. She calmed herself. Master was about to continue her speech, but stopped when I raised my notebook with a sentence of it. So, a garbage husband and a trash mistress came into your house? Both Master and Cynthia chuckled a bit after reading it. Yeah, garbage and trash, a great combination, isn't it? A rotten smell comes from the juices, poor child. The two smirked and shook their head, but I honestly sympathized with the child as they were still innocent in their surroundings. The child is really pitiful, they still don't know what is happening. As I thought, you are abnormal. Master is rude. And I'll let that insolent word go with the wind. Master, you should include your feelings towards that garbage of a husband along with the wind. Oh, I already did it. Then the master is blind. The master is still angry for seeing that garbage of a husband with a mistress. That's not it. We have a daughter who is the same age as you, that is what I'm worried about, and… Is that how you should be supposed to talk with your superiors? I shrugged before writing something. Master truly loves her daughter. Stop changing the subject, sigh. Anyway, your first task as a trained maid is… gain some weight and flesh. And so… my life begins. They gave me nutritious food and a diet balance. A few months later, I finally gained some weight, and the past me who looks like a skeleton, I now have some flesh, increasing my adorable look. After gaining some flesh, I started my training as a maid. It seems that Cynthia is my master's trusted aide, and in this mansion, some of the maids are already at her garbage husband's hand, and some employees gave their royalty to that man. And me, when a male instructor comes in and was supposed to instruct me, I could not help but be shaken with murderous intent that did not go unnoticed. A female person comes to check me out and study me. Afterwards, she left, not before talking to my master in private. It was nothing. Perhaps they thought I have some trauma? I for sure have not. The next day, the male instructor could no longer be seen. It was a female instructor who started teaching me some martial arts. The instructor is surprised at my growth. I was good at hand-to-hand combat, and I am too proficient in using knives. It was reported to my master, and now I was considered a genius, which is not. If they find out it was the help of a bastard god, they would probably be shocked. Sadly, since my body is still of a child, my body could not able to take the movements that come to my mind. Little girl, for some reason, the way you fight is right and also wrong. What do you mean, instructor? Ah yes, since it was already a few months, I can now finally speak, and I must say my voice is monotonous. It still sounded soft and cute though, oomph. The way you move your body is wrong, but the stance is right. This is the first time seeing something like this. Tell me, do you know how to do your next move in your mind? Yes. I see then, your mind is far too advanced. What you are doing is what comes to your mind, or is already stocked in your body, but your body itself could not handle it. It was as if your body is not yours. I see. Does that mean despite me who is an expert at hand-to-hand combat and using knives, my body could not follow the movement that came through to my mind? It seems I have to train slowly until my body gets used to it. Thank you for the details, Instructor Naya. I can't believe you are a child. Your mind is like an adult who regressed her age. How half-accurately you are. After that, training as a maid, practicing hand-to-hand combat, and gaining a battle instinct, it did not take long for me to be ready as a personal maid of my lady. I also started learning some academics. The literature of this world, history, math, and about mana and magic. 0, yes, I decided to use mana instead of aura. So, let us talk about mana. Well, mana is the source of magic. It is a form of energy that exists in nature and within people. It is an important aspect of the people living here in this world. We need it as it was our source of magic power, which we can cast a spell, either lightning, wind, fire, ice, earth, water, dark, and lastly light. This mana becomes a piece of common knowledge in individuals, and also common to use magic to its natural extent. However, some people are reach of mana where they could use 2 to 7 attributes of magic. But at the moment of this world history, there is still no person who could use all of it. This magic attribute is considered a skill of the individual. How you used it depends on how you learn and understand the magic itself. There are a lot of spells that could be used based on your attribute. And there is also called unique skill. A unique skill is a magic attribute that doesn't belong in common attributes of magic. For example, my illusion magic is considered to be a unique skill. So, if there is space, blood manipulation, telekinesis, etc., are considered as part of a unique attribute. How does mana come into this world? On December 24, 2090, the sudden appearance of an unidentified creature shocked the whole world. They destroyed, or more like a massive genocide that happens around the country where billions of people died in their havoc. They were called voids, a creature who comes from deep oceans. It did not take long when humanity is nearing its extinction when in the year 2095 a sudden miracle came in. That it was, the otherworlders, elves, dwarves, and demons came into our world and they could not go back to their world and decided to live here. Their sudden exposure changed the world, especially nature. Thanks to the otherworld, the world now contains mana. It was as if the earth adapted itself. There is no explanation on how Earth produced mana. In the book it was only a theory, and said a god saw this and that and decided to create mana into the world so the otherworlders won't have a hard time and also to have the humanity a chance to live. And now that humanity started to adapt to mana, there is a sixth powerhouse that gains a powerful type of magic. They were called bloodlines. It was a power that was gifted from the celestial, said by the otherworlders. It is said that those who have bloodlines are set to protect the world to its ending. Thanks to this, humanity regained its morale. With the help of other worlds and six powerhouses, the world was saved. However, it is also alarming that the ocean is no longer safe. It is much more dangerous for fishermen, so when someone started fishing, it was a large organization with the powerful individual as a guard. It was enjoyable reading it. It was as if I was reading a manga about world building. However, I find the information lacking something. June, stop reading, and tomorrow morning will be your first work, said Cynthia Wani-san. I nodded and followed her, heading towards my master room. Even to this day, with my 2 years' worth of training and I am now 7, I still could not see the face of my young miss. What I only do is my training as a combat maid. It was 9 a.m. today, and when we entered my master room, she was dressed up in her combat attire. Long red trench coat that stops at her lower knees, brown flexible tight pants, with a belt strapped on her waist with her rapier placed at the side, white frilly long sleeve. She was a beautiful combatant that you could able to see in royalties. Ah, I forgot to tell you, my master is the guild master of the number 2 guild in the world. Her guild name is Hestia Guild. And as of now, her expression is grim. Cynthia, get ready, and also you June, I guess this is the great time for you to see what is a void actually looks like. What happened, guild master? Master sighed and held her head. Narioki Plaza, an A-rank void called Echidna appeared. 0, this place is just made up. I noticed Cynthia Wani-san's face looked shocked and worries could be seen in her eyes. Echidna. 10 years ago one also appeared and… Master, Cynthia Wani-san, is this void too dangerous? Really dangerous, despite its weak endurance and could be killed by a B-rank combatant. However, its strength is not its prowess. Echidna is a void that reproduced hatchlings. A void that grows quickly and become deadly. At most in luck to Echidna and bad luck to us, Echidna could give birth to an S-rank void. The amount of it can reproduce every minute is around 50 voids. It L's a full-scale raid. Oh, that plaza is good as dead. Thankfully, the citizens there were evacuated quickly and the Echidna has not yet given birth. At most, it is still not hostile yet. So, we must go as soon as possible. Wow, in just 1 hour that Echidna could give birth to at least 3,000 voids. Ah, before I forgot, June, you might not know this, but be careful of its golden thread. Golden thread. Yeah, golden thread, or more like Echidna's thread. It is a type of web so hard that no ordinary weapon could cut. It can cut you into pieces if you are not careful. If we are lucky enough, I hope we can get its thread. They said that echidna's thread is a shape of a ring where it has an unlimited of threads that could produce. Oh. I want it. Master, if we can defeat it, can I get the echidna's thread? Sure, but why? Well, I have one more unique skill and it was called thread manipulation, so I can use any type of string and manipulate it and treat it as a weapon. That is interesting. Sure, let's just make sure we get it first because this is a large-scale raid. Yes. Now, get ready, and let's go. This is a completely rewritten version of the story, but honestly I think it is alright if I focus a bit on world building first. Narioki Plaza. At the center of the plaza, there is a creature screaming at the top of its lung. The creature is big, 15 foot tall. White skin tone, it was a 5 feet long neck with its hairless head, its hollow eyes were protruding a slimy liquid just like tears but gross, its lens is dull yellow. It has a mouth that looks small, but when the creature opened it, it was too big that it can reach its stomach. Its body was like a spider, however it is also not, just like how long a caterpillar's body is, that same goes for this creature. It also has 8 legs, adding to the fact that it has a snake tail, which is unreasonable yet disturbing due to its appearance. Its stomach is round just like it was pregnant. Ah. Once it opens its large mouth that can fit 15 humans inside, a pale gray hand was pushed out of its mouth, once the figure forcefully spat out. What it looked like was a headless large figure. It has purple skin and exaggerated muscles. The figure stands up before slamming its fist to the ground, creating a fissure in its surroundings. Headless body, blemmies, void rank B. And Mother of Voids, Echidna, void rank A+. However, the Echidna is not yet done. Along with blemmies, Echidna reproduces more voids with different ranks and characteristics, a rabbit with a horn, a lamia, and a humanoid figure that could fly with its broken wings. The Echidna let out 50 types of voids. No. It is already 250 voids as we've been fighting the Echidna for 5 minutes. And we have another minute before it can spit out many voids. So we have to kill the Echidna before it gives birth to another void. As much as it looks so easy, it is not. The voids is protecting Echidna even if it costs their life. And even if we reduce the number of voids, there will be another void that will come out of the Echidna's mouth. In short, we must kill the Echidna before the other voids that will be left behind. Cynthia, make way for me. June, do everything as much as you can to kill that I will disregard. Yes. Understood, Master. Cynthia Wanisama with her bow, release a large amount of mana. Her arrow which looks so ordinary began to be filled with mana with wind started to get sucked by her arrow, which gives me a hard time to breath honestly. Hurricane shot. 0, honestly, I can't think of anything. If you have any idea which would be the best name for this skill. I'm not fucking good at naming. A horizontal hurricane was released along with Cynthia Wanisama's arrow. It hits lots of voids, cleaning a straight line toward the Echidna. We then started to run. The other guilds looked at us in awe, but my master and I has no time for this. There are already a lot of casualties, many large guilds already lost some members, and that too goes to us. You'll also like. 10 of our guild members are dead, while 4 have a heavy injuries and cannot fight for a moment. Master raises her rapier and puts both her index and middle finger on the blade. Then I could tell she ejected mana on her rapier as she swiped her finger on the blade. It was also at that moment that it began to be covered by a freezing temperature. She swung the rapier, killing a low-rank void and turning it into an ice sculpture. Master stretches her other arm where her index and middle finger aren't folded. She then folds her finger slightly, making the ground to be covered with ice. Then a pillar was created. Master jumped on it and started running up to the sky until she almost could not be seen. While I started killing some voids as I get close to Echidna. It seems the Mother of Voids saw me and started screaming before it swung its clumsy yet strong arms toward me. However, I used my illusion magic to create a fake me. completely fooling the void as it thought I was crashed. I appeared behind her back and was about to stab it, but the blemiest suddenly appeared, which made me surprised a bit. It swung its thick large arm towards me, however, thanks to my reflexes, I dodged it in a nick of time. I stepped back, but the echidna would not let me go as its golden thread wrapped my arms and legs, cornering me. The echidna faced me, and it was disgusting. Its mouth made me want to vomit. The smell is like a person who did not use a toothbrush for almost 2 years. Before the echidna could kill or eat me, Master, who's in the sky, creates a large pillar of spike, crashing it into the echidna's body. The echidna cried in pain, and Cynthia Meinlid cut the thread with a water cutter. It was known that the golden thread is weak against water attributes. The echidna looked up and screamed, which alerted the voids. The flying voids started to get near at Master, but I won't allow that. Using my fire attribute, I create 6 magic circle that was ignited with a blazing fire. Fireball! As soon as I shouted, my fireball directly flew towards the flying voids that heading towards the Master, accurately hitting their body, and was soon engulfed with fire. At the same time, Master's hetero eyes glowed brightly in the field are soon filled with lilies. The surroundings were soon filled with the fresh scent of lilies. And all of the combatants in the battlefield gained strength and heightened their morale. Those who have injuries was slowly healing, but fast enough, and enough for them to fight. Combatants whose class is mage regained their mana and started firing. Master, who is still in the midair, spun herself like a hurricane, and some of the lilies covered her body. Her silhouette was soon covered by lily, and like a tornado that was about to land on earth, she crushed at the echidna with all of her might. However, the echidna, who still cannot give birth, suddenly opens its mouth. Soon, a 3-headed dog with large canines and a spiky collar on its neck appeared. The 3-headed dog opened their terrifying mouth, and a huge blazing fire formed into a ball shape, which slowly got bigger and was released at the same time as Master crashed herself at the golden thread of echidna. Master had no time to react and only used her bloodline to form into wall, protecting her from the upcoming attack. Soon, as lilies form into 5 layers of wall, the huge blazing fireball crashed at the wall of lilies and created a huge explosion that incinerated everything in its surroundings. Whether it is the other voids or some combatant who are not lucky enough to get away, everything was incinerated to ashes, and even some building was destroyed due to the impact of the shockwave that the clash produced. Master! However, despite of me being at the center of the attack, a wall filled with lilies protected me, making me not receiving any fatal damage. I look at my Master's location because she is the most who got hit by that destructive attack. I'm fine. I heave a sigh of relief as I saw my Master unscratched. However, I notice her hands are trembling. I could not help but frown and looked at the 3-headed dog. 3-headed dog, Cerberus, void rank S. 10 foot tall, with a dog body, black fur with reddish color on its front body, masculine body, and its hind leg were covered by a blazing fire. Its tail is made of fire. Its foot is also covered with fire, its canines arrogantly exposing themselves to how hard and sharp it was. Awoo! The Cerberus roar created a massive shockwave that made half of the surviving combatant tremble. As soon as it made a 1 step with its legs, the ground started to quake and a pile of magma could be seen in the fissure that was created. This appearance is enough to scare everyone, what's more, a rank S void at that. However, this does not apply to me. What was on my mind was, this filthy dog hurt Master. Thankfully, the Cerberus looks like it did not care about me. As how arrogant it looks, it is also arrogant in how it's underestimating its enemy. However, before I could move, I was stopped by my Master. June, stop! This void, you can't defeat it yet. I could not help but bit my lips. Master was right, but deal with the echidna. Cynthia and I will take care of this dog. I have faith in you. As soon as she said that, she instantly disappeared and appeared right in the face of the left head of Cerberus and gave a barrage of thrust. Cynthia Meinlid released 3 arrows at the same time. She quickly took another one and cast a new spell before releasing it. I shook my head and faced the echidna who was now giving birth. Isn't this filthy thing's fault? That's right, if this filth did not give birth to such a thing, the master wouldn't be hurt. No, if this filth did not appear, nothing will happen, just like this situation. As soon as I thought of that, I dashed towards Echidna without knowing that my eyes started to glow. The voids that were close to the Echidna did not seem to mind about me, they were busy fighting off the other combatants. As I get closer to the Echidna, die. Unfortunately, before I could even stab its head, the Blemmies blocked my attack using its arm before it used force to swing its arm to attack me. The echidna looks surprised and then angrily screams. It seems that it really did not sense to me. I clicked my tongue at the disappointment. I don't know why the echidna did not sense me, but this Beerank void could. No, this headless void, based on the Void Encyclopedia, this void has high instinct because they don't have a head, which hearing, smelling, and seeing would need for one to have 6 senses. This void that doesn't have a head gains an incredible instinct, along with super strength. It was decided as a rank B. Blemmies would be rank A if it has a head, but thankfully it doesn't. Echidna started to attack me with its golden thread, trying to stop me, crushed me, and shred me into pieces. I am thankful enough that I could see the thread and dodge it. I used illusion to make it look like I was cornered. The echidna falls for this and instantly kills me. I saw how my illusion body crashed and was shredded mercilessly. But I look away and continue to move towards the echidna. All I need is to kill this filth. But, again, the Blemmies appeared right in front of me and gave me a straight punch. It irked me and decided to kill this first. I jumped and used my left arm to touch its big thick muscle arm, applying force to push my hand for me to jump again. Then while in midair I threw some knives which were deflected easily. At the same time, on my back, the Void Cerberus appeared right at my back, chasing my master angrily. It did not stop there. The echidna noticed me and used its golden thread to also chase me. I was almost caught, but thankfully water magic destroyed the thread. It comes from a stranger combatant who nodded at me. There is something I want to ask. Why they are not wondering why a 7-year-old child is fighting alongside them. Anyway, the Blemmies is strong. Its strength could crush me if I were careless. If only I have some thread. Can I use my mana as a thread? Let's try. I focus on myself while dodging the attack of Blemmies. I imagine my mana, feeling the mana passing through my veins until it reached my palm. I started to sweat at how hard it was, and I can feel I am having a hard time breathing. It was too much. Thankfully the Blemmies stopped attacking me and decided to attack the other combatants who were trying to kill the echidna. I stand up at the center of the battlefield, focusing my mana that goes through my left arm as soon as some of my mana could be felt in my hand. A painful feeling in my heart could be felt. But I discard it. I let it flow, guide the mana on my palm. And as if I were asking the mana to help me. I also imagine the mana turning into threads. Soon, in my mind, thread could be seen, and its color was a pale purple. Once I opened my eyes, I saw in my left palm 5 lines of thread could be seen. My mind is in complete chaos, along with my weakening body. I immediately drank a mana potion and nodded my head as it worked. But it consumes a lot of my strength and mana. I did not waste time. I quickly dashed toward the Blemmies. The Blemmies, which instinctively knows my spot, swung its arm, however using my mana thread. I wrapped its big thick arm, pulling it with all of my strength, and the mana thread expanded at the same time. The Blemmies gave me a straight punch using its other arm, but that too was wrapped with my mana thread. Then with all of my strength, I throw the Blemmies into the air. While it was still in midair, I asked my mana to form a net trap enough to make the Blemmies unable to escape. As soon as my mana net trapped the Blemmies, I started to ignite my mana net with fire attribute, as the line was soon fastly getting covered with fire. The fire soon reached the Blemmies, burning every bit of its fiber. The Blemmies was struggling in midair, and I could feel the drowsiness on me. I quickly run towards the echidna, who's opening its large mouth. There inside its mouth, a big arm could be seen. It has a scale that is like that of a lizard, which made me instinctively quicken my pace as every fiber of my body screamed in fear. With all of my strength, I swung the burning blemius and shot it towards the echidna's mouth. As soon as my mana net fire along with the burning blemies, which was forcefully swallowed by the echidna. Without thinking I said, "Explode." As soon as I said that, along with my mana net fire and blemies, the echidna exploded, creating an intensifying shockwave. At the same time, I was thrown out and loses consciousness. But before losing consciousness, I thought, does mana has consciousness? We will always ask. Hi, welcome to Story. The story you are listening to was not created by us. We do plan on creating our own stories. But part of the reason this channel exists is because there are so many stories out there in the internet and I want to give them a place to shine, and also because I want to listen to them myself. We will always ask you to support the original authors, as we would ask you to support us. NGH. I slowly opened my eyes. I felt comfortable but frowned at the movement that disrupting me. Oh. You're awake, June? My drowsiness is immediately gone as I heard the voice of my master. Her soft and gentle voice came right to my ears, allowing me to look at my surroundings before lifting my head and staring closely at my master. Master. I am at her body. No, my master is carrying me, allowing me to rest on hers. Sleep more, you pass out earlier, don't worry and relax. Saying so, master rubbed my back, gently making me feel what it means to have someone care for you. It might sound so sudden, and I can't explain it well, it is just that I am lacking something, whether it was my past life whom I can't remember anymore, or this body that became mine. It feels like I'm in total isolation where I can only describe myself by my name. June. That's the only existence I have now. The name I knew, that I exist in this world. Allowing me to adapt to this world and have a name. Having a name in this world just tells how I was born here. That's why. I secretly smile, making sure master would not allow me to see it. I snuggled at her shoulder for a few seconds, finding comfortableness. After I rest my head on her shoulder, it did not take long for me to fall asleep again. It feels so good. Warm. Glinda POV. Great, she is sleeping again. I sighed heavily while making sure she won't wake up. At least not now. Cynthia, did you make sure no one saw June's face? Yes, luckily, no one has the time to remember June's face. It would be a problem if someone managed to remember her face, make sure no one saw her. Hi. By the way, guild leader. June, perhaps. Yeah, there's a possibility that she has her bloodline. Cynthia and I saw it. While we were fighting the Cerberus, the two of us make sure that June won't be in danger, at most, making sure she won't die. I know June is abnormally strong despite her age, however, it is because of this age that Cynthia and I were worried. She is still a kid, just the same age as my daughter, but the difference between them is that June did not act like a kid. No tantrum, she doesn't want to be spoiled. She has this emotionless face that no one could fathom her strength. She doesn't express her feelings to us, there might be, but she won't show them. However, I'm worried that others found out that she has a bloodline. There will surely be a lot of people who would try to get her. And I have to make sure that men won't notice her existence. At least not now, it's not the time yet. You'll also like. Cynthia, once we go back to the guild, let's examine June's statuses. We need to make sure that she really has a bloodline. Though I feel bad about finding her status without June's consent, however, we don't have a choice. Really, it is worrying knowing a person has a bloodline that did not belong to the Six Lords. If June really have a bloodline, then it is possible that the bloodline is not that unique, there must be something that is needed to achieve. It is possible that every combatant could have a bloodline, it's just that they still did not know how to awaken it or what it needs to awaken. Of course, that is just a theory. Bloodline. No one knows how the previous 6 lords awaken this. But they said that a bloodline is a bloodline that is connected to old history. Sadly, all the information about the old world's history is long gone. What we know is that those who inherit the bloodline, just like me, will have a memory of our bloodline birth. What I saw in my dreams was a man. Or a girl. This person's gender is unknown. The Knight of the White Lily. I still remember this person's words that I could not get. All the world says it. I shook my head. It is already hopeless, there is no information about the old world history. We immediately went to my guild, it did not take too long for us to go there. Once we are inside, I instructed Cynthia to carry the sleeping June while I used my guild card to open the laboratory. There we laid June on the bed and used the appraisal artifact to find out her status. It only takes 1 minute to finish all the information that will be written on the paper. Cynthia took the paper that has the status of June. But before she could give it to M. She stiffened like a stone with wide eyes. Cynthia. Lynn, look at her status. I flinched when she called me my nickname and I could not help but shake my head. It was out of nowhere. Anyway, I picked the paper and look at June's status. Name, June, age, 7. Mana, 25 100%. Magic attribute. Fire magic. Skills. Fireball. Creating a ball of fire that could kill enemies. Flash step, increasing the user's speed increase by ×2. Bounce and bounce, making the knives bounce once it hits any kind of hard object. Intermediate hand-to-hand combat, expert at fighting at close range and increasing weapons knowledge. Mana manipulation. Can manipulate mana. Fire manipulation. Can manipulate fire as long as the person has mana. Knives expert, expertise in using any kind of knife. Unique skill. Thread manipulation, a unique skill that can manipulate strings, with or without mana. Illusion magic, causing targets to see, hear, touch, smell or taste things differently from what they truly are. At its base, users can distort the shape and size of an object or area. Bloodline, rank C. I see you bathing in the sun. Bloodline skills. Angel of Assassination. A title that was given to a person from the old world, praising her for her looks and skillful planning in assassination. She goes with the flow of luck and reduces the wariness of all people she meets or is around her. Angel's cloak can hide one's presence, no one could see her except if the person is stronger than her. Innocent killer, passive, the owner could kill someone without any remorse and can make the target let their guard down as long as the user innocently approaches them. This will take effect when the user has a target to kill and is 20 m close to the target. This effect will be gone once the user exposed her killing intent. Angel's line, no one would be able to tell if she was telling the truth or not. This will take effect when the user looks suspicious to others. Side effect. Devil's hallucination. This will take an effect when the person loses control of her negative emotion. The user will experience a hallucination. What can the person see is random, but the hallucination of the devil is cruel and sometimes kill the person or their surroundings. The devil's hallucination won't stop unless the said person was stopped by getting unconscious. What the fudge? Cynthia. This would be the first time I've seen a person with a bloodline that does not belong to the 6 lords. I must as well, Lynn. If others found this, it would be hectic. We should let June inform about this. Are you sure? Yeah, that is better because this is her status, and it's better for her to learn that she has a bloodline, but I guess my theory can be considered as truth. Cynthia, This is urgent. If June has a bloodline, it is possible others do too. How they will have it, we don't know, or maybe it is random. This is giving me such a headache, god damn it, fuck. June, fucking wake up, I can't take this shit pretty well. Sigh, how's my daughter? I saw Cynthia frown before adjusting her spectacles. She went worse, day by day, Lynn. You spoiled her too much by buying such expensive things. But I am giving her what I think she would like. That's not it. Sigh. What? Lynn, you said you were giving young miss what you think she would like. Lynn, think about it, did she like it? I stiffened. I cannot answer, because I know what I'm doing is neglecting my daughter. But I can't when they are around trying to snap our neck. Sigh. I think I should explain to June what bloodlines are. I saw Cynthia shakes her head and I could only avoid her, I know. I know pretty damn well. But what I'm doing is for the sake of my daughter. Sigh. What should I do? June POV. Once I opens my eyes, I saw myself in my room. I look out the window and saw it was morning already. I stiffened as I realized I slept like a log since yesterday, and this should be the day I started serving the young miss. I quickly put on my maid costume and walk fastly, heading toward the master's office. Once I am facing the door, I knocked 3 times. Master, it's me, June. Enter. Once I heard my master's permission, I gently opened the door, albeit raising my feet slightly to reach the handle. I huffed in disappointment at how small I was. I pushed the door while still tiptoeing. I bet of my adorableness that my action can be considered cute. Huff. June, sit here. Master pointed to her lap, asking me to use it as a chair. I nodded expressionlessly, but deep inside I was happy. However, I saw Master's serious, beautiful face, and this happiness quickly faded away. Once I sat on her lap, she picked something, and it was an A4 size paper. I tilted my head curiously and began to read it. Oh. I have a bloodline. Okay. Master, it seems I have a bloodline. It seems you realized the obvious fact. It is obvious, that's why I said it, probably because Master will say, June, you have a bloodline, no? Master clicked her tongue. She was about to retort, but I continue. Also, Master will then explain what is bloodline, this and that, and after the end of the explanation, the Master will ask me to hide that I have a bloodline, as when people knew I have it. They will try to take advantage of me, at worst, do something absurd. Great, it seems I don't need to explain what exactly is bloodline. Our adorable battle maid, June, is confident and rudely speaking towards her master. Yay. You flatter me, Master. Sure. Have your way, she said mockingly. So, Master, what is a bloodline? Oh, you didn't know? I know pretty well, but I poorly sympathize with Master because it seems that she was eager to explain it. I said, then exhaled before saying, it is not like I don't know anything. Heh, what, son dash? Sundara, that's how Master acts sometimes. I just demonstrated it. How about it, Master? It is not like I'm curious about your expression or anything. I said with a flat monotone. Despite what I'm saying, there are no emotions in my voice. It is too dull. How about I slap your butt until it turns red? Master is a pedo. Master likes to spank a person. Master likes this types. You really want some beating, do you? Anyway, Master, please explain what is bloodline. You sure grow some guts, despite being my slave. I'm sure does, because it's Master. Stupid brat. Sigh, so. Bloodline is 0. I'm sorry, if I just publish now, I have the flu last month and could not do it, adding the word procrastination. Anyway. Some of you might be wondering why June is not a pervert here. It's because those perverts awaken when Latte remembers her past life. if some of you are new to reading this and puzzled about this, then that's just sad. And June is a serious type of person and she is still not that corrupt. Anyway, thank you for reading. History fact. The Knight of the White Lily was given to Charles Genevieve Louis Auguste André Timothy d'Ion de Beaumont or Charlotte Genevieve Louise Auguste Andrea Timothea d'Ion de Beaumont. Or in short, Chevalier d'Ion, a spy knight of France, the expertise on spying. And as for this angel of assassination, this was given to a person after her death. Her name is Marie-Anne Charlotte de Corday d'Armont, or Charlotte Corday. She was a figure on the French Revolution and was executed by guillotine after the killing of Jacobin leader Jean-Paul Marat. She was considered a martyr and a hero for what she did. She was the only one who planned the assassination while Jean-Paul Marat was in his bath. Because of her appearance, no one would expect there was a hidden knife on her back. Now, if you are wondering about this, I see you bathing in the sun in June's bloodline. Then that's because of the art about Jean-Paul Marat, made by Jacques-Louis David. I use it as a reference, and instead of blood I use the sun as a sign of a new day for France. Like after the death of Corday, lots of people cheered of her did. I hope I explain it well, and the sentence of I see you bathing in the sun is not made up or something? I hope it made sense. 0. Last. This is the last. I want to recommend this gold story, guys. Saving My Villainess BBY Zufunami. It is gold. Trust me, I could not even help but grin like an idiot reading it. Read it. Zero. I can't publish daily or weekly. School is making me so stressed. By now, I'm reading some light novels or stories to calm my stress. Anyway, in this chapter, at first, I thought, I will make this whole chapter an explanation of bloodline but then discard it. For some reason, I don't like it. So I will make the explanation of bloodline as short as possible and vague as possible because they don't have much evidence towards the bloodline. Anyway, enjoy reading. June POV. June, do you know about the old world? There is only a bit I know, Master. In the book, it is said that the old world is rich in technologies. They have this helmet that would make people enjoy a new world as well as a destructive weapon that could wipe out a country, and robots who can do what we humans supposed to do. Which made them rely too much on, and it was also because of that, the old world made its downfall, not just because of voids, but it's also because they rely too much on technologies and this so-called robot. Right, this robot that was supposed to protect them, began to malfunction and rebelled at them. The pressures from the voids and this robot are the downfall of the old world. Master heaved a sigh before continuing. The robots who were smart enough to infiltrate the government system and make it to them, because of that the destructive weapon called nuclear bomb was released in many countries, and let's just say trillions of people died, only those who are lucky enough to survive, however. Those who survive to suffer from something that a side effect from this called nuclear bomb. I don't know if it's fortunate or not that we don't have any information of it. We only get bits of information about the old world because of the survivors. Sigh, anyway, about the bloodline. Since you like reading books, I think you already know about the bloodline, right? I nodded at my master and drank the milk before I replied. Yes, it is said that bloodline was known when the other worlds descend from this world, then some religious people make them into their god because of their prowess, and how they explain the bloodline towards the six lords. That's right. Well, in some cases, yeah. I look at my master and then nodded. I don't know about the old world, but if I still remember my past life, then I will guess that this old world would just be the same as my previous world, however. I don't think we did not still rely on robots, or more like, we hadn't reached it yet. I could guess that even that so-called helmet that can make you experience the other worlds is still not created in my previous world. Bloodline is connected to the old history, the history of the old world. Bloodline is connected to the people who became famous in all of the histories. We inherit their prowess, or in some cases, a title that made them famous. There could even a bloodline where it is a sacred weapon and sentience. Sentience? The William family. When the head of the William family awakens his bloodline, what came is a human girl's appearance. She was called the Witch of Salem later on. When the 6 lords managed to protect humanity from voids, the head of the William family died. The reason? No one knows, it was hidden, but I guess you should know why the head died. Master, aren't you speculating too much? Also, why only voids? What about the robots? Oh, that? The William family is not the strongest in the 6 lords for no reason. The bloodline, or the sentience, which is the Witch of Salem, destroyed all of them. You'll also like. Amazing. Yeah, it was, but also terrifying. Anyway, just what I've said, bloodline is not an ancestor of your blood, it is a bloodline of the old history, where you inherit the old famous people's history. Yours, I see you bathing in the sun, is quite vague, I don't know what it is, but the one which is Angel of Assassination would probably be a title of a person from the old history, which is your gain, and becomes its successor. Master stopped for a moment and drank her tea. Suddenly the door opened, and the one who came is a familiar person. It was none other than Cynthia Winnie-san. She tied her hair in a bun and wore perfect secretary clothes. Master nodded at her, and Cynthia Winnie-san stood next to her. The master continued. There's one thing you should know, what I said is completely a secret, and even if I said this, there is not much evidence about this. What I said is just a theory of mine, and what you read in the book is only a record. There is one thing I understand. And that is, don't trust the book too much. What my master said, even if it's just a theory of hers, there's a fact she executed everything possible. What evidence she gathered is her bloodline and mine, and to others too, so, I probably also think that Master already knows that bloodline is not only for the 6 lords, and that there is a requirement for someone to gain a bloodline. That fact was answered because of my existence. I have a bloodline when I should not have. And my existence is dangerous when I was found out. Also, there will be a strange dream you will experience. Strange dream? And you will know soon. Now, let's talk about your work with my daughter. Now at 9:30 wake my daughter, you only have 30 minutes left and she is at the side manor. If you found some disgusting human being that is supposed to be my husband, don't mind him. Treat him like he never exists. Again, I will say it, don't follow his order, and if possible don't hurt him, and if by chance he raises his hands against you, just try to avoid it. He won't make a move at you when I'm here around, well. Even if I'm not around he still won't be able to lay a hand on you. And why is that, Master? Let's just say I made a flick of the finger in our contract of you as my slave. Then, what is the name of young Miss, Master? Charlotte. Charlotte Blair. Octavia. Not the last name of your garbage of a husband? We already divorce, but we can't be separated. Why? Why is that? You'll know in the future. For now, focus on serving my daughter. Yes. Go, there will be a maid who is waiting outside, she will be the one who will guide you towards my daughter. Understood. I hopped and walked out, not before bowing as tea master into 90 degrees, I opened the door and closed it. Cynthia POV. Sigh. Lynn, are you sure about this? About what? About the fact that the Octavia and Cardigan family already wanted you dead. I look at her while knitting my brows. Lynn. Every night there will always be an assassin who wanted you dead, they wanted your bloodline. And that is why I placed June to my daughter. And why is that? Because if I die, I have this intuition that my daughter Char will be the one who will inherit my bloodline. Glinda covered her face between her hands and said, I fear that when I died, they will use Charlotte. I don't want my daughter to suffer such tragedy. You really think this far, huh? But why I did order June not to treat that bastard as if he exist. I nodded because if June do that, she will be in trouble. A lot. I know what trouble will come to her, but you already know June. Yeah. She likes trouble, and for some reason, she liked to see someone be in pain. Incredibly enough, I know someone who is like that. And I trust June, also, if something. I widen my eyes and slam my hand on her table. Are you serious about this? Lynn, that is not a joke. It's not guaranteed that you would sue Dash. Stop. I know. But I want to take a risk. Will you join me? Not fair, Lynn, really. CYN, look at your button, the 3 buttons are open, are you trying to seduce someone? No. I deadpan looked at her who is smirking. She stand up, which made me lean my body on the table. She stretches her arm and touches my open buttons. I unconsciously leaned both of my hands on the table while I was stunned at her. She placed her left hand on the table close to my other hand. Lynn suddenly whispered in my ears and was close enough to me while holding my button. Really, CYN. I dash. I did not finish my word as my hand hit something. I look at it and it was a glass with milk. The milk spilled on the table and floor, but I widened my eyes when I incidentally looked at the door. There, I saw a pair of beautiful round amethysts and a flat expression that shows no sign of emotions. Creak. The door slowly opens, exposing June, who is just standing. She bowed herself, then took a kerchief and walked at the spilled milk, wiping it. She then picked up the glass, and I could only do is look at her while stunned. I did not look at Lynn as I was speechless and stunned, but I know for sure she was also embarrassed and also staring at June right now. As June picked up the glass, she looked at both of us before her eyes pointed at me. She then used her wand to wave it downward, saying to get close to her. Because it was awkward, I could not help but comply. When my face is close to her. What? I blush at what she whispered to me and unconsciously looked at Lynn, who is confused at my reaction as well as embarrassed. June POV. I just went back to take my remaining milk, but when I opened the door, I saw a glimpse of Master and Cynthia Wani-san in an intimate pose. Then I saw how Cynthia Wani-san hit my milk. No. My milk. Oomph. I just stared at her before bowing and took my kerchief and wiped the table as well as the floor. Well, this kerchief is used for this type of thing. I stared at both of them, who is embarrassed. Then I stared at Cynthia Wani-san and waved my hand as if I want to say something. When her face is closed, I whispered in her ears where Master wouldn't be able to hear. Wani-san, Master likes to spank someone on the butt, please be prepared. I stopped for a moment before continuing, not minding the stunned Cynthia Wani-san. As a person who knows Master Kinky, I advise you to be prepared, good luck. I said, then bowed again before going out this time. I exit the office, not minding the scream that one can let out. It surprised me that they have that kind of relationship. Well, it's their life, and their choice, I should not judge them because they are the same gender. Do I like girls more than boys? I don't know. But probably girls than boys. Oh well, only the future will tell. Meanwhile. Stop screaming. What did June say anyway? Cynthia did not look quickly at Glinda. Her ears were red as well as her cheek. She slowly looked at Glinda with shyness and embarrassment mixed with humiliation. Glinda flinched at this, at her sudden expression. Before she could even say something, Cynthia spoke. Lynn. Do you really like that K kind of TT thing? That's somehow disturbing and I don't get what you mean. So, like this, you like to go bang T the human body and take pleasure on it. Cynthia keeps stumbling at her words and cannot properly describe what she wanted to say, gaining confusion from Glinda. Her brain stopped processing and before she could guess what she meant. Cynthia spoke full of embarrassment as if she found something unsure. So, Lynn has that kind of tea taste. Cynthia covered her face and stopped speaking, Glinda pale at the sudden misunderstanding she thought of. She guessed that June said something absurd. For my sanity's sake, Cynthia, please, I beg you don't believe whatever June say. Is it? I don't know what it is, but what I say is true. You might think she is not lying, but part of her bloodline has a skill where no one knows if she was lying or not. Oh. Is she? Follow me, said the head maid, who's already in her 40. Her back was straight and the way she walks is full of dignity and arrogance. Fasten your walk, don't dilly-dallying. The way she speaks came with a sneer and full of contempt on her face. She looks down at me and fastens her walk. I'm a 7-year-old kid with still small legs. And I'm no short. I'm sorry, head maid, but did I do something for me to gain that attitude of yours? Should I put a sack on your head so I not to see such unpleasant sight? Oh, let's add a neck collar with sharp pointy spikes, and let's make sure it grip tightly your neck enough to bleed. Wouldn't it bless you? Such nonsense, I get carried away, Despite the way she walked so fast, I was still able to follow her closely. Let's disregard the fact of the look of her surprise and walk faster. Headmaid, I'm afraid you will only exhaust yourself. Should you rest, and I will go to my young lady. You're too old. Are you not afraid to have a backache and pain in your knees? Alas, much to my dismay, she did not feel exhausted or feel pain. Hoo-hoo. This is the room of that kid. Serve her and obey her. Got that? Despite how old you are, headmaid, you are still on my index finger while I'm already on my middle finger. Let me give you my middle finger. When the headmaid back facing me, I raised my middle finger before knocking on my young miss door. I must control my negative emotion, I do not know what will happen to me if that side effect was activated, and I don't want to experience it. Somehow my intuition tells me it would not be good. Knock, knock, knock. Young miss, may I come in? No one answered. Is it possible that the young miss is still asleep? Let's find out then. My eyes glowed and I activated my angel's cloak. This helped to erase my presence. It is more like I am invisible. I definitely did not need to do this, but I felt like it, let's just say, to test something. I will probably test more about my bloodline, but for now, let's meet the young miss. I open the door, enter myself inside, then close the door silently. My eyes saw a cute plump creature who was sleeping peacefully like a fairy. Beautiful blonde hair and a pair of milky white skin, it looks so smooth, and her cheek is plump that made me want to pinch it. Her body was covered by a white expensive blanket. What a sight to behold, she looks like my master, but a small version. I walked past her sleeping figure in bed and opened the curtains which covered the window, allowing the bright sunlight gazes at my young miss, illuminating her innocent fairy appearance, which made me stare at her more as I was mesmerized and wondering if her looks is natural. You'll also like. I thought I was adorable enough, but seeing a person whose fairy look is tantamount to smitten a large crowd of boys. Oh my. This hurt. My adorable look. Still, despite my inner monologue, I actually feel nothing. I already used to see something beautiful like this. I was always with Cynthia One-Sen, whose appearance is seriously dangerous to every man, and my master who looks like a goddess. I seem to have an eye for such beauty. They are admirable that it is pretty bad. I hope I won't turn into a person who only looks at their beautiful appearance and won't look at what is inside. Oh my beautiful fairy, young miss is starting to wake up. Her eyes fluttered and slowly opened. What greeted me is completely identical to my master. Heterochromia eyes, green and blue, look like a gem. She raises herself and started rubbing gently her eyes. She was still half asleep and then frown. Why is it so bright? Her words stop as her eyes saw the adorable me standing at the side of the bright sunlight, which does not touch me. Greetings and good morning, young miss. I am June, and was assigned by Madame Glinda to be your maid. I said with my usual monotone voice and flat face. Get out. Pardon? I said get out. I don't need you. Get out. Hello, this is June. There is a bit of a problem here. It seems that my fairy young miss is short-tempered. At that moment, I was outside her door waiting for her. I look everywhere and saw none of the maids came here, and the way they looked at me is full of mockery and more. Creak. I heard the door open and I saw my young miss is wearing a red dress that suits her fairy appearance. But her face is plastered with unpleasantness. Did mommy come here? I apologize, young miss, but Ma'am Glinda is busy with her work and dash. Enough. I don't need to hear more, it is always like that anyway. I'm hungry, is my food ready? The chef of the house has already made your food, young miss. Just in case, do you know how to cook? Yes. Yes, young miss, I was taught to learn everything that you may need, and cooking is included in that. Then cook for me. Why, yes, young miss, should I guide you to a dining area or should you eat in your room? Father. Is he already there? Father? Ah, that garbage of a husband of my master, oh no, it is rude to think that way, for that garbage is my master's ex-garbage. I would like to apologize in advance, young miss, I went directly to your room and have no time to look into further details about this. Then don't fail next time. Understood. Let's go to the dining area. My young miss said with hesitation. It did not take long for us to reach the dining area, and what greeted us is nothing but an empty table. Where's the food? Young miss. Enough. I did not allow a lowly maid like you to speak. I'm so dash. Did you not hear me? Young miss looked at me with anger and I could only silently listen while lowering my head. You. What is it? Listed. How dare you speak to me like that? Young miss, please speak faster, this servant still has a lot of work to do. Ho dash. Before young miss could finish her words, I run out of patience and directly strangle the neck of a maid who's probably 15 years older than me. Due to the sudden action, combined with my heaviness, the maid clumsily fell on the ground while I'm at her top, still gripping her neck tightly. The maid was surprised and turned pale. She tried to speak, but what comes afterward is the only tightening of my grip, making her harder to breathe. By all means, please continue, please show that action, the way you speak to our young miss. I will let you go and continue your performance and I'll be watching. Please further disappoint me so I won't have to hesitate to silence you. I let go of my grip on her neck and move away from her. The maid looked at me and was trembling due to fear. And please, if this situation happens to be known, I would gladly come to your room and talk with you, alone, and I would like to hear each word that will come into your mouth. After saying that, I flicked my finger. Hey! Do you hear me? How dare you, a maid, say that to me? Much less disregarding my presence. The maid, who's pale as a sheet, tilts her head in confusion. She looks at me. I raise my finger and place it close to my mouth and slightly tilt my head. Shoo, I'm watching. Please continue. I expect a good performance. I murmured. The young miss did not hear what I said due to how she talks non-stop with full of anger. At the servant's case, even though she did not hear it, she still probably know what I meant. The maid fell on her knees and immediately kowtowed while trembling in front of my presence and young miss, who looked shocked. Young miss. Forgive me. I'm sorry. Please forgive this lowly servant. W what? Ha? Young miss looks confused while looking at the trembling maid, whose eyes produced a drop of water that started to keep flowing non-stop and a snot in her nose, disgustingly eating it with her lips. That's gross. Despite the innocent, confused look of young miss, she straightens her back and turns serious, acting like a mature boss who can forgive such a stupid scheme of his workers for making a joke on him. But this just makes her look cute and act like an adult. Ahem, I can forgive you, but I hope there won't be next time, is that clear? Why yes. Thank you, young miss. You have a beautiful heart that. Stop with the bullshit flattery, it won't get you anywhere and only will gain my anger. Oh my young miss, you're still 7 and you already know how to say such bad words. The maid happily stands up and turns her back away from us. The maid was about to run away, but I stopped her. Excuse me, I think this is yours. I say while I reach my right arm towards her. What is in my palm is a kerchief with a flower design and a name that is carved into small at the left lower volume of the kerchief. Hi. Thank you. She quickly grabbed the kerchief. She was about to take it, but I grabbed her palm and whispered to her. From now on, I will be watching you, so let's make sure you don't do such stupid things, okay? Miss Anneth. I quickly move away my face from hers and bowed at her as if nothing happened. Miss Anneth, whose name is in the kerchief, silently walked away without strength. June, right? Yes. Cook. I want to eat. I prepared a soft food for my breakfast. Understood. I bowed and was about to go to the kitchen, but Yen Miss spoke. Serve it to my room. Yes. After that, I walk away, but as I made a step away from the dining area, I bumped into something and I heard a muffled cute voice below me. Ouch. Ouch. Short fluffy blonde hair and green eyes with a bit of tear on them. Her white soft skin and a body that could break easily are in front of me. There was a diaper on her lower body but no clothes on her upper part. The child looks around too. Ish Poinwell. It's painful. I was about to speak, but I heard a familiar voice behind my back. Amelia? The child brightly smiles like a bloomy flower in a greenhouse, beautifully shining through the brightness of the sun. Anwi Chama. The child stand up and then bowed slightly to me before saying it was me. The child tightly hugged young Miss affectionately. She's adorable. Amelia, have you eaten breakfast already? Borkwash? No. Nana safe I quent. Breakfast? No. Nanny said I can't. Hey you. Yes, young miss. Include. Bring her some breakfast too. Young miss said as she looks around with her eyes lowered a bit. Aim, where are your clothes? Thwow. Hout. No. You must wear your clothes. Don't take off your clothes, okay? That. It hot. Ah. Why you still wear it? Anwi Chama. What is it? The little miss did not reply but instead looked at her lower part where her diaper is intact in her body. After gazing at it for a few seconds, she looked at us and started to cry. Master did not teach me about this. Hey. Do I dash? I apologize, young miss, but I do not know how to take care of a child. Maybe young miss should wear diapers too, so I could learn a thing or more. Young miss flushed red in shame and anger. Oh my, I might like teasing her. Insolence. Why dash? Young miss, I apologize again for being rude, but don't you think it is wrong to act like that in front of your little sister? What I'm doing is not how a servant should behave on their master, for they may have been punished or get fired, but... Who am I? Fune. I'm a slave, and young miss would not fire even if she want to. Although, I said that, I should behave properly, I'm going to tease her at some perfect time. Guff. Just make us breakfast. Understood. I bowed at her and she waved her hand shuing me away. I went to the kitchen where I could see a chef. His age is around 40s, he has muscles and an arrogant look, a sharp pointy mustache which made me wonder if he was taking care of it. putting a gel on it, using shampoo on it, because I could see always touching his mustache as if his longtime partner. "Excuse me, Mr. Mustin, Mr. Chef, could I use your kitchen?" "HM? You want to use the kitchen?" "Yes." Why?" "I must cook for young miss and little miss breakfast." "Young. I see. I'm sorry, I will have to decline it." "Why?" I stared at him because declining a personal maid of young miss is as well as disobeying her order. "It's not that I want to make it hard for you or I don't like the young miss, but the Lord said I should not prepare some breakfast for the young miss." "Why is that so?" The chef shrugged it off and smiled bitterly. "I don't know, especially doing that to a child. As much as I want to, I have a family to take care of. Hope you get what I mean. You'll also like." "Is that so?" "It can't be helped then." I was about to turn my back and immediately go to my master's place to cook there, but the chef stopped me while using his hand to cover his face. Sigh. "Here." He picked something, and what it was is none other than a pancake, a simple yet appetizing appearance that would probably help my young miss to be full. The pancake was well cooked and no part is burnt, though the chef also gave me syrup for the pancake and butter. "Quickly go, I don't want the others to see me giving you food for the young miss," the chef said as he started to touch his mustache, playing with it while closing his eyes. Humans aren't they seem to be." I bowed at him, but then quickly stopped me, saying he did not want such a thing. He even added 2 pieces of pancakes, remembering the little miss. I thanked him for his kindness. The chef is a great man, and despite the risk of getting found out, he still gave me food for the young and little miss. While walking I used my illusion magic to hide the plate in my hands. I create an illusion where I was walking without holding something. I must say, my illusion is pretty good. I could do anything without the others knowing it. I could even go out naked while in the eyes of others I was wearing clothes. Oh my, such thoughts came to me. Ever since I transmigrated here in this body, I change, really change. I don't even know if this is how I am in my previous life. That bastard of a god, even if I don't remember my past life anymore, I still knew he transmigrated me into the body of a girl, and maybe a pinch in my morals. I do not know, or maybe it is just me being me. While I was lost in thought, I heard a shout not far from the dining area. I was about to get to my young miss room, but oh, what a coincidence. I saw my young miss still outside of the dining area shouting at the middle-ages maid. "I ask you. As her nanny, you should take care of her. The money that we pay for you is worthless against a lazy person and displays their master's order. And I say again, you do not hold authority, young miss. Please stop being a brat." Ugh. Once father heard of this, he will. Will what? "Young miss, you should know by now that Lord Cardigan held no." "Oh my young miss, why are you still here? And where is the little miss?" Young miss looked at me with anger, but soon changed into surprise and confusion. "You? Why are you here?" "Apologize for not abiding by your order, young miss, but as I was heading to your room, I heard the shout of my master's daughter, who angrily shouting at a pesky pest who has no power to bite, but whose only purpose is to be slapped until it is unable to move," I said without stumbling at my words, gaining the malice of the middle-aged person, or was she the nanny? "Young miss, where is the little miss?" "She was taken by the other maid." "Will the maid have to take care of her, dirt in that place?" "No, in her butt." "The shit?" "Why should I hesitate to say it?" Sigh. Young miss stiffen at my words, and then flush a bit, forgetting the existence of who is now burning with anger. "No. This person here is the maid to teach Amelia how to take care of herself." Oh my. That's simply great. I mean, does little Miss H have the right time to teach her about this? I guess not. Because of how young miss looked at me with bewilderment that was soon changed to anger, which means my answer is no. But little miss is still a child, no? So, forcibly teaching her something that she still couldn't do is something ridiculous. I hope the person who ordered that maid to teach the little miss does not have a problem with their brain. Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Finally, she decided to speak instead of fuming with anger. Who? Ha! Such disrespect to your elders. I am the nanny of little miss. You? Are you mocking me? She said with her tone lowered due to anger, which young miss hit at me a bit. Me? Mocking you? You f***ing child. Ah. You are a nanny. What do you mean you are a nanny? Ah, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it, you are the useless nanny. You. She raises her arm and was about to slap me, but I stared at her. So? She stopped midway as she heard my monotone voice. Why does a nanny act so immaturely on her work? Are you not embarrassed enough to get angry at a child like that? A nanny? You? Which one? You don't get it. Of course, I won't, but I'm not an idiot that did not know what is wrong or right. Maybe you, nanny, should know about morals? I mean, I could not see it in you, and will you stop being angry once a word comes to my mouth? It's not like you're getting insulted, no? Or are you having menopause? That's just said if that was the case. I mean, do you even have a child? The nanny stiffened and did not answer for a whole, but then blinded with anger, she started to use her arms to hurt me. I was about to retaliate when I heard an unpleasant voice. What is happening here? I look at my back and saw a man whose age is around 27 to 29 years old, brushback blue hair, and orange eyes. He wore a thick blue tuxedo and black jeans. A black vest inside of it, as well as a black necktie. Inside of its vest is nothing but a white long sleeve. Answer me, what is happening here? He looks at us with cold eyes, making the others tremble in fear. That same goes for my young miss, who was trembling in fear. While I could only look at how laughable he was. Using this technique to imply his superiority? How funny, master's gaze is much more than 1,000 times better than his. Still. I just sigh. Such a nice first day of my work. It is even hard for me to control myself and not kill the man in front of me. 0. I did not publish a new chapter last week because of a simple reason. When I woke up on Monday, for some unknown reason, I was depressed. Everything felt like a burden to me, boring. I could only sleep all day long without a care. Well, at least it was mild. I mean, it did not go to the point I will try to kill myself again. Well, I said my depression last week till now is mild, but I still tried to hurt myself for unknown reasons. So, it's not mild? So I could only sleep not to hurt myself, but then again, when I woke up I was thankful I slept through the night. I mean, that is the only time I feel all right. Young miss, and little miss, let's go. Both of you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Huh? What? Pardon me, young miss, let's go to your room together with little miss to eat your breakfast. I said while I purposely stretched the plate with pancakes. Young miss drooled over it while the little miss has stars in her eyes. But. Did I give you permission? While my young miss is stammering from her words, she was not able to finish it as a cold, arrogant voice came at the mouth of someone I was eager to kill. I saw little miss crawling in fear and hid behind young miss, who is also shaking. Despite my age, I still know in my previous life I was an adult, a healthy man who likes to play with himself. I was weirded out how I remember that, but never mind that. Ahem. Greetings. Who are you? The one who will pop your balls. I was assigned today as my young miss' personal maid. I don't remember assigning one. Because you're dumb, that's why. I was assigned by my master. By master, you mean that word dash. Before he could finish his word, I interrupt him, furthering his disappointment. Excuse me, but who are you? Dare a servant to ask me of that question? It seems as if you don't know me. I would like to not know you honestly. For the first time, I regret not wishing the bastard god had a power that, with just a flick of a finger, I could erase someone's existence. That is the reason why I'm asking. I know you, but I actually did not want to know you. Master deserves better. Though, a young miss wouldn't be born. Such thought came to me, not minding who I was talking to be honest. Why should a little girl whose age did not still reach the age of 13 rudely speak to a person whose age is 20+ years older than her? I'm a great example. Many would find this disrespectful and rude child, and it would be a great compliment. And also, for some reason, I know I could beat this garbage without a problem. I don't know if I was just arrogant or full of self-confidence, or maybe both. But I can tell I could beat him. It is just an intuition. I could kill this garbage without him knowing how he died. Calm down, you must calm down. June Master told you to control any negative emotion. The side effect of my bloodline might take its effect. Very well, I will announce my name to a disrespectful child who knows nothing but to blabber such a rude way of speaking. I'm not glad to hear it, but very well. The garbage glared at me almost as if he is seeing someone who will die soon. I could only lie low waiting for his name, which I'm not eager to hear. You'll also like. I regret pretending not to know him. Brary Owen Cardigan, head of the Cardigan family, one of the 6 lords, the one who is the head of this house, and the guild master of number 1 guild, now. What do you say? Hello Lord Cardigan, it is not a pleasure to meet you. I would like to please be on my way, not seeing such a delightful face of yours. Please let me introduce myself as well. I am June. June Pearl, the little sister of Cynthia Pearl, the vice leader of Hestia Guild, and the most trusted and powerful slave by my master, Glinda Octavia. I'm sorry, did I not say I become a little sister with Cynthia Wanisa a week ago? I don't know how they did it, but I gain her last name, and I'm happy with it. Little sister? A slave? Ha! The garbage snarled at me mockingly, then glared at me, seeing something awful for the first time in his life. A slave dared to talk with her master? Honestly, what's with this dare to talk to me, dare to that, dare, seriously? Gosh. Please let me rephrase your wordings. It seems your ears did not comprehend my cute, adorable voice. I am Master Glinda's slave, and no one but only her. And I have the right to claim what's hers. And why is that so? Because I'm her husband. KLL. Toot, 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 please add X on it, as in ex-husband. Please let me add this too. It is a great mixture of insults. Garbage of a husband, mind you, Lord Cardigan, I really think it well. You disrespectful bitch. You won't even respect those who are superior to you. Kill. Everyone. Will do. Please don't add the word disrespectful with bitch. It is already shown, how do I act? But I might spare the word bitch though. I am aware I'm a bitch, no need for exposing it, thank you very much. Hilda. Take this disrespectful child and punish her. Understood. A shadow blocked my light, and when I looked behind my back, I saw a muscular woman. Her hair is brown and tied in a ponytail. She is wearing a leather coat with fur on the shoulder, her tummy exposing a 6-pack abs. She instantly grabs my wrist mercilessly, and I could stare at her. Did I say a fact in this whole conversation? My face shows no sign of emotion? The woman whose name was Hilda, which I heard from that garbage mouth, tried to pull me with great force. She will do. Amputate her. Break her. Make her body filled with blood. For your master. Odd. Something is wrong with me. But my painful groan seems misunderstood by everyone. Young Miss, who saw this, panicked and quickly embraced the leg of the garbage and begged. Father! Forgive her. I will punish her myself. Please don't do something to her. Slap. Shut up and stay like an obedient child, you have no right to say such things to me. He coldly said. Calm down, don't let this negative emotion consume you. Calm yourself, June. Right. Kill. Kill him. Kill everyone. Then everything will be quiet. Guh. It hurts. The woman who is grabbing my wrist with his hand gripping tightly on my wrist smirk, thinking I was hurting due to her action. Various sounds of cracked voices that I kept hearing in my eardrums, keep saying kill him, her, kill everyone, get rid of everyone close to me. My hand, which was the one that was being grabbed, flinched. If I kill everyone here, these voices will disappear, right? As I'm about to move my hands, a sudden force tackled my body. I was soon awakened, confused, anxious, and most of all, horrified. Please. She is my personal maid. I have the right to refuse this punishment. Don't disobey me, Charlotte Blair Octavia. You have no right to punish her. I'm the only one who could do it, or MOT mommy. You. Hilda. Take her now. Yes. Hilda, who obeyed her lord's order, pulled me forcefully. Unfortunately, she couldn't. She knitted her brows and looked at me. As I stared at her, she shuddered and started to turn pale. She unconsciously let go of my wrist. But I grabbed hers instead, without anyone noticing the problem. An extra started to shout, a familiar shout at least. Without anyone seeing that I grabbed the woman's wrist and she could not let it go. My lord! This personal maid of young miss threatened me. Said she will kill me and disrespect you. Right in front of young miss. She did not do anything at all. Please find justice for this servant. What? Yui dash. Quiet, Charlotte, it was still her first day to be your maid, but she already influenced you greatly, how disgraceful. Father. I dash. That maid, I will fire her, and you. You are not allowed to dash. Excuse me for my rudeness, but could you please shut up for a moment? As I said so, I gently push away young miss out of my body, then I twist the arm of this Hilda, losing his balance as he kneeled in pain while I still grabbed his hand. Aggh. Oh my, what a sight, it is unpleasant though. I then threw her out of my sight, crushing herself on the window, shattering it as she continued to fall. As I did this, I made sure that my illusion is taken in effect. I used illusion on little miss and young miss. I don't want them to see such a sight. They are still a child and they shouldn't see my action. They might be traumatized because of it and worst, fear me. So, what I only did in their illusion, seeing me knocking Hilda in the neck, quickly losing her consciousness, and some may take her away from us. Now then, first of all, the owner of this house is Master Glinda, not you. I am honestly wondering why you ate here. Second, Master Glinda allowed me to retaliate towards you. If something unexpected happened, I could hurt you for self-defense. Thirdly, you have no rights ordering my young miss around, as you already divorced with my master and she wins the court of taking care of young miss. And lastly, fourth, should you see my daughter getting hurt by someone, don't hesitate to repay it. And that was my master order, so, Lord Garbage should know what will happen next, right? As if he was responding to my word, Lord Garbage raises his arm, gaining a bright light. His arm was covered by yellowish light, and its shape is like a blade. I wouldn't have killed you if not for your action. I was thinking of letting you go despite that killing intent earlier as you first saw me, but you give me no choice. He swung it down towards me fast enough for others not to see. And as it gets close to my head, it soon stopped inches away from my forehead. What? He frowned at this and tried to pull it, but to no avail. Oh my, it seems my killing intent leaked out. Now please get out of our sight. In an instant, a small hand appeared on his cheek. He could not even react. With widened eyes full of shock, he received the slap of a small adorable hand on his face. Slap! With that, as if it was comical and earned me confusion, he was spun into the air 6 times, which is unbelievable. I look at my hand and think, well, should I name it? With that, the woman before, or Hilda, came back and glared at me with both anger and fear. She lifted the head of the Cardigan family and moves away. Of course, everything that happens is different from the viewpoint of my 2 adorable misses. They only saw Lord Garbage walk away in anger, and the maid, who was right now looked away from me due to fear, is different from their eyes. What they could see is the faces of the maid full of shock at their lord's action and a sneer cast from me. I sighed and looked at the floor where the shattered plate, the pancake, was stepped by that woman and could no longer be eaten. Young miss, little miss, let's go. Young miss tilts her head in wonder at why I suddenly turned quiet, and little miss, seeing this, did it too, tilted her head and acted as if confused when she was actually clueless about everything. But that is not the reason why I turned quiet. I thought it was already gone because the voices disappeared. But it came back with the worst hallucination. Young Mrs. Head, at the center of her face, at the top of her nose and nose bridge, a single cut line appeared that getting bigger that reaches her chin and her hair place. There, as if I was in a 3D horror movie. A pale blood finger came out inside of her cut line face, slowly opening her skin and producing lots of blood. The one finger turned 5 and then turned with a palm. And her young miss face, which looked like a fairy, now turned into flesh with veins. The pale bloody hand continued to descend in her face until it reaches to where a head popped out. My young miss head explodes right in front of me with a few brain parts hit my face as well as blood. I could only look in shock, and many more emotions I could not describe right now. The head that came at my young miss head was flesh with tissues and veins, head and body, black hollow eyes, and a mouth where no teeth and tongue. It soon spoke in a cracked and horrendous voice. June? How can you be like this? Ha? What? Ha? Don't away. I look at the side where little miss was. Her appearance is like the being who came out of my young miss's head. What expression could I make? I avoided them as I know this is my side effect working. I look around and see the surroundings. The hallway is full of blood, with a severed head and body, the body of that garbage and those maids earlier. But what catches my eye was the skin face that hanging on the wall. It was the face of my master, Glinda and Cynthia One-San. Their face was hanging as if it was an art. I saw their body chopped and scattered everywhere. I began to tremble and sweat coldly. I could hear my heart beating faster enough for me to think I was having a heart attack. June? I look at my side again and I regretted it. The body of my young miss is still standing, however, the head and arm of the creature are in her now half-head. It spoke again with the widest wicked smile as its hollow eyes turned crescent. Whyy, did you kill us? I started to have rough breathing. I could feel myself losing air to breathe. I just stood while I was clutching my chest. I saw its flesh arm slowly reaching for me, and I could only do nothing but stare at it. Calm yourself, this is only a side effect, a hallucination. It is called Devil's Whisper, okay? It's fine, it will be gone soon, okay, right? Relax. Even if I tried to calm myself, I could still hear cracked laughter in my ears. I want to smash my head into the wall hoping for it to stop. I was about to run and hit my head on the wall, but a hand gripped my maid uniform. I look at her knowing how she looked right now, but I am finally able to calm myself at the sight I am seeing. June! Are you okay? Yes, my young miss, I'm only thinking how truly adorable I was for Lord Cardigan did not able to hurt me and only walked away in anger. Stop making stupid words. But I'm not. Stop, just. Let's go to my room, but can you put away the pancake? Understood. As I comply, we began heading towards young Mrs. room, while I quickly cooked new pancakes. They eat well, liking the pancakes I made. After many minutes and talking to each other, little miss bid goodbye. Her personal maid, was only standing and closing my eyes as I could hear voices again. I don't know when they will be gone. June. Lie yourself here. Pardon? Don't make me repeat what I said. Sleep on my bed, you need rest. Yes, thank you, young miss. UNN. As I obeyed her, I rest myself on my young miss bed, smelling an alluring scent. I managed to fall asleep successfully. I woke up after noon. It was shameful of me to sleep in my young miss bed, but young miss laughed it off, saying how ironic I was. I continue serving her until night. When she is sleeping, I left after knowing she fall asleep peacefully. Now then, I still have unfinished business to do. No one's POV. A maid whose maid is in her 20s opens her door room, and as she enters her room, she closes the door. As soon as she closed the door, when she turned her back, there she saw a silhouette. Do you believe in mirrors? The maid started to tremble, and with weak trembling knees, she quickly reached the doorknob and tried to open it, but a dagger flew towards her, stabbing the door. The maid did scream, but something wrapped around her mouth, making her unable to scream. Now, don't try to do anything reckless. That thing in your mouth is sharp enough to cut your head with ease, so I must warn you not to scream. Wave your hand, it means yes. Take your time. It takes a few minutes before the maid could calm herself and waves her hand. June, who was waiting, still looking at her reflection in the mirror, and said with a monotone voice and no expression on her face, "Great, now sit there on the bed." The strings on the maid's mouth loosened and moved away from her. The maid looked at June in fear, confusion, and bewilderment. With mixed emotions, she could not help but think that the little girl in front of her has the guts to hurt the head of the cardigan, one of the 6 lords. She was too arrogant, not knowing her action could lead to fatal consequences. Now then, let me ask again, do you believe in mirrors? With a hint of fear and confusion, the maid asked. What do you mean, do you believe in mirrors? Well, you see, I don't believe in mirror. Do you want to know why? Because they don't show you who you really are. Because they just show you what you look like. However, if you stand someone up and put a fear right in front of them, well, now that shows you exactly who they are. The maid is trembling with each word that comes out of her mouth. The maid could not help but wonder how much more terrifying is this maid than the lord she was serving. She feared she will be killed right now. She could feel it. That the little girl who is talking in the mirror is crazy. Insanely crazy. So, tell me something. When I make your face look in that mirror, and trust me, I will, I wonder, what kind of a woman are you, because I will know it when I hear it. So, let's do it, Miss Anneth. Let me see who you truly are. The maid knew, after this situation, if she somehow sees tomorrow, the way she lives will change into terrifying life. June POV. After speaking to the maid Anneth, I went back to my room and jumped on the bed and stared at the ceiling. What happened earlier is terrifying. After experiencing that, for the first time, I don't know what to do. It just so happens that for some reason, every time a young miss touches me, it will be gone, but then will come back again after a minute. The side effect, or the devil's whisper, loses its effect when I am finally able to sleep. But it was still outrageous. What I have seen is nothing but traumatizing. Sigh. That's not it. I could feel it. Apart from my change. Master. We underestimate the side effect of my bloodline. Does that even a hallucination? No, I just can't accept that as just a hallucination. If it was, then it was terrifying, horrifying. It is fitted for its side effect title. Truly, at first, I was confused about the title of my side effect. Since my bloodline has a skill name of angels, I thought, why did the side effect title be Devil's Whisper, not Angel Sin? Now I know why. Those voices were like the devil's voices urging me to do something. It is scary. And I could feel it. As the devil's whisper taking its effect this morning. I realized it after I talked to that maid, Anneth. I felt like It was truly the whisper of the devil, slowly eating my sanity and driving me into insanity. And I feared who I may become if I succumb to that situation. That's all, Master. June, is what you said true? Yes, I will even sacrifice Master's weird kinky to Cynthia Wani-sama. Okay, I believe you, so stop saying something weird, it could lead to misunderstanding. Yes, just like how Master has a weird fetish, I should also include some weird misunderstanding. Just shut up for a moment. It was morning today, around 6:30 a.m., and Yen Miss was still asleep currently, around 9 a.m., the Yen Miss would be already awake by then. So I had the time to report everything to Master. What I stated is about what happened yesterday. It is just my first day of serving Yen Miss Charlotte. However, I already found some problems. June, don't mind that bastard's command, and feed my baby with a proper meal. She must eat 3 times a day. Also, Amelia? If I'm not wrong, she would be that woman's daughter. Yes. Also, watch those servants. Remember, you are not just her personal maid. Bodyguard, cook, valet, information broker, shadow guard, chambermaid, aide, tutor. Isn't that too much? Anyway, yeah, that is right. Well, Master said I must do my best to serve Yen Miss. Also, can I add something? Seriously, there's more? Fine, what is it? Master said. She then drank warm water that was placed on her table while looking at her hollow projection notepad. Her sex slave. Pft. Cough, cough, cough. It seems Master choked on her drink. Oh my, look at you, Master. You spilled some water in your paper. You are going to repeat it, and Cynthia Wani-sama would also be irritated. What the fuck? Where did you hear that? There is this book that I found in a certain room. It was honestly a hot plot and I could not help but read on it more. It is about master and servant in a sadomasochist sto. Bang! We heard a loud bang coming from the door, Master and I look at it and we saw Cynthia Wani-sama huffing. She adjusted her silver hair so it won't block her blue eyes and also adjust her glasses. Lynn, we have a problem. June, wear this mask, if possible hide your appearance with illusion magic. As Master said so, I quickly use illusion magic to change my appearance. I now turn into a voluptuous woman with ear-length silver hair and blue eyes. I then take the faceless mask that Master gave to me. I have no idea what is happening, but it seems serious, which is enough to make them act like this. I was hoping for you not to find out what our guild originally is. I guess it was wrong for me to hide this from you when you are already one of my people. Based on Master's words, it seems that Hestia Guild is not just a guild that protects the citizens to voids. If I guess, it would be that this guild is only a facade to hide that we are originally part of the underworld, a secret organization perhaps? Did anyone tell you that your deduction is sometimes disturbing? Sadly, Master is the only one who said that. You'll also like. Gladly. Surely. We then proceed as I follow Master behind her back. We then went to the lounge, where we saw 3 men in black, with black glasses hiding their eyes. They stayed at the door like a statue that would not move. They opened the door for us, and I saw a grandpa sipping on a tea leisurely. We walk in silence. Cynthia Wani-sama is on my Master's right while I'm on the left. Master sat on the sofa opposite from the old man while Wani-sama and I just stand beside Master. So, why did such a person as you come into my house without prior notice? The old man sip on the tea before smiling in front of my Master. The only thing I could do is think how confident is this old man, and wonder what breakfast should I serve my young miss. I apologize, it looks like your existence seems too weak to me. I am also disappointed. You did not realize that my appearance is only a peck of my illusion. Master is much, much stronger than this person. Those who can see through my illusion are those who are stronger than me. Sadly, only Master and Cynthia Wani-sama could see my illusion and not be affected by it. It is amazing how I can know if a person is weaker than me. It is also amazing that at my age, I am strong enough to even kill an old man who looks tough and has many life and death experiences. It is by not arrogance that I can say this, it was confidence, Nothing much, I just heard that the white lily who keeps a low profile suddenly made a move, and thanks to that it affects my business. So it seems, I don't know what my masterwork is in the underworld, but if this old man mentioned his business, probably Master did something that caused a major conflict in the underworld. Master crossed her arms and legs, then Cynthia Wani-sama put a teacup on the table, which Master responded by taking it and sipping it. I don't think so. What I just did is clean some mess. Many are too confident to walk in my place, those cockroaches, I have enough of their movements, so I use a pesticide, kill them, then sweep them away. It is not like the steel wolf of the cardigan is interested in those cockroaches? The atmosphere turned heavy, arrogance versus arrogance. It was interesting to watch, as such I only stay and behave like a statue, but it seems the old man's personnel could not play along. They pointed their weapons. Who knows comes where a sharp-pointed blade is at my neck 2 mm away from my skin. Cynthia Wani-sama has a fruit knife in her hand and pointed it at the eye of the opponent at her back. Sigh. Too much for being a secret organization. Glinda, you broke the rules. Aha! I forgot there are such rules. Such an act is unforgivable, however, the others are at fault too. They did not put a leash on their pets, I must also warn them, but there will be no second chance, Glinda. Ho ho, fuck. That was great. Talk about superiority, hee hee. Because I did not move for at least 8 years, you guys grew some bones, eh? Killing those innocent people on my place, snatching some of my territories, I did not do anything as I hope for peace. However, you guys did something I would not forgive. And the steel wolf should know it? The old man kept silent. He clasped his hand between his knees and stared at Master. He reached for the cup with tea and was about to sip it, however, found that there is no more. Would you like another cup of tea? If you may, thank Y-. The old man was surprised at my appearance right in front of him with a teapot in my hands. While he was flabbergasted, I calmly added more tea to his teacup. The one who pointed his hidden blade at me was shocked. He looked at his front, and nothing but the walls in his sight. The old man opens and closes his eyes, and it takes a moment for him to make a voice, albeit astonished. Who are you? I look at my master, and she only nodded, allowing me to answer. Yes, I am just a normal maid serving tea to you, Grandpa. Normal? Then what W-O? Ha 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 ha, hee, I see. It seems you are that lady who is known for killing the echidna alone. Apologies, I must correct it, there are also a lot of people who are trying to kill the echidna. I am the only one who has the strength to kill it. Hee, is that so? Then, it seems is such interesting things, I just go. I would like to apologize for what happened earlier, and about what my son did, on his behalf, sorry. Master just snorted and did not look at them anymore, while the old man smirked at me. The person who pointed his hidden blade at me, glared with curiosity at me. I am so adorable for them to have that kind of eyes. The old man's personnel open the door, but then the old man stops midway and turns his head on us, to be precise, his eyes on Master. Before I go, Glinda. This life of ours, this is a wonderful life. If you can get through life like this, then get away with it, then that is great, really, but it's very, very unpredictable. You know, there are so many ways that you or someone can screw it up. Said with serious eyes as if a warning before leaving us. It's been a day since that old man came into my master's mansion, to which I say, a lot of assassins keep trying to kill Yen Miss, and Master began to move and decided to invade some low gangs in the underworld who is part of the assassination. And this time would be my first mission. June, I know you are strong, stronger than the others, but this mission is your first experience of killing a human and doing something illegal. Yes. George Huntington, age 45, has two sons whose age is already 23 and 22, Jonathan Huntington and Judas Huntington. Their gang name is Crocs, and they have a member of around 300 or so. What I want you to do is to destroy their business, which is selling common drugs to teenagers, and assassinate Jonathan Huntington and Judas Huntington. Yes. Comma. You actually don't care, do you? Yes. Sigh, you may start your mission at night. Yes. I turn around and started to walk away, thinking about what breakfast young Miss should eat. It was hard since the chef won't be able to give young Miss food. But it was fortunate that no one found out that Mr. Mustache was the one who gave me those pancakes that time. Honestly, I don't know what type of breakfast should I serve, for I am only drinking milk every morning. As I held the door handle and opened it, Master's voice suddenly came, halted my step, and turned towards her. Ah, June, before I forgot, I want you not to use your illusion magic. Yes. But why? It will make things easier. Despite that poker face, I bet you think it will make things easier? You see, that's the point, June. You rely too much on your illusion magic. What if there was a person who is stronger than you and your illusion magic are useless? What next will you do? Once the person is not affected by your illusion, you will be caught off guard. Then you're dead. This slave understands. I will heed Master advice. It went without saying that this day is peaceful except for the fact of slight tantrum by young Miss, shouting at me, cursing me, and what's more, than the time when two assassins came and I have to knock them off. This time, while thinking about killing a human later, I thought, why not practice now? And so, I decided to place the two assassins in the basement with the Master's permission. And I must say, I grew excited hearing them in pain. Thankfully, I know how to limit myself and found out I have a sadistic nature. And, yes, I decided every time the assassin who came will be put in the basement. At first, the assassins that came were knocked down by me, then give them to my master. I don't know what happened to them, but have a guess what fate they met. The day goes by until night came. I made sure that young Miss is asleep soundly, then left the room. Lily, a strong-looking woman, was the one who is assigned to guard young Miss at the moment, however. I must finish my mission early because Miss is a person with a bit problematic attitude. I have no battle suit except my maid outfit, and since I was assigned to assassinate someone while not using my illusion magic, I cannot use it to change my appearance. You'll also like. So, I wore a black cloak that became part of the dark and my usual faceless mask. Maybe this will also be a time to use my echidnas thread. Before I go, I went to Master first. Master, I am ready. Good luck. Can I ask a question? What is it? If there's a chance that I will meet an unexpected situation, like getting ambushed, should I do plan B and wipe them out? Master just looked at me with a deadpan expression before bluntly saying, You just want to massacre them, right? Be that as it may, Master, I still have standards and won't kill an innocent. And the fact that none of them are innocent, proof that you want to kill them all, right? I supposed so, I said as I held the cheek with my palm. Sigh. As much as possible, don't leave some evidence. Understood. With this conversation over, I departed heading towards my targets. But then I came back. Master. What? It seems Master was surprised by my sudden barging in the window. Where is my target? Master sighed and held her forehead. She then waves her hand, implying getting closer to her. As soon as I am close to my master, she pointed her finger at a holographic map, the place, the appearance of my target, and their connections. As the appearance of the target is now intact in my brain, this time I departed hoping to finish my mission quickly. I will also take an effort not to get suspicious. As much as I want to kill all of them, I must remain focused on my main objective. Once I kill them, I will quickly go toward my young miss. Cynthia POV. Are you sure she can take it? Yeah, she can. Lynn, you did not explain to June, you even lied about what business they have. What, should I say they are doing human trafficking? CYN. I know that is why I want her to kill George's sons so she won't see their main business. Lynn. You've grown soft. Maybe having a child can change a person. Sigh, 10 expert assassins come here, I already dealt with them, and 5 assassins at Young Miss Place. That's great. My daughter is safe. Why don't you take time with her? And what? Shows that people that I actually cared about my daughter? Then they will take advantage of it. Sigh. You become soft and stupid when it comes to your daughter. Sorry if you think that way. Anyway, back to our main topic. June POV. I jumped through house and house until I finally stop at the target's place. El Rodriguez Street, B231, Santiago City, 0, this place is just made. I look at the huge house, it was an expensive mansion that only a billion could live in. I saw many men that looked strong patrolling the area. Without further ado, I landed in front of the gate and walk with a blank expression. There are 4 guards with weapons that could kill voids as well as humans. They are just standing at the gate while I just continue walking until I get close to them. Without minding them, I jumped through the gate until I entered outside. Of course, thanks to my angel cloaks, none notice me. As I said, I feel invisible while using this. Except for my glowing eyes, which for me see my catching. It is still a mystery why no one notices my glowing eyes, or is it also completely invisible, the glow I mean. Anyway, based on master instruction, on the 3rd floor, Judas Huntington would be in his room. What he was doing is unknown. And Jonathan Huntington would be in the underground doing some business. If their schedule is correct, then I must be careful. And I hope that information is not wrong. Well, it is master. If it's master, then nothing is impossible. I bet she could take everyone in the underworld. First, I went inside the mansion. It was a definition of grandiose, with chandeliers made of some unknown expensive crystals. The floor was transparent that could see any object's reflection. It was smooth, and the stairs are like royalty could walk into. There is a pillar like those in Greek design and a red carpet. I look around and saw many men with different kinds of weapons also patrolling inside the house. While I just continue walking without minding them, I bumped into something, and due to carelessness, an expensive vase that was displayed on the ground fell over and shattered, earning the attention of everyone in patrol. Who's there? Your mother. While I just stand at the spot where the broken vase was placed, 10 men with weapons come fast enough for me not to act. And since I made a mistake, my angel cloak lose its effect. Who are you? A kid? Wait, she is a servant. This is my first time seeing a kid working here as a maid. Maybe the young master changed his taste. Sigh. I sighed at how they underestimated me because of my appearance. I am also disappointed at them for not pointing to my face covered by a faceless mask. Maybe boss also buy this little girl together with those 2 cat girls. Yeah, that might be it. By now, the boss is probably about to play with them in the bed, right? Hey, is it okay for us to talk about this in front of this child? What? That is fine, she is also a slave, so. Hey! Get out of here before we hurt you. Yes, I deeply apologize, this slave made a mistake. What's with that voice? Hey, I just noticed, why are you wearing that mask? The other person said. The man get close to me and stretch his arm towards me. As his hands get closer to me, all of the sudden, the surroundings turned quiet as blood spilled everywhere, and got some blood in their clothes, also. The man who stretched his arm towards me was sliced, and his hand fell to the ground. The man just stared at his missing hand and the blood that keeps spurting right in front of his eyes. The man changes his expression into confusion, anger, and pain. The man was about to open his mouth and tears appeared in his eyes, however, he was not able to let out a scream. Swing! Without any second that none of them could see, the neck of the man suddenly started to form a line, and slowly blood started to flow. The man held his neck with the non-stop flowing blood on his neck. Gurg, ha, gelg, hew. W-ah. The man died in misery as he lay lifelessly on the floor. Everyone was silent for a moment, then their eyes gazed at the little girl that they completely underestimated. Their astonished gaze at me completely changed into anger. They brandished their weapon, sword, and guns. However, before they could use it, their weapon was suddenly taken from them. Floating in the air, they saw a golden string completely covering their weapons to not fall. While they were acting like astonishingly foolish creatures, I immediately I dashed towards the other person, laying my legs between his shoulder, covering his face with my maid's skirt. I used that advantage to stab his face with my knife. And blood appeared on my maid's skirt. I twisted the knife before pulling it, then jumped back. 8. The person who was stabbed in the face fell on the floor like a puppet that was cut its strings, unable to perform. Spinning my knife, then stop it. The sharp-pointed blade is at the back while the hilt of my knife is in the front. Then without further ado, I swung it backward. Spurt! When I swung backward my knife, what it met was the upcoming punch of the person. Gah! I pulled my knife and then twist my body, and I kicked the man on his rib and I heard a crack. I then quickly crouched, avoiding the kick at my back. While in a crouching posture, I used my left leg to give a kick to the person in his crotch, earning mournful pain on him. Then I threw my knife that flew toward the other person who was about to call for backup. The knife pierces through to his chest, and I quickly sprint toward that person. While the person is still standing, I jumped and landed both of my feet on his chest. With both of my hands on the knife, I pulled it, not minding the blood spilled on my mask and clothes. Using his body, I use it to jump in midair. I use a echidna's thread to the person who was about to cast magic. Wrapping the thread in his whole body, I pulled my hand with a string that connected to his body, mercilessly crushing him until his whole bone is not properly placed in the right spot. 6. While in midair, I took another 3 knives from my clothes and threw them toward the 3. 2 of them managed to dodge it, but the other one was unfortunate. However, it is still not done. Using my skill bounce and bounce, it ricochets on the floor onto their back, bending back their body due to pain. While I take that time to use the knife on my right hand, slitting the throat of the person to the left, then as I landed, I pulled the knife on his back, then I quickly rotate myself. While the right person is still in an impact of pain, I use the knife on my left to thrust in at his side abdomen, and the knife on my right flew towards the other person who has an extra gun on his waist, killing him immediately. The person who I stabbed in the side abdomen did not die, so I twisted the knife and pushed it deeper, and pulled it upward, quickly killing him. 2. Hey! Call for backup immediately. I'll buy you some time, said the big man. He dashed towards me at incredible speed, and he gave me a light jab 2 times, then a straight punch. Despite successfully avoiding his attack, the wave of his punch gave me a cut on my cheek. I stepped back and we start punching and kicking for a second. But I still won in the end. By managing to punch him in his solar plexus, I also immediately give him a kick on his nut and a punch on the throat, then using my echidna's thread, I choked him hard for him to lose his breath and die. As the last person manages to connect his call to the other comrades. Team A, this Team B, what's the problem? Nothing, it was just the boss's slave who he purposely let escape. We thought that she actually managed and... Anyway, sorry for the interruption, I said with a deep voice. Okay. Huff. What's that? I tightly held the mouth of the last person who was in pain. He keeps puking burning blood in his mouth as the inside of his throat and eyes is burning in fire. Nothing, we put a sack on the slave. And it seems the boss has that type of fetishes. I see, then contact us later if there is really a problem. Roger. As the call ended, it was also the time for the last person to die, by burning his inside using my fire magic. I look around, seeing the 10 dead bodies. I sighed and quickly walk upstairs. I'm lucky that there is no security camera here, or others hear the noise. I wipe the blood on my knife on the dead body's clothes. Now then, I walk myself towards Judas Huntington's room. And then, we will always ask. Hi, welcome to Story. The story you are listening to was not created by us. We do plan on creating our own stories. But part of the reason this channel exists is because there are so many stories out there in the internet and I want to give them a place to shine, and also because I want to listen to them myself. We will always ask you to support the original authors, as we would ask you to support us. Before I could even put my foot on the stairs, a sharp sound wave was coming to me. I quickly pulled my leg to the side and stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding the unknown attack. Ho! Impressive. I widened my eyes as I did not see it coming. If were not for my instinct, I would have probably died on the ground. Pretty impressive for such a little girl. Accepting this mission is worth, I guess. I look at the person who was standing on the second floor, a wave of disheveled red hair, brown skin, and red eyes with sharp lashes and a scar on her left eye. She was also holding a battle axe with a unique design. The blade of the axe is completely red and the handle is gray, along with a carving that looks like a root that stops at the top of the handle. She is also wearing a chest plate and some shoulder plate as well, a brown t-shirt, but it could not hide her masculine body. She was wearing a short and a stocking that stopped at the middle of her tights, and boots that I could see it was used for a long time. I was watching your fight. I see that you have the echidna's thread. Did someone give it to you? I did not answer and just look at her warily. I just realized, of course, the enemy would notice a commotion. And thinking about it, why would only 10 men come to me? This thinking made me conclude that maybe there was a chance that they know I was coming. Soon, this conclusion that I wish aren't true became a fact. Many footsteps could be heard around the mansion, and soon many people who were wearing black suits started to appear in my field. Swords, guns, staff, etc., any kind of weapon held by each person in this area. This. Surprise? Ha! Sorry, little girl, but we expect you to come, well, not you. We did not expect that person will send a little girl. Oh, well, doesn't matter. What matter is, you probably put an effort to survive. As the red hair person finished what she said, all of the mobs brandished their weapons. A woman with a staff stretches her arm and a magic circle appeared. They have a mage too? This. Now then. Die. All of the mobs started to come at me with a roar of battle cry. This. A man comes at me with a sharp knuckle on his hand. He gave me a straight punch, but I parried it with my arm and twisted his arm to the side and pull him, grabbing my knife and pointing it at his neck. I am in a pretty bad situation, aren't I? Ack! I used the man as a hostage to stop the others from coming, but it seems that some do not care about their teammates at all and fired their guns at me. I have no choice but to use the man as a meat shield and run forward while still using the now dead man as a meat shield. As I push myself forward, some come into contact, however, because I was using a meat shield they could not hit me, but that doesn't mean my back is also protected as others tried to attack behind me. You'll also like. I immediately kicked the upcoming sword upward, propelling the said weapon to the sky, and then I let go of my said meat shield, grabbed my knives that was hidden in my maid uniform, and started to dance with the enemies. I cut the throat of the woman who came at me, and then, because of my tiny body, they have a hard time hitting me, which I used to my advantage. I used echidna's thread to kill the mage that fired a fireball at me. By dodging the fireball, which hit the others instead, I quickly manipulate the fire and burn almost half of them. I don't know how many are, but they are a lot. I could not tell how many are they. Soon I jumped to the sky and used the pillar to push my body and dash into the air, coming at the red hair person. I brandished my knife and swung it towards the red hair person, but she deflected it with her wrist with a thick long bracelet on it. She then gave me a slight punch, which I blocked with my right arm. However, with just that punch it was enough for me to be thrown. Strong. I came back to the same spot again, and a lot of mobs on the second floor started firing their guns at me. So I use echidna's thread to cover me and hide me for a moment. I deeply exhale for resting a bit, but it did not take a second when my echidna's thread was cut in front of my eyes. With a quick reaction, I hide on one pillar, avoiding the bullets, which almost tore me a lot if I am a second late. Ha! Don't stop firing, she will be exhausted in a little while. Use water bullets. She has echidna's thread and it's weak on the water. This is bad. Phew. I exhaled again deeply and think of what I should do. I checked my clothes again and saw I only have 2 knives left. The other knives are on the floor and I have no chance to pick them. I can't use echidna's thread either, as the enemy is not dumb enough not to notice it. Well, maybe some would not, but those who have sharp eyes, like the residential hair person. I looked down and noticed a handgun not far from me. I then quickly rolled away from the pillar, luckily avoiding the attack that also destroyed the pillar. Aren't they afraid that this mansion would collapse? Wait. I could do that. As the pillar collapsed, a part of the second floor collapsed as well, and those who are unfortunate also fell and were buried alive. While that happened, I managed to grab the gun and immediately fired it toward another mage in the head. I then fired 3 more bullets, killing one person with a rifle. I crouched down, avoiding a long sword, and quickly spun myself and used my knife to stab the arm of the person. Ack! I pulled my knife and continued to stab his arm 3 times before letting his arm go. I then immediately fired a fireball at my back, hitting the incoming person to attack me. As the fireball came into his contact, it exploded, making his head become charred. A sharp pain I could feel in my side stomach and noticed there was blood on it, but I pay it no mind as I fire the remaining bullets at others. I then finally kill the person who I stabbed multiple times in the arm by slicing his throat. I immediately run and changed position, managing to avoid the bullets that continue to rain on me. Huff, huff. This is exhausting, ugh. I unconsciously had my side stomach, which is where the part is bleeding. I don't know when it hit me, but I should not mind this damage right now. I look at the enemy on the floor, and there are 10 left. On the second floor are around 20 enemies waiting for me to come out so they could rain bullets on me again. I want to use my angel cloak, however, I could not calm down at the moment, and they know my location. It seems because I was confident of being strong, and thinking every person is weak except my master and Cynthia Wani-chan, which made me complacent and underestimated my enemies. I did not even come here fully prepared, because it was my first mission. I did not think such a possibility. How funny of me to ask my master if I can massacre them. It is not possible, but it is not easy either. I should learn from this experience. I heave a sigh. I look everywhere to look for a weapon. There I see a wakizashi sword. With blank thinking, I sprinted on my step and my opponents fired at me. With luck, I was not getting hit and successfully grabbed the wakizashi. While my one knee is on the floor, I swung the wakizashi as it cut the bullet in half and killed the 2 incoming enemies in my back. How? One person said in surprise as the other gaped at my action. Luck, I should keep silent and must look cool for them not to see that it was just pure luck. Don't stop, keeps firing, said the red hair woman. I sprint towards my nearest enemy and swing my sword, albeit immaturely. I do not know how to use a sword, but this does not stop me. As I slice the person, I dash with great footwork, managing to avoid the bullets that keep raining at me. I then stabbed the person, piercing through her back. As blood splattered, I pulled back the sword and swung it to the side, parrying a staff. I pushed myself by giving more strength in my legs and arms. With force, I pushed back the staff, propelling it a bit upward. And then I used echidna's thread, and like always, I make a spider web, trapping the person who was using a staff. I then threw him to the second floor, pouring fire magic on it. Just like what I did on the Blemmies, I exploded, but because of the impact, the mansion shook in the ceiling and some parts of the second floor collapsed. Suddenly, a shiver ran down my spine, and my spot turned dark. I look at my back and saw the red hair person whose battle axe is in the air ready to slice me in half. Without me realizing it, I use illusion magic on the surroundings. What kind of illusion they were experiencing is unknown as I use it without thinking. But this was enough for me not to get sliced. She stopped her movement and I stepped back. I looked at her and saw she was grinning. Oh ho! Illusion magic? Is there some kind of limit to why you just used it until now? As she said this, she looks around and saw many mobs, or thugs, were in hysteria. I don't know what they were experiencing, but I heard some saying, sorry, stop it. It hurts. I think. It was something they feared of? You have a weird illusion magic, eh? I encounter many of you back then and none of them has a strange illusion like you. Yours is different, Like it has some kind of realistic thing and some hallucination? Bah. I don't know. Die now. She suddenly disappeared and as time slowed, I saw a huge blade 3 inches away from my face. Before it could hit me. Flash step. I quickly disappeared. Oh. She was a bit surprised that I was standing on her back. She looks at me and grinned like a maniac and then stomped the floor and created a large magic circle. The floor turns wet and muddy, which is slippery, and I could not help but frown. Was that flash step? You really have impressive footwork then. Sadly, I know how to counter it. She postured herself into a running pose and then dashed toward me. Aura! She swung her battle axe and I bent back myself to dodge it, but she quickly retracted her weapon and swung it downward. Flash step! I managed to dodge the attack bit because of the muddy water on the floor. I lost balance and slipped myself. And then I somersault, avoiding the sudden attack, albeit in hair's breadth. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Entertain me more! As I thought, this person is a battle maniac. So, previously or last month days, or a year. I said if I should make my own Patreon, right? I decided not to. I'm too lazy. That was part of the reason, and also I am not good enough to make my story more interesting. I am still an amateur in this kind of occupation. Mostly I am writing a story because it become my hobby. It is also because of my personal life. I am going to become an adult who is going to work soon, so. Yep, I won't create a Patreon, except if I become a professional author, if there will be a day. Anywho, enjoy reading. Clang. Shaw. Ha 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 ha. This is bad. No matter what I do, I can't hit her, and I'm going to start to panic, which is not good. I have to stay calm, not just because my opponent is out of my league, it was also because my bloodline side effect might take effect. It's too complicated. I back somersault away from her, hoping to get away from her to get a breath, even just a second. But the red hair person did not even give me time to breathe as she instantly disappeared and appeared in front of me and gave me a heavy blow in my solar plexus. Guh. I spat out, however no saliva came out. I began to have a hard time to breath as I staggered on the floor. My legs weakened as they trembled, wanting to fall on the floor. I keep catching some air. I wanted to breathe, but I can't. It hurts so much that I wanted to cry. I could not even raise my arms to protect myself if ever the red hair person attacked me again. Oh yeah? Is that all? I guess I expect too much. Well, it doesn't matter. I will kill you now, little girl. No hard feelings, this is business. She raises her battle axe with a wide grin on her face, and before she slashes me, she spoke again. I should have taken off that mask, well, later after I kill you. As she said that, she swung her battle axe with a straight line that could cut me in half vertically. But because of her speech, I have enough time to take a breath and rest even just a little bit. With my flexible body, I managed to dodge the incoming attack by sidestepping, and I also stab her arm twice in 1 second. And then I moved away from her and looked at the second floor and noticed that the mobs who were affected by my illusion were no longer moving. What? How did they die or lose consciousness? Was that red hair person said true? My illusion is a different kind of illusion that was used by some people. I guess, if I manage to survive, I have to study my skill more. This is proof that I do know much about my power. I look at the red hair person opening and closing her right arm where I wounded it. That surprised me. I would have never thought you could wound me like this, masked girl. I now really wanted to know your face. Sadly, I really must stop playing with you. I readied myself for the incoming attack. I still did not know it was that magic back then, the thing that cut my echidna's thread. There is no sign of using water magic there, and she never even used magic in our fight. You'll also like. What would be the? I could not finish my thought. No, I did not even blink an eye. However, it was too sudden, and I could not process it in my mind. Crack! My ribs and left shoulder were as if like a stick that could break any time. Ack! I could feel my ribs and the bone on my shoulder is broken, and I was thrown and crashed to the second floor. I caught up with blood inside my mask. I could not use my left arm anymore. My echidna's thread became useless to her, and my fire magic is also no use. She will just slice my fire magic and that's it. I weakly move my knees and right arm to crawl and lean on the wall. I am having a hard time to breath and my senses becoming blurred. She's strong. Too strong. I wish I am strong like her, like Master. If I only have that Die. Ha 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 ha, weak. Can't do anything. Useless maid. You don't deserve their treatment. Pathetic, 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 pathetic. Weak. Ha 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 ha. She has strength. You have not. Take it. Take. Yes. That's right. Take everything. It will be yours. Ha. Ha 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 ha. And I will take it. Gasp. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw myself bloodied, my hands is covered by blood, and my maid uniform is also a mess. But what was in front of me was the red-haired woman who was wounded all over her body, with a serious look that was not smiling like before. Just like me, she was also covered with blood, her right eye was filled with blood, and there are many stabs on her body. Despite her appearance that if other people were in her state, they would collapse and die. However, this person isn't, her piercing gaze is looking at me with her battle axe. She spit out saliva with blood. I could not help but become confused about what just happened. Who the hell are you? She spat out a word that I could not help but answer. Just a humble maid of my master. What the hell are you then? Forget it. It seems you don't even remember what happened. I shall go now. You have a cute face, by the way. I quickly touch my face and notice that I don't have my mask anymore. I was about to panic because if others found out my identity, I will not only fail my master but also put her in danger. Don't worry, I won't tell a thing about your appearance, and this master of yours, I don't know who it was, but this person sure is lucky. I hope to see you again someday, little kid. And when that day comes, you're mine. Lolicon? Hell no! Anyway, I should go now. TCH, I failed to protect his brother, no matter that was not part of the contract. That words ring into my ear and finally saw my surroundings. I could not see the beautiful mansion anymore, what I only see is a destroyed infrastructure. Hey, take those little kiddies over there, let's see each other again, little kid, no. Echidna. Wait, this is too fast? Why the rush? Well, I am thankful, but what the hell happened? Why am I standing in front of her equally injured? Please, before you go, can you explain what happens? She's gone. Sigh. I look in the direction where she pointed the said two kitties. There, I saw two cute little girls. Yes, they are human, albeit they have cat ears and cat tails. The other one has black hair and the other is white hair. Both are hugging each other while staying unconscious. On their side was the person who was my second target, Judas Huntington. Plywood was in his chest, and an iron bar pierces through to his stomach. I hid there and stared at the Tau cat people. Kitties? I kneel in front of them and stared again. By their looks, they are a bit older than me, around 11 or 12, and if I am correct earlier, those people mentioned that this now dead person is going to violate these two. Are there a lot of Lilicons in this world? Did they ever hear of pedophilia? Nevertheless, I used my echidnas thread. You know what? I will call it a thread. I formed it into large eggshell and lifted the one cat-eared person and put her there. That same goes for the other one. I will do so, as that person let me live. Still, I failed. I did not just use my illusion, I even failed on killing my targets, and also my well-being. Tack. I could not help but cry, frustrated at my stupidity and powerlessness. I mentioned earlier that I should learn from this experience, but I could not accept it. Damn it. For the first time, I cried without my master and one each on knowing. Ugh, this. Pity. I couldn't care less even if my side effect activated. I could not care if my surroundings turn into bitter water. I could not care less if it become rain and my surroundings turned black and white. I don't care. With my head lower, that would not able to see my expression, I walk away from this place together with the two-eared people. Wait. I stopped myself and look at the person who said those words. Who are you? Please. Let them go. Don't take them. Who are you? Please. I flipped a stone into midair and lightly kicked it as it flew towards the person. The stone landed on his left knee, earning a painful groan at him. I said, who are you? He knows these two, and by the looks of it, this person is around 15, and based on the voice, the person is a boy. Sadly, because the color of the world turns black and white, and all of my surroundings turn into a lake, and he, the person with a head of tears. Sigh. The side effect is based on my emotion. This side effect is not worse than that day, albeit it is still not good. I will ask again, who are you? Ugh. C. Clark. Just. Clark. Why do you know these two? I met them at the slavery. We are a slave that was about to be sold, however. Stop, I don't care, you follow me. What? I don't want to repeat myself. As I said this, I started to walk away. I have no strength to leap through the house. I will call Master and meet her far away from this place. I should be careful and accept any punishment that my master will put. Wait. If I want, I could kill this person, but I am not in the mood to kill, and I want to see my young miss right now. Really? This day is horrible. Pathetic, boring. Just like how I am pathetically still alive. I will accept death once I came back. That's right, I don't deserve to live at all. I don't deserve Master's kindness and a family like Cynthia Wanisama. Why should I go back? Yeah, why? Why the hell am I feeling like this? This is not me. Is it because of the side effect? Does that mean it can influence my feelings and emotions? This is pretty bad. 0. I am not satisfied with this chapter. Anyway, I just want to ask, if some of you eat breakfast every day, what do you eat? Because I don't eat food in the morning, there is no breakfast, and I would like to know the common food for breakfast in Asia, because my morning breakfast is just coffee. Please answer, thank you. I would accept any punishment, master, please punish me. Then June, you are not allowed to drink milk. I will accept any punishment, but why milk? Master? Isn't this horrible? Now go, serve my daughter and let me talk to these three you take with. Master really did punish me in such a horrible, cruel way. When milk is the only thing I could taste, sniffle. With that said, I still comply, not before turning on my master again and asking. For how many days should I not drink milk? 1 month. Master, isn't that too much? What do you mean? Not drinking milk for a month? What is punishment then? And who asks for punishment? Master said while narrowing her eyes. I stayed silent and sulked internally, then bowed at her. With that, I left the room and head toward my young miss. As of the moment, I don't know what my master will do to the three, and it does not concern me. Whether the master takes them as her new underlings or kills them will be decided by her, not me. Now, what's the point of taking them? Honestly, I don't know myself. Before I could go to young miss, I decided to make a simple breakfast, an orange juice, pancake with syrup and butter. With that said as done, I head towards my cute adorable young miss. Knock knock knock. Young miss, this is June. Get out. Young miss? I said, get out. Don't ever step inside my room. I have your favorite pancake, young Mississippi. Did you not understand me? Young miss, I will leave the pancake here, I will come later, please excuse me. I said, leaving her breakfast on the floor. Then I used angel cloak and waited for my young miss to come out. It did not take for a few seconds until she opened the door and popped her head, looking everywhere, full of cautiousness. She grabbed her breakfast and quickly closes the door. However, I was already inside. I look around and saw there was nothing wrong, then wondered why my young miss does not want me to come inside. Is it because of me being able not to wake her up? Sadly, it seems that my young miss woke up early and was alerted when she saw Miss Lily and started to make a tantrum. I am delighted that despite how she treats me, I am the only person she feels safe. Kufu-fu-fu. Ahem. My. This isn't like me. HM. I notice her bed. The blanket is suspiciously messy, however, as if it was on purpose. It was placed in the middle of a bed, forming like it was hiding something. You'll also like. Despite how my side effect is still in effect, I was thankful it was not something I could not handle. However, it is still difficult. I look at my lady, who is grumpily eating. However, her eyes told me differently. She was delighted and eating, full of enthusiasm. With her being busy eating, I quickly lifted the blanket, and what I saw is something amusing. Urine. There's urine in her blanket. And who pees? Of course, the one who was sleeping here. I could not help but smirked. My young miss, who acts like an adult, actually peed in her bed. Well, I am one not to talk. As I finally know the reason why young miss doesn't want me to enter, I quickly get out of her room, using the window as an exit. Afterward, I immediately take a new blanket and another thing that needed to replace in bed. As for the cushion, I forget to check if the urine also stained the cushion. If so, it would be a problem. I'll know later. As I collected all the things that bed needed to have, I went to my young miss. Knock knock knock. Miss, this is June. I'll come in, thank you, and I'm sorry for being rude. No. Do dash. I did not mind the young miss' flustered face as I continue heading towards her bed. With just a split second, I already changed young miss' beddings. How did you? I know my young miss pretty well. What? I know young miss, she's an adorable brat, acting like an adult, but still a stupid brat, and a brat, but most of all, an annoying brat. Should I ask my mother to fire you? Unfortunately, young miss, can't do that unless you own me. I heard from Aunt Cynthia you like drinking milk, maybe I could use that. But most of all, despite all of that, my young miss is still a beautiful maiden. No one can compare your beauty, your cuteness is at the edge of a boundary that no one could reach. I love my young miss well, she's so mature and knows what she was doing. Get out. My young miss, do you want a massage? I said get out. You stupid maid. Thank you for the compliment, young miss. I am deeply delighted. That's not even a compliment. Get out of my sight now. She said irritatedly with a flush on her cheek. How cute. Young miss then uses her arms to push me away from her room. I even widen my eyes because of what happened. Bang! As I thought, my bloodline side effect will be gone once my young miss touches me, but for how long? With that thought in mind, I was thankful for my young miss touching me. So, I waited. And it did not take that long. It seems that the side effect will come again after 30 minutes, but it was enough for me to rest. Now then, I found out that the side effect is influencing me, it is changing me on something. Which is a bit scary. I don't know if others, especially the Six Lords, have a worse side effect than mine. Maybe I should ask Master later. With that set in mind, I went to my young miss again, this time with a trolley and food for her to eat. I disregard the scream of our head maid or some insects that tried to stop me from giving food to my young miss. Then there was a person, a man to be precise. Now, I may not complain about this, not until now. However, I am keeping myself not to be touched by them. I still have trauma over men, which I don't know why. But this person grabbed my shoulder and tightened his grip. He is a big person too, so I could not help but do something. Ack! I immediately grabbed the hand that touches me. I am thankful to my master for giving me grey gloves. Anyway, I gripped his hand enough to crack his finger. I then twisted his arm before kicking his back knee forcefully, making him kneel on the floor. And while his back facing me, I kicked him in the nut. Yes. Can it be also called a nutcracker? Everyone was astonished, me as well, because my mind blanked after he touched me. It seems I have to control my urges with more effort. As a person who knows having a previous life, I also know I was a man back then. Despite forgetting who I was or what my previous world looked like, I still know what it feels like to be kicked in the nut. The person passed out after what I did, while the other servants is still shocked while staring at the now unconscious man. I decided to continue walking, heading towards my young miss. I saw the garbage of an ex-husband of my master. He was heading towards me with a full of veins in his face. He looks ugly, an ugly bastard. Somehow, that was too unpleasant to my tongue. It feels like I want to burn that 2 words. Anyway, since he can't touch me, and I am not a part of his employees, he does not have the authority to do something to me. He doesn't have power here, well, a bit, but that only goes to his servants. The house? The authority? Everything is on my master. I don't understand it well. I am confused why the master not taking an action, and why she was letting this garbage exist. I would like to know. I think there is a more reason for this. This past month is normal, nothing strange happens, and I am not looking forward if anything happens. With my first mission to fail, I learn from my mistakes and I am not like before. As for my fighting style, it seems I am not the type of person who will engage right in front of my enemies. Also, I find amusement in dancing. While wandering around the city, I saw a lot of dancers dancing in the fire. I find it interesting, so I watched them and decided to do it also. Unknowingly, it became my fighting style in the future. This continues and my second mission is a success. This time I managed to kill the brothers. The red hair person isn't there. It seems that person is famous, as my master knows her as well. However, no one knows what is her name. She was only called the Berserker. Anyway, after a successful second mission, I was again signed into another mission, that is assassinating. The people that I assassinating is those who are in the underworld. It comes to a time I have to kill an innocent person. It did not take long for me to feel like it was normal. I should be prepared when an innocent person gets implicated in my mission. This goes on for 2 years, and I will turn 10 in the next 2 months. As of now, it was night. I just left after young miss finally fell asleep. I walked away from the mansion and head towards a secluded area. It is time for me to practice fire dancing. I actually started to like it, and found out that I can use this as a part of my fighting style. With that, I started to use my fire magic, controlling it and spreading it to my echidna's thread, and began to dance without me knowing that someone is watching me. POV. Remember this, you are the future head of the Cardigan family. Become a strong person as the one who inherits this family. It was once said of my grandfather, the patriarch of our family. To say the least, I gain no interest in this family honor because what was exposed outside is nothing but a sham. The inside of this family is rotten to its core, and I feel disgusted that I have a blood of them. What's worse was that my father has a wife, which is not my mother. Yes, I was a bastard child who was given born by a prostitute. This does not mean I hate the person who gives birth to me. She can have an abortion if she wants to, but no, my mother took care of me and grew me into a fine man. We were hiding until I reached 9 years old when suddenly, my eyes started to glow while I was at the birthday party of one of my friends. That changed everything as when the moon started to appear, many suits and black people came to our house. Forcefully took me away from my mother who was begging. I don't know what happened to my mother. No matter how many times I wanted to see her, everyone will stop me. I am not dumb. I know my mother is a prostitute and I know what it means. However, do I care? She is my mother, the one who gave birth to me, and I know it is not easy for any woman who became pregnant to give birth to their child. I am self-aware of that because there is a lot of my mother's friend who got pregnant and had a hard time in labor, and how much force they need to use to let out the baby they so wanted to see. Although some mothers I had witnessed felt disgusted over their flesh and blood child, I don't get it, but thankfully my mother isn't like that. I love my mother, I respect her, and she is a strong woman. I know, I am aware just like I say, she is using her body. I don't know what happened to my mother and why she let herself sell her body. Selling her body just for us to have something to eat. Lance, my baby, do you hate mother? Ah. How I wish I could answer that. However, it was already too late. How much I wanted to see my mother. The only thing I hope is that they did not kill mother. I was trained this whole year. Keep telling to me I was the next heir of the Cardigan family and should serve the family name. In short, I am just their tool. But I refuse to do so. I will get strong until I can take off the leash that they put on my neck. I am not a dog that will be loyal to them, serve them, and become a complete idiot who will follow their owner's orders. I refuse to become like that. I know I am only the bastard child who was kept alive, and that was thanks to my bloodline that was awoken on that day. However, it was also this fault that my time with my mother came to an end. You'll also like. A week later, my supposed to be a father who looks arrogant came to me. His dark blue hair and orange eyes stared at me before clicking his tongue. TCH, though it disappoints me that you did not resemble the appearance of my family, you are still my child, unfortunately, and fortunately to you. You still have the eyes of the Cardigan and the fortunate person who inherit our bloodline. Be ready, for I will show you your future place. Where is that? To my wife's place. Do not worry, she can't do anything because her daughter is at my hand. Her family and we Cardigan are holding her daughter, for if she made a move will be the end of that thing. Isn't she also your daughter? The way he spoke to his wife and daughter is not like how a father should act. It disgusts me to be this person's son. I made sure I won't become like him. This human being is the garbage of society. It must need to be disposed of to not make a pungent smell of rotten garbage on the environment. I hate this person, who is also the reason for my birth, to be exposed to this world. I am thankful because of him. I am here, however, that isn't enough for me to call him father. I refused, and he abandoned me and my mother. I am a sensitive person when it comes to feelings, and every time I mention my mother who is my father, what I always see is a complete fear hole embracing herself. My mother was traumatized because of this person. How did that whore meet you? I hate it, I want to cut my tongue saying it. However, this past year, they forced me to do so. Mother. I hope you are still alive. I need to be strong. Father, who narrowed his eyes, looked at me before smiling mysteriously. That was many years ago. Let's see, Glinda Octavia, who is my wife right now, was busy back then, and unfortunately, I can't play with her body, so I travel around the place. There, I found a beautiful purple-haired woman walking on the street together with a person who she is holding hands with, that person who I presume her boyfriend. At that moment, I suddenly have a disgusting premonition. And it did not fail me. So, I killed the man, took the woman, and enjoy my night with her. Afterwards, I threw her into a brothel and let my men enjoy her body as well. Well, that whore is supposed to be your mother. But unexpectedly she is alive. Sigh, I want to kill you because I have doubt you are my son when my men do it with that woman. Unbelievably, you are indeed my child based on the DNA. I see. Oh. I thought you will burst into a rage and try to kill me, but unexpectedly you did not. Are you not angry about what I did to this mother of yours? No, that whore is just unfortunate for being too beautiful that you caught sight of her father. What you did is truly remarkable. I expect nothing from you. You are a person who I should look up to. This vermin smirked at me in amusement before walking fast. I need to be strong. Hatred and grudge began to spark in my heart as I vowed to make this man's like living in hell. To do that, I will destroy this disgusting family, I will. For my mother's sake and for what he did to my mother. I take back what I said. I am not thankful to him for giving me a life that my mother did not want. What he did is truly remarkable indeed. I won't feel guilty about killing you when the time comes. With my heart set in stone, I followed the rotten vermin toward the place. Do wear this. Why? She did not know I have another bastard child, and if she found out that you are a week older than her daughter, she might use you to forcefully throw me away, and it will cause a great problem on both sides. What's the problem with it? Oh, a lot. She is a person who has the bloodline of the Octavia family. She is strong. Not even the other lords, except the Williams, could do anything and feared her, so Octavia and Cardigan decided to marry that woman. How? Forcefully taking her chastity by me. Adelier Gwyn Cardigan, shall I teach you how to take a woman? No, I have my way, and father continue. Oh ho? Curious? Fine, she is unstoppable, and my frustration of getting her is also the reason I met that whore, your mother, unbelievably a week later. I finally get her when that woman's brother put a drug on her food and throw her towards my room, truly satisfying. And by making her pregnant, she will lose her strength due to pregnancy. It was just a coincidence that she took care of her daughter and doted on her. That is why she can't do anything when her daughter is at our hands. Unfortunately, despite this, when her daughter turned 1, she started to lose interest in her daughter for some unknown reason, and stopped seeing her all the time. This person is too proud of what he did that he did not realize that his boasting is something I can use to gain information. Thank you. I decided that I will protect my half-sister because the way he is saying that is that the Octavia family wanted Glinda's bloodline all by themselves. They wanted her dead, just like how he explains how many assassination attempts keep happening. And it's not like Ms. Glinda, yes Ms., because they are now divorced. It seems that Ms. Glinda did something awesome because when I ask why how she divorced him, the man's expression is worthy to be seen. He did not say it thought, but I guess it was unpleasant to him. But Ms. Octavia's daughter is her weakness as well as strength. It's not like she lost interest in her daughter, it's just that she made that move to make it look like it, nevertheless. They did not realize it, and instead her not involving herself make their new idea. Make Glinda's daughter hate her. Manipulate her while still a child. However, this will be Octavia's family's responsibility. Once Glinda Octavia is dead, a possibility that her bloodline will be passed down to her daughter, Charlotte Blair Octavia. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, Glinda Octavia went home with a little girl slave, and that slave became a hindrance to their plan. Fa. This is more troublesome than I thought. I am yet not too sure if I trust Glinda Octavia. For now, I wore a servant's uniform, mostly a butler suit. If a servant asks me who I am, I will simply answer of a butler in training. I must not be exposed or let my identity known to others. I will get stronger, but first, I will survive. 0. I decided I will focus on this story this month. I will publish new chapters 1 per day, if laziness won't attack me, so in short. It depends, however, I will publish more chapters this month. P.S. For now, I am tired and wanted to sleep, so I will edit the story tomorrow. I just hope I won't forget. It's going pretty well. Since no one knows I am the heir of the Cardigan family and my appearance is quite far from theirs, every servant thought I was someone who was in training. Incredibly enough, they did not think about a boy like me who's 10 years old and is working in this beautiful mansion. Isn't this too easy? The guards that are supposed to be strict in security can be seen as chatting with the servants or sleeping. The security of this house is incredibly terrible. No wonder the assassination attempts of those two families toward the daughter of Ms. Glinda always happen. They don't care, and if the daughter manages to survive, there is a second plan, and that is to use her. They completely let their guard down on me, thinking I was completely brainwashed. I have no allies in this family. Ms. Glinda is also included in that part. Based on what I gathered, her hatred towards these two families is at the peak of the mountain. Despite them guarding her, they can't do anything, and now they are desperate. Ms. Glinda could do something, but she stayed to be this way. What is she planning? My speculation is not something to be proud of, however, intuition tells me that she was planning something that no one knows. And I have no confidence of finding it out. I am weak as an ant right now. What I need is to survive and see my mother. With that set in mind, I began to wander around the mansion. I went to the library, too many rooms and kitchens. This place was beautiful, its aesthetic is not something to belittle. This vase that I am seeing is not cheap, it cost millions of gold, and an antique thing can be spotted here and there. On the ceiling, there is a beautiful chandelier, made of unknown crystals to me with unique designs that are eye-catching to everyone. The floor has a long red floor mat, and the polished marble is shiny and smooth. I can even see my reflection on it. While I was in awe, I did not forget to have a conversation with the servants. I need information about the daughter of Ms. Glinda. There I found out she is not favored, and it seems that all of the servants here are on that person's leash. No wonder no one cares about her here. All of the people here are on that person's side. However, while they are chatting, they quickly started to shut up when we heard a small footstep somewhere. There, I found a little girl. She looks around 6 to 7 years old, but her face is cold and does not express any emotions or expression. She was pushing a small trolley with food on it. What I saw was a pancake and soup as well as orange juice. While walking, she does not look at us and continues her steps as if we did not exist. That little girl. May I ask who is she? I heard that her name is June Pearl, the little sister of Cynthia Pearl, the secretary of that Octavia bitch. Oh, so her name is June. She looks younger than me. Don't let the appearance fool you, boy. Despite how she looks, she is fierce, arrogant, rude, and a narcissist. I still remember how she almost killed Hilda and how she slapped our Lord. You'll also like that happen? She slapped that garbage? How unfortunate I did not see it. Yes, she disobeyed our Lord and continues serving that bitch daughter. She said that Lord has no obligation nor authority to order her around. Our Lord couldn't do anything at all. I heard Lord Cardigan even complain about that bitch, but was met with a rude outcome. I heard he was forcefully thrown out outside. Then, no one could get a hold of her? Yes. We tried to convince that little bitch, but was met with an annoying tantrum and she won't let go of that bitch. Interesting. I look at her again, with black raven hair and milky pair of white skin. She exudes a temperament of aloofness and coldness towards her surroundings. Despite this, she looks innocent and cute. I immediately blush. While I think of that, I couldn't help but stare at her. A second later, I saw a man who screamed at her. He has brown hair and a masculine body. He is wearing an armament of a veteran combatant and is screaming at the little maid. However, his intention did not meet her ears as she continued walking without minding him. In anger, the man held the little maid's shoulder, and I noticed that he tightened his grip. I think that is pain. What happened next is something my brain cannot process. The next moment I knew the man was already kneeling on the floor. Then she kicked him in the neck, making him fall unconscious while holding his lower part. I unconsciously covered mine as well and could not help but sweat drop. Then I saw her look to the right side and then turn to the front again, continuing walking as if nothing happened. There, I saw the person fuming in anger. His face is completely red and he even kicked the unconscious man. I hid at the back of the servants so he would not see me. Once he was gone, I began to walk again until night came. The information that I gathered here is not enough, especially on Ms. Glinda. There is something off about her, like she was planning on something. My intuition has never been wrong. While thinking of that, I caught the glimpse of that little maid again. Out of curiosity, I followed her until she stopped. She looks around and I completely hid in the tree. Thankfully I am 20 m away from her. I look again after a few seconds. What I saw is something I will never forget. I saw an angel dancing in the fire. Her movement is graceful and elegant. Her body is very flexible and alluring despite how small she was. As she spun herself, her lowered gaze fluttered beautifully and her small supple rosy lips curved, forming a smile that caught me off guard. I could not help but blush and continue watching her. Her footstep was executed perfectly. It was enchanting while her maid uniform fluttered every time she moved. What I also noticed is those thread fire lines that look like following her steps. It was surrounding her, creating a spherical line on the field. Then some fire-like fireflies were made. She looks like a person who becomes one with the fire. I was too mesmerized by her dancing that I unconsciously stepped forward. My eyes won't leave the girl who was dancing beautifully and innocently enjoying what she was doing. Pretty. She then jumped high, bent her legs and arms backward, her surrounding full of a small fire and the moon on her side with its glow illuminating her beautiful appearance. And as if a real angel descended on the earth, she landed on the ground and slowly stands up with a smile on her face and lowered gaze widened and innocently look at me. The moon's brightness illuminated her beautiful and innocent appearance. It increased her charm and I could not help but gulp. We both stared at each other as I felt my heart wouldn't stop beating fastly. I knew for sure that I fell in love with this person. A second later, I did not notice and didn't have her suddenly right in front of me. May I ask who you are? I was surprised at first. How did she manage to get close to me without knowing it? However, that soon disappeared because my heart wouldn't stop beating at an abnormal rate. I look at her again and now we are close. I am sure she really is adorable. I want to pat her head and wanted to see her smile again. I'm not dumb and confused about what I am feeling. I know this very well. I have seen this feeling back in my days with my mother. I saw many ladies telling this feeling with their friends. I fell in love with her. The angel who dances with the fire. Unfortunately, I did not notice or realize how quiet her movement was. I'm just staring at her and could not utter a single word. She tilts her head and smiles in amusement. Fufu, I know that look. You are mesmerized by my dancing and my look. I know I am beautiful, adorable, and cute, but please don't look at me like that. You look like the others who were enchanted by my appearance. Well, it is true. However, I rejected the idea of you confessing to me, so I will gladly give my answer to you. No. I don't like you. Thanks for the feeling though. And as soon as I heard that, what I felt earlier quickly disappeared and deadpan looked at her. Ha! Fufu, now I'm glad your face changed into something I could see, not like that disgusting look earlier. I take back what I said and felt earlier. This little girl is annoying. Ah. The little boy walked away. Well, that's fine. It was unexpected. I was a bit surprised that someone managed to follow me. I swear, I would have noticed him immediately if he ever comes close to me. However, I only notice him because I took a glance at my side coincidentally. Maybe I am too focused. I shrugged it off and started heading to my room to rest. It was morning now. I take care of my bed and take a bath. Afterward, I wore my usual clothes, which is the maid's uniform. Readjusting the headband on my head and looking at the mirror, I nodded at myself at how presentable I am. I look at the clock and I still have time before my young miss wakes up. Without further ado, I immediately went to work. As of now, my master hadn't given me a mission proclaiming as it was for my vacation. While I walk around, I hadn't forgotten the breakfast that my young miss should eat. With that set in my mind, I went to the kitchen, grabbed a small chair for me to step into, and started to cook. Once I place the cooked food on the plate, I then pour a glass of warm milk and put all of the breakfast in a small trolley. I grow used to the stare of this pesky insect that keeps eyeing me. Am I a celebrity of what? Is it their first time seeing someone like me who disobey their lord? It is their lord, not mine, so why should I follow him? The only person who I will follow is my master, Cynthia Wani-sama, and young miss. Sadly, it seems that the people here have lost too many brain cells to think about the logic of June. I went inside my young miss's room and quietly strolled around her room. To this day, the assassination attempt is no more. It seems whoever sent those assassins stopped those stupid attempts. Well, that suits me as well. I hate to wake up every time an assassin went inside my young miss room. At least these past few weeks gives me a beautiful sleep. Can I make an illusion, a field illusion to be precise, where once an enemy stepped into the place, the illusion will trigger and will lock them into a hellish hallucination? I'll try doing that when I have time. Around 8:39 a.m., my young miss's eyes quivered and slowly opens her eyes. She stretches her arms upward and yawn while still half asleep. Good morning, young miss. Good morning. Please use this towel to wash your face and breakfast is already here, young miss. You'll also like. Despite my weight, the food is still warm by adding a bit of heat pressure with my fire magic. My young miss went to her bathroom and after a while, she came out with that fierce look again with arrogance in her walk. It is incredible how my young miss changed from an innocent fairy into an arrogant brat. Hey you, are you thinking of rude just now? That's just your imagination, young miss. If you are thinking rude towards me, I won't hesitate to punish you, you got that? Thank you for the wonderful warning, young miss, I am deeply fluttered. Are you crazy? That is too much of a compliment. You're not denying it? No, I would never deny my young miss words. Are you stupid? No. You denied me. That's because it is a stupid question that an idiot would say. Did you just call me an idiot? No comment. Both of us did not continue speaking for a moment. Young miss has a stunned look on her face, while I just continue closing my eyes without opening my mouth. I want to change my maid. You want another sex? I mean slave? No, if it was another slave, I would rather let you stay with me. My young miss answers me with full of confusion on her face. I looked down for her not to see me smiling. So, young miss choose me to be her personal slave. I don't know why, but are you thinking something scary and creepy just now? Young miss, despite how I look, I am not a horny maid. I did not say that. You. What are you thinking? A child should not know more, young miss. Ask me when you become an adult. You are also the same age as me. Also, I am already a big adult. Yeah, that part is abnormal. However, you are still an immature, arrogant brat. I said with a low voice, hoping for my young miss not hear. Ah, how unfortunate. Or not. What did you say? Did you think I did not hear your words? Sigh. I apologize, young miss, for telling the truth, a fact that you would not be able to accept. Goor. I just woke up and I am already exhausted thanks to the stupid, idiot, crazy, and horny maid. Odd. It is a wonderful day today. My young miss is complimenting me too much. I am proud to be by your side. No. Ack. My young miss stopped looking at me and began to grumble while eating. Foo foo foo. I couldn't help but enjoy doing what I am doing for young miss. I stayed silent afterward, waiting for my young miss to finish her eating. A moment later, I heard a clank and looked at my young miss done eating as she put down her spoon and fork. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked down at the food. I notice her eyes are gloomy and sad eyes, and I couldn't help but think that my young miss wants some more. Until she opened her mouth, asking me a question I did not expect. Hey! When will Mom? Does Mother visit me? I cannot answer that. I forgot how my young miss longed for love. She hasn't seen my young master for 3 years straight. I clenched my fist and thought if my master's idea is all right. I was about to answer my lady, but when I look into her eyes, I saw her eyes full of longing, expectation, and hope that has no expectation. Master Glinda will come here to visit you 2 days from now, young miss, and will have a bon time with you from now on. Really? I saw her eyes sparkle at my words. I purposely put my hands on the back and clenched them into fists. Yes, she will come. And if not, I will make it happen. Because I think Master Glinda is running away. I will make it sure. I look in the mirror. The person was looking at me without expressing such emotion on her face. Deep purple eyes that could pierce at someone's soul. It was too void that a person might fall for it. Despite her innocent face, what hiding inside of her is nothing but a corrupted soul, jailed at an unstoppable emotion that with a single leak, she will go berserk or suffer an incredible phenomenon. Sigh. I composed myself. This will be the first time. The first time I'm going to confront Master for real. I did not expect I will be so attached to young miss, more than I thought it would be. I readjust my hairband, taking a second look at my maid uniform. I feel like I am betraying the person who I called master. Is it okay to do this? I shake off my head. I look out the window and saw the purple night in the sky. At this moment, young miss is already asleep. And at this time, I will also report this to the master. I must. This is for those 2 idiots, parent and child. With that set in stone, I immediately went to the master. Knock. 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 Master, this is June, and came with a report of today's young miss' daily life with her lovable and adorable maid. Come in. I opened the door and peeked at my master, who was holding her forehead and sighed in resignment. June, when will you stop doing that? I will only stop once my master gives me permission to take young miss hand on marriage. Stop joking. That's not even funny. I apologize for my words, which seem ridiculous. I suddenly have the urge to lock my daughter. But you can't do it, master. I can. You can't even see her. How will you lock young miss? Anyways, here is the list of my young miss's daily cute, stupid, idiotic routine that will make you count your brain cells. Stop saying something like my daughter is a complete idiot. As expected of her mother. By that, what do you mean? Master looked at me with a tick mark on her forehead. I did not answer her, instead started to report everything that happens to my young miss. Once I was done, master permit me to take a rest. However, I did the impossible for a slave to do so. Master narrowed her eyes looking at me, who was now at her side. I did not look at her, and we did not speak for at least a minute. Okay, what do you want, June? Was it necessary to do that? Master looks at me in confusion, her eyes were telling me to explain what I mean. To not see young miss. Master, it was already 5 years since you met her. I don't want to talk about this thing, June. You'll also like. I'm sorry, master, I have the position to do so. Oh. Enough to disobey me? Yes, it is for the well-being of my young miss, as well as wanting to know what is inside of your head, because your action is so stupid that I wonder if you really are my master, who is smart, strong, witty, and brave. The atmosphere turned silent. It was not good, and as if the surroundings turned into an ice field that will give you sheer cold, master slammed her hand and glared at me. Are you telling me what I am doing is wrong? That I am a pathetic mother? Your words cut deep through, master. However, it does not imply to me but to you. You are aware of it, but you're turning a blind eye. I exhale internally as I was trembling because of my master pressure. I felt like my limbs would give up, but I still persevere. June. You don't understand anything. Of course, I won't understand how stupid your decision was, master. June. Enough. However, I understand the loneliness that my young miss experiencing. More than anyone here in this place. I knew it, the master knows it also, but she did not do anything, she was running away. Master, young miss wanted to see you. I am giving her wealth and a life that some others don't have. Yes, I must admit, it was true. However, wealth or the rich life that my young miss is nothing without the love of her parents. That trash is already a no-go, father. I don't want my master to turn into that as well. Master looked down stubbornly, not admitting anything. Sigh. Is it because if you get close to young miss, the Octavia, Verdandi, and the Corazon family would make a move and will attempt a massive assassination towards young miss? As I finish this, master stiffen. As I thought. Master, you are strong enough to shake the whole famous family, and that Corazon family is not of 6 lords, yet you won't do anything. Yes, I must admit, they are the main head or a king in the underworld. Young miss is literally like a hostage to them. June. But master, you are scared to lose young miss, your daughter. Have you forgotten that Miss Lois and I are with her? Sigh. Master, please calm down and think again. You aren't like this. Where was the person who is arrogant on that day, who I met, who bought me? I only see a person who is pathetically running away right now. You did not look behind to see your daughter getting far away as you run. I know. I know, June, but if I take care of my daughter. Master, again. I am with the young miss and Ms. Lois as well also. The 3 who are now my subordinates are doing well enough to gather information and such. Don't look down on us and do what a mother should do. Master bit her lips, with hesitation in her eyes. I must push further. Master, have you never thought of them making young miss a victim and turn against you? What do you mean? Reverse psychology, master. They might use young miss feeling to turn against you, hate you, loathe you to the point hating her genes, because you are her daughter. That's impossible? Master, I just said it. Once I said it, the possibility is not 0. Also, the fact that she doesn't feel like there's a family that wants her might be used against her. Manipulating her until she turns into a disposable puppet. Do you think I will let that happen? I know you won't, master, but they will manage to do so. I won't let that happen. But you are completely abandoning your obligation, your responsibility as a parent, as a mother of your daughter who you should take care of. Loving her and bonding with her. Yet here you are, master, locking yourself doing paperwork just to run away from it, fearing your enemy that they might touch your daughter once you two get close. Master looked down, but I knew I managed to convince her, but not enough. This is for my young miss' sake. I want to make her feelings bloom into beautiful flowers free from the negative feelings lurking in her surroundings. Master, wealth is pointless without young Miss's parents being with her, at least her mother should be there. I know the feeling of not having a parent, Master. I don't want to see my young miss completely believing she doesn't have parents when she has one. I don't want my young miss to look at other children with their parents happily playing each other feeling envious. I don't want my young miss to turn into an arrogant idiot who only has her wealth and will get anything using money. I stop for a moment and continue. I don't want to see my young miss believing that the money she was getting is the thing that makes her happy, blindingly believing that money is the only thing that could make her happy. I must admit, Master, I am now greatly attached to young miss, that's why I am acting this way. Was I not a good parent? Master, that question was already answered from what I said. However, I know you are questioning yourself and not me. That fact is enough that you are a good parent. I can't believe that a child is saying this to me. I can't believe my master is so stupid, no, an idiot when it comes to parenting. Should I appoint you on killing hundreds of voids just like the others? Gasp. Master. You're ordering a child to do that? That's child abuse. Shut it. You're abnormal. Touché. Go, go, I have enough of seeing you. Master, before I go. Sigh. What is it? After everything I said, are you now accepting me as your daughter-in-law? No. I see, not yet, huh? I don't think I permit you to take my daughter in the hand of marriage. But Master, you did not deny allowing me to have a relationship with young miss, nor rejecting me marrying your daughter, you just take it as a joke. Thank you, Master, I will not betray you nor hurt your daughter. With that, I instantly run away before Master could slam her fist on my head. Seriously, that brat. Sigh. She got you there, huh? Foo-foo. Shut up, Cynthia. So, Lynn, how does it feel to be slapped back to reality by a child? Ugh. Foo-foo, she also teases you about this marriage. I don't think she is kidding. Despite that tease, there is a part of her that is serious. However, it seems she does not realize this. It is not my decision. I'll let my daughter decide if she wants to go into that relationship or not. I wonder how big she is now. Then, June was right, you are fine with letting your daughter with her. No! I can feel it, Charlotte would experience a resignation in her life being with her. As I said that, I shivered to see my daughter getting bullied by that June wearing sheep's clothes. I am saying this based on experience. Then, that's good. Cynthia tilts her head and say this, which gives me a surprise and couldn't help but say. What do you mean, dash? Here's your coffee. I know it was already night, but you're probably going to stay awake due to this paperwork. Thanks, as I thought you had here is great. Foo-foo-foo, thank you, Lynn. We will always ask. Hi, welcome to Story. The story you are listening to was not created by us. We do plan on creating our own stories. But part of the reason this channel exists is because there are so many stories out there in the internet and I want to give them a place to shine, and also because I want to listen to them myself. We will always ask you to support the original authors, as we would ask you to support us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is June Pearl at your service. It has been a decade since this happened. It was truly heart-wrenching, tears of joy, breaking legs towards sexually dash. And truly the pinnacle of idiocy towards mankind. I'm ashamed of having dash. June, shut up for a moment. Gladly. Hello, this is June Pearl, you're adorable, lovable, cute, beautiful, with a pair of amethyst eyes and an angelic face, the most faithful maid of young Miss Charlotte Blair Octavia and a slave of Glinda Octavia. And right now, I am staring at my pitiful master, with a gift of a brown teddy bear big enough to triumph over me and make me feel humiliated. Oh my! Did you think something shameful over this line? Stop it, June. Stop at me, I'm so bored. I am just standing here in front of my young Miss's door for over an hour already, staring at my master who would not even knock on the door or do some action. Yes, June, and what's more irritating is that the teddy bear is bigger than yours. Yes, June, I want to grow, but I have a problem with it. June, we should now talk to Master. That's right, me. Master, may I get a word of self-reality check? June, not right now. It has been 1:5:38s, Master. I already started to talk to myself and I might or might not need a therapist. Master looked down and I sighed. Then, Master, I will do it in your stead. As I was about to knock on the door. Master, give the teddy bear to me. I was a bit surprised that I almost lost my balance, it was too big. Ma, Master, this is too big for me, I don't think I can handle it. Master's eyes twitch and irritatedly said. Shut up, your wordings are so wrong. But Master, it was too big, my body won't be able to handle it. At this rate, no matter how much I want this thing, I would rather make my young miss take it. For food, June, just zip your mouth. If others hear what you said, it may cause a big misunderstanding. Damn it, just shut up. Master said and then continued, and look how much you want it. You're hugging it and you won't let it go. Master, having such indecent thoughts over a kid is bad. Foo freaking. June, you are not allowed to drink milk for a month. Master, I deeply apologize for my rude, indecent, and innocent remarks. Please forgive this foolish me, and don't punish me with such outrageous condition. Before my master could even speak, my young Miss's door opened and we saw a sight of young Miss who just woke up with an irritating facial expression. And who dare to disturb this Miss sleep? Where is Jude Dash? Ma'am, mother? I swear, I know young Miss was about to say mama. Yo, Char. Master, is that how you speak to your child? You'll also like. Master glared at me and I could only shut up. What are you doing here? My master did not speak but walked to me instead, grabbing the soft fluffy teddy bear much to my dismay and giving it to Charlotte, who grasped it in surprise. Yours, keep it. As she said this, I could not tease my master on how awkward and stiff she was. I was only looking at young Miss, who cutely hugging the big teddy bear which almost hid her. She then popped her head to peek and innocently whole still bit sleepy looking at my master. Oh my! What is this adorable creature? What are you doing here? My young Miss cautiously said, hesitating to voice out her thoughts, but I know my young Miss is happy to see Master because of how much she was fidgeting. I managed to get some free time and want to see how much you improve. Yes. Young Miss, don't mind my master, she is just like you, an idiot, and could not say what you're or she truly felt. June, it is not time for you to butt in. And I presume that I now have a time to butt in the conversation since you talked to me, young Miss. That's not what she meant, June, my daughter and I talking, and I am planning to make a bond with her. And what I could only see is two awkward and idiotic people who will probably sit there at the table and won't talk to each other. June, shut up and I will make dash. Sure that you, June, will become our spokesperson, gladly, master. I said as I butted in her words. I quickly sit on the chair and make myself like a judge, judging a person on how I judge them towards their judgment. Now then, please proceed, don't mind me, think of me like I don't exist. With that said, the two sighed at the same time and both sat in their bed far away from me. I noticed that my young miss placed the big teddy right on her pillows, and I used my illusion to create an illusion of myself. Master would notice this, but she was too focused on miss, so I am lucky. As soon as I reached the teddy, I hid behind its back and hugged it. I giggled secretly as I indulged myself in the fluffy and softness, not minding the conversation between the two. This thing makes me feel good, and I am loving it. I hope young miss will accept me to do this together. Do you want to go to an amusement park? Can we go with June? Yeah, she should also enjoy it. Then, I want to go there. Why do I feel like you will reject the idea if I did not permit June to go? That's just your imagination. Where is June? You called? I said as I peeked my head behind the teddy's back. June! What are you doing to my teddy? Becoming one of Mr. Teddy does make me feel good. Why? Because dash. Okay, June, shut up, don't influence my daughter. And get out of there, I will buy you one on your 11th birthday. Yes. I was sad despite not seeing it on my face. I still want to be with Mr. Teddy, it was too comfortable to hug him. Sighing over the feeling of emptiness, I stand up and walk towards my young miss. Have the two idiots finally had a mother and daughter moment? Who do you call an idiot? Young miss, look at the mirror and you shall see the idiot. Suddenly, I moan painfully as my head meets my master fist. Although she uses force with a pinch of a finger, it is still painful. Moo! Stop teasing her, June, I will ban you from drinking milk. Fine. And who knows, Cynthia might really leave you to buy milk. Master, I said as I get close to her. I know it was just a joke, but for some reason, there was a foreboding feeling that when Isama might do so. Oh come on, it's not like the first time that Cynthia did that. Where else can you drink milk? I am sorry, it seems that I misunderstood. Thankfully, it does not have that kind of meaning. Thinking about it, if I lost Cynthia, Wanisama, or my master, I might really end up insane. After all, they are my only family, young miss included. June later, meet me at night. Yes. Mot Mama, why do you need June at night? To pleasure her young miss. Slom. Another fist was slammed onto my head, and I had that coming. Sigh, little bum, I had something to do with June. The pleasure you? Wano. Master glared at me, and I could only raise my head with a smug face, though my face was still expressionless. You get the point. Master gritted her teeth and held her forehead. No, you are still a child, and no, not the pleasuring me, it is not good to you because you are still a child. Young miss pouted and make a groaning noise. But June is the same age as me. Young miss, what my master wants me to do is... Master glared at me as if telling me to shut up and not make misunderstanding words. Either killing someone or protecting you from assassination. Both of them turned silent with different expressions. Young miss' face was full of shock, confusion, and terrified, while Master was angry at me for telling the truth. Apologies, Master, but young miss has the right to know. June, she is still a child. That same goes to me, Master, and young miss should really know this because she just need to know? With that said, young miss caused an uproar of surprise. Thankfully none heard it except us. Young miss was silent and trembling at the thought of her assassination without her knowing. Maybe I force it that much? No, I don't know if telling what was the truth is helpful, but I want my young miss to be aware of this. Her naivete will be used upon her after all. Then, did June become my maid to protect me? How about the other maid? Miss Lois is responsible for keeping you, guard too, while I was assigned for your convenience. For example, becoming your sex slave was not a bad idea. Then Amelia. They will not, young miss, or I would like to think so. Then assign the other maid to be with Amelia. Master? Sighed. Fine, this is too fast. Sad, maybe your brain could not process it, Master. June, for 1 week you are not allowed to drink milk. Don't look at me with pitiful puppy eyes, that won't work now. No! J Island. On an island that has a gigantic volcano and dead trees around its field failing to see an ounce of life. Moan growling. Inside of the volcano. Magma was spilling in, something moved the ground and an earthquake soon comes. The ocean started to shake as the land started to create a fissure. Lava soon came out, but it was not the time for the volcano to erupt. But something that disturbed the island. Gaze rare. A monstrous scream devoid of life was heard around the island. White clouds soon scattered on the island, and soon smoke appeared. The time will come. Until a huge catastrophe befell upon them. 0. I'm slowly gaining motivation. Just a bit more. June, there is something I want you to handle. Yes, as your slave who is now a professional running errand, June hereby accept every word you would say, Master. Good, now then, where should I start? When I heard my master, I knew she was serious this time and had no time to play along with my tease. Do you remember the 3 you saved in that mission? The one you failed because of a red hair woman? Yes. Good, because I want you to handle them. You 4 will be separated in our business. I want you guys to form a name in society or the underworld. How you will do it is up to you 4. And help us when it's needed. Don't worry, Cynthia, teach them well, and you will be the one who will lead them. And I have no right to refuse, right, Master? Yup. Your team is separated from my guild. In short, your group is an independent people. Make a name, make it stronger. I couldn't understand a thing. I tilt my head and look at my master, who is wearing a serious expression. I don't understand the reason for this, but Master, isn't this too much for a small adorable girl like me to handle? I know, but you can do it, I know it. That is too much of an expectation that you place on me, Master. Master smiles at me with gentleness. I found it weird and felt that there was something wrong. However, before I could even utter a question, the sound of the door can be heard. I turned back and saw Cynthia Wanisan with the 3 cuties whom I saved intentionally or not. Nice timing, Cynthia. Ahem, June, I bet you don't know their name despite you saved them. The black hair girl is called Neen, the silver-haired one is Min, and the boy is called Clark. And you 3, as you know her, this is June Pearl, your boss or captain? Anyway, I bet Cynthia already told you what I talked to June. You 4, go find a place where you guys will talk. Master, I don't want to be part of a harem. The hell are you talking about? Master said with irritation and puzzlement. I look at the boy again, who is a few years older than me. He avoided my gaze as his head turned to the right with a sweat dropped on his cheek. I don't want to be part of this, man. Look at those 2 cat girls sharing his shoulder like it was some kind of huggable pillow. It would be fine if it was a huge teddy bear, but no. It was a boy. Humph, don't you dare touch me, thank you very much. Now then, since I am your boss, please come, follow me. I bowed down at my master and to my Wani-san as well. I look at the 3 for a few seconds and left the room and them following me. Despite how I act, I will execute what my master gave to me. I still don't understand why she is doing this. There must be a reason, but I guess that question in my mind can be answered at the right time. You'll also like. As I thought so, I look at the 3 again and was glad that they are not walking slowly. However, I couldn't help but be irked. Humph, what's with those big plump? How come they're big at their age? I couldn't help but look down and patted at my certain part. This just made me angry. What's with those jiggling thing that keeps boing while they walk? That boy is pretty much enjoying it, does he? It's fine, they are now 14, and I am 10, I still have time for growth. Humph. I will grow big, bigger than these 2 kitties. While feeling a bit of jealousy over those 2, I continue walking. Where am I going anyway? I have no idea, I just act this way to look cool at my newfound slaves. I am a senior slave and they are the junior. Foo-foo. Glinda's POV. Great, they are gone. Sigh. Cynthia, status. Hi, currently the big event is still on standby, the government is still on watch on the said new type of voids. The scouts? Out of 30 scouts, 27 died, and 2 survives, however both are in critical condition, and was believed that they will die at any moment. The last one is currently missing but will be announced dead once a week has passed. There was no information that can be used then. Wouldn't that mean this will be a suicide mission? This is the more reason why I will push out June in my guild then. The government ordered us all of the top guilds to go to J Island, however, the infiltration on the said island will happen 2 years from now. As Cynthia said this, she lowered her brows and a frown face could be seen on her. 2 years. Why that long? I'm afraid that the government wanted to know what the void is. Heh, so they used us as a disposable tool? Should we decline? If we can, however, that will depend if the other top guild also refused. Which would be a surprise if they will. Right, for them. This could be a chance. Sadly, yes. Cynthia smiled bitterly and I couldn't help but laugh painfully. We are cornered. However, that doesn't mean we don't have a chance, although risky. I hope this will work. June POV. What is this place? Uttered a cute voice behind my back. A place that will be our basement from now on. We are currently at the deepest part of a mountain. This abandoned house is hidden in society and was left abandoned. What surprises me, these 3 didn't even look exhausted. As expected of Wani-san, she teach them well. With just a little cleanup and a few reconstructions, this place will be good as a hiding spot. Well, the void can be found roaming here wandering in the middle of nowhere, but those things are only low-leveled, so it is not a problem. Now then, I will introduce myself again. My name is June Pearl, the most trusted and lovable, adorable slave of my master, Glinda Octavia, as well as my young Miss Charlotte Blair, Octavia's personal maid. As I said so, I pinched my hem sideways using my fingers and pulled back my other foot and placed it at the back of the other, then slightly bowed at them. My name is Neen, and this is Min, we both are twins. And nice to meet you. Ito, my name is Clark. Clark Cromwell. I look at them after introducing ourselves. Cat ears, black hair, silver hair, both of them have cat eyes, they look cute and also look fragile, however, I can definitely tell that they are not what they seem to be. This could be used, their charm and innocent vibes can fool the target. They also have a seductive body, so they will probably be a beauty in the future. Let's add their cat ears, they look so adorable. As I thought, I am jealous of them. Because I can tell my growth rate is a nightmare. Then this boy. He is slim, his muscle is firm, a lean body and attractive eyes, black hair, and lashes that was long and sharp. He is tall too, he is perfect for husbando material. How old are you guys? 16. 14. 14. I see, I am now your boss and oh, I am 10 years old. I wiped my eyes as if there were a tear in them. So what if they are older than me? I pumped my chest as if there was a plump melon on it, while both my arms are on my waist. See cute. What did you say? The silver-haired girl called Neen murmured something and I failed to hear. Anyway, tell me what you are good at. Neen wanted dash. Ms. Neen, you first. Keku. W8. Hugh. She heaved a sigh and looked at me seriously as if she were going to answer her interview. I know how to use the water element and I have a skill that is connected to my water magic. I have a unique skill that can erase my presence, and also blink that can teleport me in a short distance. She paused for a moment and continued. I am professionalized in using knives, preferably throwable knives, and And I have a question. Does your unique skill that can erase your presence can get past enemies without seeing you right in front of them? No? I have to hide and must not get exposed. They can still see me, however, my presence will be erased. So for example, if I were suddenly standing right in front of them, they will be shocked because they couldn't feel me? They can see me, but they can't feel my presence? Like that? Also, my preparable profession is assassin. Why do you look so unsure about that? Well, if that was the case then, it was like a lower version of my angel cloak. How about you? My profession is scout. I prepare to use my fist and feet as a weapon. I have a skill called dodge where I can dodge an attack that I cannot dodge. But I can only use it twice, and it will be a cooldown for 1 minute. Sadly, I don't have any elemental magic. As she said this, her ears went down as well as her tail, which was wiggling a moment before. Then, she suddenly looks at me with a star in her eyes full of enthusiasm and a look of please don't abandon me. But I am quick and I also have an incredible strength. I can lift a boulder with ease. I can punch and kick. I don't have a unique skill. Yet. Are you good at infiltration? Yes. Yes. I'm good at beating someone. That's not what I say. I shake my head and look at the boy. Knowing he was next, he began to open his mouth. Well, I'm good at long-range attacks, my prepared weapon is guns and rifles, I am also good at infiltration, gathering information using a device, my profession is hacker. I also know about magic, but I still have not yet mastered wind element. My unique skill is invisible hands. I can form 1 to 4 invisible hand for 10 minutes and control them with ease. Impressive. 1 is good in infiltration with socially awkward communication skills, 1 is a blockhead, and the other one is an intelligent boy who seems to have some low self-esteem. The 3 looked at me with different expressions. The silver-haired girl's sweat dropped, the black-haired girl tilts her head ignorantly, and the boy who smiled, and his left brow twitched. Now then, what business should we do? Well, let's think of an idea, till tomorrow, so let's think about your code names. Code names? Yes, you can't just say your real name to your enemies, right? Well, you can also be silent and not introduce yourself, but it is still better to have code names in case of someone asks who you are. I said, then closes my eyes. A few seconds later, I open them and look at the 3. I will also hear it tomorrow together with our group names that will be used in the underworld. Now then, let's start cleaning. What? They said at the same time, but I have no time to answer that. I throw a broom, dustpan, and anything cleaning materials that will be used. They got surprised by how magically they appeared, but I was just carrying this all the time. Using illusion magic, this thing that I was holding turned invisible to their naked eyes. As I thought, my illusion magic is convenient and different from other illusions. 0. Next chapter will be Rialeli Luing. Hello there. This is June, your cute, adorable maid. 2.5 years has passed since my master separated me from her guild and created a new organization. Although I was separated from them, I am still part of them in a sense and continuing to work on my masters and serving young miss. In these 2 years, our organization called Cherub of Night. We are responsible for gathering information, even the smallest information is all recorded, credits to Mr. Clark, so, of course, infiltration becomes a part of our specialty. We became known in the underworld, but our influence is not that much and some still tried to get rid of us. However, due to Mr. Clark's professionalism, or what he called a hacker's specialty, he did something I wouldn't understand or would not know how he did. He spread all of the private files of the enemy that are trying to get rid of us to their enemies and even added their weaknesses and names of its members. One could say that it was like this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, in the future, it will be the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. Let's stop something like a recap. I would like to announce that next month will be my lady's 13th birthday, and now I am looking at her who is now grown beautiful. June, what do you think should I dress? Everything suits you well, my lady, but if I were me, I'd dash. Stop, I don't like what you are going to say. A thin frame of glasses, sky blue dress, your hair tied in a ponytail, and white heels. My lady looked at me with wide eyes in surprise. I somehow felt offended. What did I do to gain such expression? That surprised me. I thought you will recommend something absurd. Oh. Are you expecting something else? I see. Oh, please add that when it comes at night, I want my lady to wear exposing clothes. I will definitely get a camera to save the amazing image of yours. How about I punch you in the face? Please be gentle to me. I prepare it in bed while both of my arms are tied in the bed head, my lady. Stop! You creep! Only for you, my lady. I saw my lady shiver while hugging herself and looking at me with an accusatory glare. Foo-foo, my lady is truly adorable. And you truly are a disgusting maid. I'm glad that my lady doesn't find me unpleasant. Which part of what I say is pleasant to you? Everything you'll say is always positive to my ears, my lady. Shut up. And stop calling me my lady. I gasped at her sudden burst of emotion and what she said. Oh my. Of course, I should not call you that, my dear latte. Again, her expression is adorable. She turned pale and shivering while stepping back, however before she could get away, I quickly get close to her. You'll also like. I stretched my left arm and tried to get her wrist, but she evaded it. It happened at the moment after I failed to reach her wrist. We instantly started to chase around her room. She stepped on the walls and I followed soon, then she threw a snowball that she created onto my face but I deflected it with my hands. She did not give up and we continue our tag not minding the materials that are falling. Then after a few minutes, I grabbed Latte's ankle and we both fell. Once I opened my eyes, I saw that we are on the bed and I am at the top of my lady while both my arms are holding Latte's wrist and my butt was in her crotch suppressing her urge to get up. Oh my, look at this Latte, our situation is. I just say, erotic, although I would prepare it if I were on the bottom and you at the top. I said while looking at Latte's red face. Although. I closed my face to 3 inches away from her face, I smile while looking at her with fondness. I wouldn't mind if I'm on the top, so I can see this side of yours. Of course, not now, Latte is still a bratty child. I was surprised when Latte gained her strength and overpowered me. Now she is at my top with her red face, with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Oh my Latte has now taken the initiative, I'm flattered. June, shut the fuck up, I won't play with your tricks, dash. I suddenly embraced Latte by her neck while I tilted my head and both of our faces are close to each other enough to touch our noses. Well, of course, my Latte is still a child. You are a child and younger than me. However, I am more like the big sister, my Latte is still of a child inside and out. I am an adult. And stop acting like you are older than me. Well, how about we look in the mirror and see who looks older than us? Latte huffed and quickly moved away letting me go. She then went to the mirror which was big enough to fit both of us. What are you doing? Let's finish this already, I have something to do. Latte said while she turned her head to the side. Foo-foo, what it son? I followed suit while looking at Latte's with a satisfied expression like she was huffing of victory. While her eyes were closed, she suddenly said. See, I am much more mature, older than you, I see no defeat in my part while you are lacking with everything. What? Did I just got roasted? By Latte? Without her knowing? Ha! Did I just get body shame? Moo! Oh, my! Is that so? Why don't you open your pitiful eyes and see what's in front of your sight? I hope your eyes do not have a problem, Latte, for what you are about to see is something that will make your reality shattered. You dare to speak disrespect, that's cheating. I puffed my breast in victory. What she is seeing is the future of my mature self. There is no way she can compete with this perfect body of mine. Perhaps, my lady, Latte is a bit jealous about this perfect body of mine. Perhaps you should grow, I don't know, a little? I smirk while looking at Latte. In these past years, we've grown close to each other, and I can even call her by her nickname, and I can act like this as much as I want. Foo-foo, how about this, Latte? Do you accept defeat? That's just your magic. An illusion, just like you being delusional about having a body like that. You are flat and small, you are just copying Aunt Cynthia's body. What dash? How rude. I deactivate my illusion magic and return to my usual form. I frown at Latte and I slam my feet lightly on the floor. For your information, I am still growing. And dash. See? I won. Question mark. I saw her smirking at me and looking at my chest area, and then she raises her hand as if Latte is measuring something. I subconsciously look in the mirror and see the one thing I don't want to accept. Now, who do you think looks like younger than those two in the mirror? I will vote for the left one. She looks younger than the blonde hair girl. Latte, stop, it is not fun anymore. I pouted as I said that, however, Latte did not stop and continued hitting me with words. She faked a gasp and said, "Oh my, why it's not fun to you anymore? Didn't you say that every word that comes to my mouth is not unpleasant to you? After all, everything that I say will be always positive to your ears, right?" I pouted even more and lightly punched Latte. Hee hee. Hey! When do you think Mom will go home? I suddenly heard the lonely voice of my lady. I look at her and she is not looking at me, but she was acting awkward. I had thought she did not mind, however, it seems I failed to see this emotion that she was hiding. I wouldn't know what she feels if she did not say this. It seems I still have to learn as her maid. Latte. Master said she will come home before your birthday started. I hope so. Foo-foo, Master never back on her words, she still has to buy me a teddy bear, after all. Master said she will buy me a gigantic teddy, however she always forgot, so let me hug yours instead, Latte. Stop, that's mine. And I will borrow it. No! She quickly dashes towards me, or like her skill flash step, where she will teleport in a short distance. When she was 10, before turning 11, Latte started her training. She chose the same weapon as my master. Rapier. No matter what I think, she looks like a replica of my master. Same hair and eyes, and her movement are graceful and elegant, just like my master. However, ever since she started to spar with me, she learned how to dance while fighting. It seems she also likes my style. I look at her again, who is already stomping her feet on the ground, and tighten my grip on my bear. I still have a lot of things to do. Since that garbage of a husband no longer has any connection to us. Yes, they already divorced a divorced master, threw that bastard out of this mansion. However, I still have not yet cleaned the insects that are hugging the trash. Maids that are spying on certain families, and assassins kept increasing. I am honestly having a hard time disposing of those bodies. My master forbid me to act. She said that I must continue as my lady's maid. I said that I can do illusion to disguise myself, but she said that I am still far too weak. That's why while sparring with Latte, I am also training myself to become stronger. EI? Question mark. Latte suddenly jumped, burying me on the bed where Mr. Bear is at my top, and the top of Mr. Bear is Latte. Can't breath. I could get out of here with ease, however, I decided not to do so. I want her to forget about Master going home, at least this much, she won't have that expression again. I smile while looking at Latte. I hope Latte will always smile like this, innocently and pure smile without fakeness. I will protect her with all of my life. On the day of my lady's birthday, Master, Cynthia Wani-chan, and the other guild members did not come home. None of them came back. It has been 5 days since my lady's birthday. I went out of my room and prepare for her breakfast. As always, I make sure it was delicious and held no such things as disgusting. Once I was in front of her door. I knocked 3 times before opening my mouth. My lord dash. Get out. But you haven't eat dash. I said get out. I stayed silent for a moment before putting her food on the floor. I left your food outside of your room, please eat to replenish yourself. I waited and waited, but no such thing as an answer to what I said came in. Ah. I almost slipped. Thankfully, I quickly put my arms on the walls. Shhhhhhh. Ah. I shake off my head and continue moving. There was just one thing I wouldn't get my mind off. How much pain does my lady experiencing right now? It was sudden, but I remember she never even said I love you to Master. I remember the face of my master and my big sister. Neither am I. This is painful. I never even said goodbye and never said what I wanted to say and never explained what I truly felt. That same goes for my lady too. After all, the most painful goodbyes are the thing that you couldn't say until it is already too late. Hugh. Coo. You. Sniff. Hyuk. NGH. I lean my body against the wall, with sweat on my back as well my head. I stared at what seemed to be a long hallway. It is waving that it makes me vomit. However, I persevere, these things aren't affecting me. I guess I'll rest. I continue walking, not minding the arms that ascending on the floor, trying to pull me towards them. One grabbed my left ankle, but I continue walking. I heard lots of cries, moaning in pain, shouting for forgiveness, and many things. I walk and walk until I see my room. I don't know how many hours I have been walking. There, I saw a grotesque humanoid standing in front of my room. Its hollow eyes looked like pure white and caught a glimpse of me. Eyes widened before its mouth smiled widely, however, evilly. I took a step back, but soon calmed myself, for I know this isn't real. It walks towards me and then speaks. Are you okay, Kai? Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry. Why are you standing in my room? You'll also like dash HIV to CL in your room. Ah, so it was Ms. Lily. I'm sorry, but you don't have to do it. Dash CA TLEULE YURR room, M, S. I couldn't understand what she was saying and I just only nodded. Riesti, YORRSO Pipalu. Yes, I'm sorry. I bowed and went inside my room. I quickly head towards my bed and those arms on the floor disappeared. I covered my eyes with my arm and inhaled deeply before exhaling. I felt something was touching my body when I look at it. Sigh. Pale hands are grabbing each part of my body, gripping my maid's clothes. I bit my lips until they bled. I can get past this. I forced myself to sleep. My master's big sister and the other guild members failed to come home. Of those top guilds who were forcibly joined, some of them lost loved ones or comrades and wiped out the whole guilds. It was a disaster that will be written in history. However, there were 4 guilds that none of the members died. No one expected it, and no one suspected such a thing. Kill. 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 Ha 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 ha. Mephisto Guild, Archnal Guild, Groundhorn Guild, and Cronus Guild. These four are the top tyrants in the underworld. Cronus Guild, as the now top one guild, became more formidable. Should I have a chance, I will kill that bastard. Leader. What is it, Rin? I saw something that rise in the shadow, and I knew who was that person. Clark found something. Live it for tomorrow, right now is not great for me. Yes. As soon as she answered, Rin left. I'm sorry, but if you stay for too long, I might end up killing you. Kill. Kill. Everything. Destroy. Ah. I want to kill. Should I go with one of the guilds? I smile and get up. My room is something I couldn't describe anymore. The once cute room that I love so much from the bottom of my heart is nowhere to be seen. It's black, all black, the ceiling is black and the corner is as well. But I saw. The place is changing its color. It is slowly turning into dark red color. That painful moan was soon changed into some sinister voice. Ah. I wonder how I look right now. Kill. I want to kill them. For guilds with no casualty? Hee hee. Foo few few few. Why? Why? Who's an idea to let top guilds go to that island? Ah yes. Him. He needs to control everything once he becomes president, right? And it is also worth it for his son's guild. Hee hee. Yes. Maybe that's what Rin wanted to inform me. I see. Kufuff. I see, I see. Ha 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 ha, kill. Devour. Really? Humans are too cruel, isn't it? And everyone has their dark side, which leads to bad things happening, some more than others. He was hailed for goodness. My. How spectacular. Let anger bloom inside of you. Hatred, loathe. Grudge. Let it embrace you. And consume you. Hee hee. Come. I shall take you to. Truly. Good and evil are really a question of perspective. He. He hey. Foo few 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 foo. Ha. I saw a mirror. There I saw a girl whose look is so angelic. I don't recognize her. She was sitting on my bed with some kind of dress that looks old. A black hat for a pear maiden. She has brown hair and brown eyes. In her legs, there was a dagger. I stared at her. There, she was smiling beautifully at the same time, the sun ray shone at her back, illuminating her angelic face. She drank tea out of nowhere after a second. She looks at me and smiles innocently. Before saying, "Don't be like me." She smiled at me and tilts her head. Her eyes were full of fondness and adoration, however, there was sadness in them. I blinked my eyes and now she was gone. I stayed silent for a while, confused about what I had seen. Nevertheless, I calmed down. Yes. But I couldn't help but said calmly, I notice that I am fine now. I don't know what just happened. I forgot the face of that person. All I know is her angelic voice. Don't be like me. Ha. I don't know who is that person. I don't even know how she appeared in my room without me knowing. But because of her, the side effect of my bloodline is gone. Who is she? How? I look in the mirror. I saw my face, my eyes that has tears flowing down my cheeks. Since when did I start crying? What's more, my bloodline side effect is not activating. No. This is weird. Hick. I couldn't stop. I shouldn't cry. It will only get worse. Ha. Ugh. Sniff. Hick. Why? Why is this happening? No. I should stop. Later on, it might take effect again and it will only get worse. But I couldn't stop crying. I continue crying. I don't know how long I cried, but surprisingly, my side effect did not come. I was confused. I stayed still in my room, blankly staring at the floor. I take my phone and contact Rin to come. Moment later, Rin appeared at the corner. Leader, are you okay? I'm okay now. So, what is this information you guys like to inform me? Yes, while Clark just doing his hobby, he found some information. Rin explained to me everything. Everything that will affect our future. Clark hacked through the Cronus Guild and found some confidential files. All its connections, crimes, and alliance for getting rid of Hestia Guild, whose former #1 guild. And also, Min infiltrated the Cardigan household after finding out about their connections to My Matters Guild. There she heard the discussion of Owen Brain Cardigan, my lady's father, and her grandfather, Ferdinand Bren Cardigan. They are planning to marry my lady to the Snowflakes family, whose business is for the technology industry. There was a lot of conspiracy that has been found. Especially Ferdinand Bren Cardigan. I clench my fist and calm myself. So, that old man is really the one who planned that. And those 3 guilds are his accomplice. Robbery, human trafficking, smuggling. And many more that are not rare for underworld business. Leader, what should we do? Go hack through the Snowflakes family's business, find their flaws, weaknesses, even if it's little. Contact them and say that if they accept a marriage proposal, they wouldn't see their business flourishes anymore. Understood? How about the Cardigan family? I'll handle it if I remember that old man wanted to become a president. That's not good, right? He is too old, he needs to rest. Right. Knock, knock, knock. My lady, this June. I waited for her shout, but nothing came. I tilted my head and soon worries came to me. I decided to open the door, but it was locked. I have no choice but to forcibly open it with my strength. If you excuse me. Bang! The door opened and it fell on the floor. There I saw her room was in a mess, and my lady is in her bed, heavily panting with a reddish face. Latte. I quickly put my hand on her forehead and she was heating up. Cold? I quickly moved and take care of her. Clean her room and put a cold towel on her head. Then I waited. And waited. Until I heard her saying something. Mama. Why? Latte. I'm sorry. I don't know what happens to that raid. And I couldn't comfort my lady when I myself failed to. I'm sorry. I utterly said. I have no words for her to say, but I could only do is to stay by her side until the day I die. I took care of my lady until night without knowing when she will wake up. Her cold is completely different from the cold I knew. I contacted Lily if she knew something. She checked my lady's condition and found something wasn't wrong. Amelia found out about her sister's situation, so she tried to come, but I blocked her and talked to her and explained why she couldn't come. It was around 11:45 p.m. that I started to move. I have to kill someone. But this time, I am calm, not like before who's driven out by emotions. This is also the start of our lives taking a twisted turn. Juntelle Hotel, Presidential Suite, top floor. Cheers. Congratulations, your win is now guaranteed. The citizens greatly admired you. Perish the thought, win is not guaranteed as long as I am not yet to become a president in this country. For men with age differences, drinking such fine expensive alcohol, drunk at the same time as the person gave a humble yet not so response. The underworld will now finally be at your hand. Since the white lily is gone, you can now go all out, no one will block our way. And that wouldn't happen if you three did not accept my proposals. Only a foolish person won't accept such big benefits. They continued drinking, happily chatting to their heart's content. Ferdinand Brencardigan, who was already in his 60s, enthusiastically drank alcohol, not minding his health. He places the glass on the table before opening his mouth. When I become a president, I will use money to buy the government itself. I will have authority in this country. I will make sure that the underworld will benefit greatly. And we won't have to hide our business once you become the president, Mr. Cardigan. Of course, and as I promise, your business and own territory in this country will be yours, reigning the place you have wanted to take. And transporting some goods, anything that brings flourish to our business to another country will be handled well, and no one will be able to do a thing. If the white lily, who controls the underworld balance, is still here, none of this will happen. It is a great time that such a disaster comes in and uses that to get rid of her, and of course, the merit of killing that disaster becomes ours instead of that bitch," said the brown-haired handsome man who was playing with the glass of alcohol. Then continue. "It is a shame that she's gone and did not even have a taste of her." He sighed while the others chuckled. Indeed, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of a SS rank void, Atlas, it will give them a long time to get rid of Glinda. Yes, and we benefit a lot and take all the credit that the others put an effort to, and they have no choice but to keep quiet on it. It's not like they have the will to do so. Exactly. They all laugh and cheer for the success that they planned. A moment later they soon get drunk and started gibbering some not-so-understandable words. The brown-haired man soon stands up while being wobbly. "Well, it was a great time. Even though I don't want to go yet, I have to go home for my annoying wife will start to get suspicious." "When will you get rid of her?" the other person, who was slowly getting drowsy, said unconsciously. "Once I inherit her father's fortune, I will get rid of her silently. She is growing suspicious of the moves that I'm afraid I will be soon found out about." "Then let me help you. It will be a clear mission." Then I will contact you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Sir Cardigan, Sir Browin, and lastly, who is now asleep, Sir Christian. You'll also like." He soon left the room, leaving the two who were still awake staring at the door. Despite having such a gentle face, he is a vicious and cunning man. I pity his wife for not realizing how he was slowly pulling towards ruin. We've been through in that position, however, I must agree, he is better than my foolish son who only keeps screaming," Ferdinand said with disappointment that can be seen in his eyes. "Well, he plans to propose a marriage proposal to Karlsweiss family using his daughter." "That daughter by that bitch offspring?" "Yeah, however, how will he do that is up to his competence." "What do you mean?" "His daughter has a ridiculous little maid who seems far stronger and smarter than him. His arrogance will be his downfall." Why are you worried about the little maid? It's just a girl who seems like the same age as his daughter. Humans aren't what they seem to be. I want to meet this little maid and to know why are you being wary. I am just following my instinct." "Ha ha ha. Surely you jest." Is it possible for his daughter to get that bloodline?" Ferdinand stopped and started to think before saying. "That is indeed true. I wonder how the Octavia family will move. We must take custody of that thing before the Octavia get a handle on it. I must help my son to this. That thing will be a great puppet." While chatting, outside of the hotel, the brown-haired man was in a parking lot, humming happily. Once he was close to his car, he saw a beautiful who looks like drunk wobbly walking towards his car. Soon, he saw the beautiful girl looking down while trying to open his car. He smirked and headed towards the location. "Hello, pretty lady, it seems you are mistaking my cars for yours." Mistaken." The woman looked at him, which stunned him because her appearance is too mesmerizing. Chestnut hair and a pair of beautiful green eyes, she looked so soft with her doe eyes were moist and blurry due to being drunk. What's more, he notices that the woman has a beautiful pair of long legs exuding her beautiful appearance. Adding the fact of her round melon that is almost visible because of her clothes being properly aligned. He silently whistled at such a beautiful sight and couldn't help but reach the woman on her shoulder. The woman instantly stiffened and looked at him with moist eyes and a confused expression. The man smirked but spoke gently. How about you come inside the car? Tell me your address and I will help you to get there. No, I'm sorry, it seems I mistake my car for yours, it is just nearby so. Miss, you are so drunk, you might get into an incident. But I am Luke, by the way, Luke Barghast. Loon? Haha. It's Luke, beautiful lady. Mr. Luke. I'm sorry. Hiccup, but please, I cannot help but be worried, I can't just turn a blind eye to a woman who seems about to collapse at any moment. But hiccup. Fine, I'm deeply sorry for the trouble. I'm Natasha. Natasha Christoph. Natasha? What a beautiful name suited to you, who is so beautiful. Oh my. Natasha looked down, embarrassed by what Luke said. Luke noticed her ears are red and had the urge to quickly eat her up but endure it. Later. I will have a good time, I should look for a place where no people will come. Please enter. Thank you. Natasha went inside the back seat, she looks out the window and slowly fell asleep. Luke saw this and started to laugh silently. How foolish. Maybe she was so drunk that her guard is too low, however. It is unfortunate for you to meet me. He licked his lips and entered the front seat and started the car. However, someone suddenly covered his mount and pulled him back, exposing his Adam's apple and neck. He widened his eyes, but Luke couldn't react as he felt the sudden pain in his neck. His throat was slit flawlessly without him realizing it. Luke looked at the mirror and saw Natasha's cold eyes staring at him at the same time. He saw that his neck was slit and blood flowing down to his expensive clothes. He struggled, grabbing Natasha's hand that covered his mouth, but has no strength to pull it out. He saw two passers-by come and tried to shout but failed. Luke slowly gets weakened and lost the will to struggle until his eyes lost their light. Natasha then leans his head to the steering wheel. She looks outside and saw that the two passers-by is now nowhere to be seen. Natasha silently went out and walked away from the scene. Her appearance soon changes to a mature woman with an employee's work clothes. Red vest, white long sleeve, and black pants, with a gentle face and an angelic smile with adorable almond eyes, brown hair tied in a bun, blue oceanic eyes, and a name tag. Back to the scene at the presidential suite, top floor. Ferdinand sighed at the scene he was seeing. His two partners are now on the sofa sleeping while snoring. He coldly glared at the two and said, "As if I will let you guys reign, this country will be mine alone, but not yet, it is not the time to get rid of you guys, you still have some use." He then reached for the remaining alcohol and poured it into his glass. He was about to drink it, but knock suddenly came in. Room service. A soft and beautiful gentle voice was heard that came outside. However, Ferdinand knitted his brows and hid his left hand to his back. He created a dagger made of light and opened the door. But he soon relaxes as a woman who is in working clothes greets him with a pretty and innocent smile. There he saw that she was with a trolley with food. She seems like not a threat, weird, I should be wary, however this woman looks weak. Ferdinand let his guard down and asked in confusion. I don't remember ordering something. Oh, yes, this is a farewell gift to Mr. Luke before he went out. I see. Ferdinand has doubt, he doesn't know why, something is bugging him. All of his hair has risen and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He looks at the woman right beside him who tilted her head with an innocent smile. He shakes his head and says, Go inside and place the food there, and how much is it? This is already paid. Oh. Ferdinand smiled and found out that Luke already paid for the food. He shakes his head but is still wary of his surroundings. If worst comes to worst, he will use the woman right in front of him. Thank you for your service, Ms. Juntelle. Juntelle Meinlid was the name that is written on the name tag. He remembered her name. Not at all, I am only working, thank you for staying in this hotel. Juntelle then bowed 90 degrees at him and say, well then. Juntelle smiled at him with an angelic face and an innocent smile before saying, goodbye. Ferdinand blinked and saw that blood was on Juntelle's cheek. He suddenly felt pain in his stomach. Ferdinand looks down and saw a hand with a dagger stabbing his body, in the solar plexus. He looked at Juntelle shockingly but felt that she twisted the dagger and pulled it upward. Coughing up blood, he was about to attack her but widened his eyes. The woman who looks innocent she wouldn't do something like killing has nowhere to be seen. What Ferdinand is seeing now is a familiar appearance that brings a shiver down his spine. Ear-length silver hair, a faceless mask, and formal clothes. Echid. He didn't finish calling her Echidna, or June's delicate hand that used to stab Ferdinand, pushing his body lightly until he fell on the floor. June then walked towards the door, closes it, and heads towards the kitchen, leaving Ferdinand, who was coughing with blood, with his dear life. Ferdinand couldn't move, he felt weakened for some reason. He knew that this attack won't kill him quickly and can even do a counter, however, he is slowly getting weak. Poison. He was inhaling and exhaling while forcefully moving and leaning against the walls. He glared at the kitchen and soon smelled a familiar scent. Gas. Then he saw Echidna or June leaving the kitchen. She lifted the two unconscious men at the same time and placed them in the kitchen. Later, Echidna headed towards him and looked down at him without saying anything. Why you dare? Echidna did not speak and lifted him without gentleness and threw him at the same spot as the two unconscious men. You lots. Wake up. To no avail, the two were too drunk to wake up. Ferdinand then glared at Echidna, who was about to go out. Are you doing this for such stupid revenge? June stopped from her step and then back. She looked at the man who was responsible for her master's death. It will be a lie if I said no, however, not anymore. What? Do you mean? I am doing this for my lady's safety. What? Ferdinand shallowly at the realization. Although, revenge can also be a part of this mission, and, also it is time for you to rest, old man. You are old now. After saying that, she left. Ha. June opened the window and closed it again. Jumped down with threads slowing her downfall. Feeling the air as she was falling, June poured mana on the Echidna's thread, creating a fire that quickly spread until it reached the top floor of the hotel where the three were. Soon, at the exact time of her landing on the ground, explosion was heard, creating a commotion. She left as if nothing happened. Not minding the running of people, scream, and shouts. Last night was a success. The death of 3 guild leaders and 1 candidate for president will probably cause an uproar. Of course, Clark exposed their bad smells. It is too toxic that will make people die in shock. It is currently 6:30 a.m. and readying all the food for my lady's breakfast. I hopped while collecting plates and placing the put perfectly. I remember what that old man said, if I am killing them for stupid revenge. I said, I don't care anymore, but it seems the weight on my heart was lifted for good. So, it is not stupid, it was worth it. I protected my lady, as well get revenge on my master. Although the Cardigan family is still there mourning the death of such a man, I cannot wipe that family alone. I must make my lady stronger, she must learn of being a leader as well as how to fight. And I will be her shadow. No, we the cherub of night will be her informant and shadow. Foo. I must enjoy my day. Because Lily informed me that my lady's cold has subsided. It means she is okay now. And I'm going there to wake her up. I happily proceed to walk, and it did not take long for me to face her room's door. I sighed deeply, ready for the upcoming tantrum. Will she throw some things at me again? Her pain for suddenly knowing her mother died on the exact date of her birthday took a toll on her. I slapped my cheek with determination to go inside. I opened the door and went to the sleeping beauty. Her beautiful blonde hair disheveled on her bed, and her long eyelashes are seductively alluring. Her pure fair skin tone is illuminating as the radiance of sunlight hits her. Once I open the curtains, her now big breast, which I was not jealous about as mine is still in the process of growth. Hers is abnormal for her age. My lady, it's time to wake up. NGH. 5 more minutes. My lady, if you don't wake up, I will throw a bucket of cold water on you. Damn it! I said 5 what? My? I tilted my head as it was my first time seeing her expression like that. An expression of someone who just saw a stranger. Which stranger? Me. I somehow feel uncomfortable and couldn't help but shiver. No. Wait, ugh. She suddenly held her head due to a sudden headache. It was for at least 10 seconds before she stopped. WH. What's with this memory? She murmured, but thanks to my enhanced hearing, I managed to hear it. Oh, my, look what we have here. My lady, or let's just say a different person, look at me. Should I kill her? I know, maybe it wasn't her fault, but if my lady wasn't here anymore, then why should I care? My lady is no longer here, which means I am useless, a failure who failed to protect her master. You'll also like. After I kill her, I will kill myself. I quickly took my knife and hid it to not make her alarm. I hid my killing intent and act as if confused, albeit it was hard to express due to my expressionless face. What? The date is today, June. Era? What's this? Does she know me? Did she gain the memory of my lady? This is bad. How dare you? Wait, let's calm down, I'm becoming unstable again. Hugh. Maybe she is just like me, or my lady remembers her past life. I must observe for now. If she is a new person, I will kill. I suddenly hesitated. It seems I can't. Because it is my lady's body. Her precious body is more important than my life. June. Just answer me, damn it. Apologies, I was too caught up in your beautiful boobie that I failed to answer quickly. What? What? Does my lady also want to see my boobs? Although mine is still small, it is in the definition of cute. Stop, just answer my question, oh my god. Isn't this fun? It seems she is still the my lady I know. My latte. I saw her go shiver and looked at me. To answer your stupid question, which I supposed as expected of my lady, it is June 23rd, 3075 today, Frid, 7:02 a.m. Rude. And I dare say, it was amusing, my lady. How about I punish you? Please, I will gladly accept. I would like my lady to punish me. Please punish me more. Shut up and get out. I need some time. Understood, I will prepare myself as well. What do you mean? Not answering her, of course, I know it is rude for a servant to act like this, but it is latte. I went out and closed the door. A lie. I used illusion to make it look like she saw me going out. I look at Latte, and there she stared blankly for a moment before slowly going to the window. She stared at her reflection until her mouth started to twitch. This is ridiculous. I am inside of a story and a villainess at that? She clenched her fist and started tearing up angrily. Does that mean my mother's death is a way for me to become like that in the future? She said with a voice full of anger. Don't fuck with me. As she slammed her fist, Latte glared at the mirror, clenching her teeth, and a moment later heaved a sigh. Calm down. Hugh. Who would have thought this is my second life? I must write all the things that will happen in the future. I refuse to die in that way. That bastard of a god. Did he reincarnate me in a world of stories? What is my role then? Perhaps my lady's #1 loyal maid. Perhaps I am her maid who will follow everything she will ask And June. She will kill me in the future. Me? Killing her? That is something I wouldn't do. There must be something, a misunderstanding perhaps. As the heroine of this world, she will fall in love with the male protagonist and stop me from my evil deeds, betraying me and making me fall into ruin. Now there. That would be impossible. Me? Falling into a man? Not unless I am not that June. But even if that were so, would she betray Latte? Should I avoid June? No, that is impossible, but why the heck is she acting like that? June in the story is cold and a Kaderi. Well, she is still, but June is not supposed to be a pervert. Now my lady, it's not like you don't like it. I can't accept this. The reason why June betrayed me in the first place is that after the death of my mother, I keep physically abusing her to the point of her death. I imagine Latte hurting me. I certainly wouldn't like it. Despite what I keep saying excitedly about her punishing me, I won't like it if she abused me and hurt me to the point of my death. I would probably distance myself from her and lost my feelings. I will only serve her because of my master and not Latte. But I still won't betray her. And that would not be the same for the person who is originally the owner of this body. Though it became mine, forgetting who I am in my past life, becoming a full-fledged adorable girl. I wouldn't change the fact that there is someone who is previously residing in this body. Yep, maybe the Junes survive that day and serve my lady. What she is feeling and experiencing is I don't know. I must avoid all the people who are important to the story. That would be impossible, my lady. You are the villainess and I am the heroine. Really impossible. And don't ever think of abandoning me, Latte. Never. I quickly and silently get out of her room as if nothing happens. Later on, I position myself in front of the door and knock 3 times. My lady, this is June. See, come in. Excuse me. What brings you here? Acting as if nothing happened as expected of my lady. Enough, don't beat around the bush and tell me. Understood. Ferdinand Brencardigan is dead and your father's guild is on the verge of destruction. I see. So. Wait. What? Latte widens her eyes in shock, her mouth agape as her beautiful eyes stared at me. What? He is dead, lifeless, explosion, boom, and done. He died in the explosion together with 2 guild leaders of the top 10 guilds. He isn't supposed to be dead. I tilt my head expressionlessly and pretend I did not know anything. What's that supposed to mean, my lady? Nothing anyway. What is the food today? Yes, I will pretend that there is no such thing as changing the subject. It is nothing special, bacon, egg, and pancakes with syrup, my lady. Please enjoy to your heart pitiful content. June. Fuck you. I am so glad that you are eager to fuck me, latte. She stiffened and irritatedly said. That's not what I mean. Then what is it? Ugh. I have enough, get out, I want to eat alone. Ah, I see, you want it on the other way round. No! Shut your slutty mouth at once, and get out of my sight. Won't you allow me to feed you? No! Mastr say 3. I cut a piece of pancake and stab it with a fork and stretch it toward Latte's open mouth. She has no choice but to eat, swallow, and gulped it down. She glared at me, but I continued to feed her with reasonable words, for me that is. Latte, you just went through to a hellish experience, let me, this adorable maid of yours, feed you. Don't say something like adorable when you're not, dash. I'm not? I closed my face to hers and tilted my head, our lips are close to each other, my amethyst eyes staring at her eyes. She flushed and avoided my gaze, and I couldn't help but smirk. She became more sensitive to this after remembering her past life, foo-foo. Latte on 3. Before I could even put the food in her mouth, she grabbed my wrist and steals the fork and feed herself, and I acted and moaned playfully. She choked and quickly drank a glass of water. Why you horned dash? I'm glad you are fine now. Really, Latte? I'm glad. I looked down as I can finally say what I really wanted to say. I am really worried about her condition. My previous thought of killing her added to that, and I become guilty for thinking something absurd. Yeah, I'm back. She scratched her cheek while not looking at me. I stared at the moment and said, June 26, 3075 will be the start of our school, Latte. What? I hate you. That was the last thing I said to Mama when she went from her mission. It was a word that I don't mean at all but regret in the end. I was waiting. Waiting for her to go home. Waiting for her to hug her and cry while apologizing. I keep waiting and waiting. Looking out the window hoping that I will see Mama's appearance. She said that a week before the day of my birthday come she is already at home with a gift for me. I don't need to celebrate my birthday, what I need is my Mama. I want to say sorry for what I have said. I want to say that I love her. Hug her and selfishly say that she has to be with me for a month. But that didn't happen. Everything was too sudden. What did I feel back then? At the time of my birthday party was about to start. I was already hoping that Mama will come. Maybe she is just a bit late, maybe she has to buy a gift for me. But none of that matters as long as she is here with me. Liar. Some people come on my birthday. Talking to Ms. Lily while June is next beside her. I saw their shock and pain. June looked down and almost lost consciousness. I saw her looking at me but at the same time isn't. Lily started crying. At their sight, I couldn't help but also cry. Something happens. It was too heavy. I hate this feeling. What do those people give to them? I hate it. I don't like it. Mama is still not here and they are destroying my birthday. If Mama saw this, she will be depressed. That was my last thought after finding out their purpose for coming to my birthday. And my birthday, supposed to be a happy occasion, turned into mourning for the loss. You liar. Heek. But what I hate the most is the words I said to her. I hate you. A word that I don't mean, a word that will become my darkest nightmare. 3 words soon turned to regret. I hate myself. I locked myself in the room. Not eating. You'll also like. I even hurt my friend, June. Throwing something, whether it was a pillow or solid objects that could break easily. But I did not care. What did I feel back then? After knowing her death. My mind went blank, I couldn't say anything, I just smile with a hollow laugh. Maybe they are joking. Yeah, maybe that was. It is not funny. That was my thought back then. They couldn't even take my mama's body. Her remains are unknown. June. One day she stopped coming. Maybe she hates me now. After what I have done. I look at the door. I stepped out of my comfortable bed. My appearance is too messy when I caught a glimpse of my figure in the mirror. But I continue walking. I'm scared. If June hates me, it is also my fault. I grab the door handle. Twist it, but at the moment of opening it, I hesitated. Maybe she was there waiting, standing and ready to tease me. With that thought in mind, I open the door widely, presenting me with nothing but a tray of food for me. She's not here. I don't know how many days I locked myself. The food is now cold, but I still ate it. Delish. Despite not having an appetite, a nostalgic taste came to my mouth. June's cooking is top-notch. And this feeling of missing like it was gone for a year. I'm sorry. I decided that I will apologize to June. I hope it's not too late. I don't want it to be late. I'm scared of doing something late. I need to be right on time. With that in mind, I fell asleep. However, the next day, I got a cold. I couldn't contain my consciousness. My head is so painful, and every time I open my eyes, I feel dizzy. I even want to vomit. I tearfully cried. Until I heard June's worried sound. I wanted to speak. I wanted to say something. I'm sorry. But I lost consciousness. Hello everyone, this is June, your adorable blunt maid at service. Right now, my hands are on my waist, puffed chest with my non-existing expression. Latte, time to wake up. Yes, today, I would say. It's June 26th XXXX. And I will say it again. My lady is now a beautiful cute girl, with her pretty sharp eyelashes, silky fair milky skin, her disheveled blonde hair that's scattered around her bed, and her improving curvy shape. Erotic. That is the only word I could say. She was still sleeping with an indecent sleeping figure. I could see her melon-sized boobs due to her tank top big t-shirt, and black panty with a small bluish-purple ribbon. Latte. I huffed internally. I decided to lie to hers too and waited for her to wake up. It was still 6:58, and our school will start at 8:30. We still have time, and my time to be with her. Latte, wake up. Right now, I was lying with her, my face is 4 inches away from hers. Her eyelashes quivered and slowly opened her eyes. It was adorable, her heterochromia eyes open seeing me face to face, and it then turns to widen. Shock and flustered expression can be seen in her eyes. She instantly pushed me away from hers, and I fell to the ground, but I pay it no mind. I stand up, and my hands are on my waist. Great. It's time for you to wake up now, Latte. Why are you naked? Because you like it, see? You're blushing. Get dressed. My Latte is flustered, how adorable. Shut up and get dressed. I don't want to see your dash. Petite body but has a sign of being curvy and will still improve into the future, which many girls will be jealous of. Right, Latte? Don't worry, I'm yours. Just wear some clothes, okay? Understood. I spin myself and a moment later I was now in my uniform. It is a maroon blazer, with a white long sleeve on the inside and a dark blue necktie, and a navy blue skirt that stops at the top of my knees. With black knee socks and black shoes. Ha! What is it, Latte? Aren't you naked? My? Do you want to see it? Wait, latte, I will just strip myself off. No, stop, sigh, that's not what I mean. I mean, how did you wear that in just a second? I proudly puff my chest and say. My naked body earlier is just an illusion to hide what I'm wearing, but latte, I guaranteed that is also my real body. Do you want to see it? No! Fufu, so you do. I will do it later at night, latte. You. She said as if she were already exhausted in the morning, latte, then murmur which I failed to hear. Is it because of that eki manga she keeps reading? Where did she even get that? You'll also like. I open the curtains. The bright sunshine welcomes us, birds chirping in a nearby tree, a cat attacking a dog, and also a grandma and a pickpocketer who was kneeling due to the gun pointed at him. It was a nice morning, is it not, latte? Yeah. Wait, how did you get in here? I remember I use magic so you can't enter. Yes, it does, so I decided to destroy that magic. What? No, wait. How? I'm OP. Op? Ehem. What I mean is that I have a lot of mana, and I also use my magic so when you touch it you will get an electric shock. Ah, is that why I felt a tingling feeling earlier? I thought I was just aroused because I was thinking of you, latte. It seems I mistake it as stimulation to my body. What? I saw her red tomato face. I smile at her, and I still don't understand. Every time I smile she shuddered. Latte, you must go to bathe now. I will make our breakfast. Yeah, I know. Is Amelia already awake now? No, she is still sleeping at the moment, but Lily will wake her up after I finish cooking. That's great, say. They're not disturbing you, right? Yes. By them, it was the two families that wanted my latte. They might think that latte will be the one who will inherit Master Glinda's bloodline. However, even if I'm with her, there is no sign that latte has inherited her master's bloodline. There are 3 reasons why latte did not have a master's bloodline. Either, master is still alive, breathing. Another family will inherit that bloodline. Or, latte is hiding it from me. And I'm sure it was the latter. But I will pretend, I know nothing like an idiot. Let's eat now, latte, they won't be able to touch you as long I'm here. That's reassuring. Latte said in a monotonous voice. Of course it is. After all, I'm the one who can only touch you, inside and out. As if growing a thick mark on her head, Latte quickly threw her pillow that flew towards me, accurately hitting me in the face. Get out! Taking the pillow that fell on the floor, I look at her and ask. May I ask why? I'm going to take a bath, change my clothes. Happy? Yes, let me remove my uniform first. Don't even think of going with me in the bath. I will prepare your towel, Latte. Please remember to give it to me later on. No! Get out now. How about your underwear? Are you even 13 years old? I'm a few months younger than you, Latte. Don't question my age like I'm an adult in the body of a 13-year-old. Gah! You are so annoying. Just get out and come when I call you. Let me fix your bed, Latte. I said get out, I can handle this. Latte sure knows how to be embarrassed. I'll say this for the last time, June, get out, if not, I will dash. Punish me? I will gladly accept such punishment with your beautiful hand, Latte. I got thrown outside by wind magic, that my little use. Then the door got closed and the doorknob become frosty. I knew if I touch it, I will get frostbite. I went into the kitchen and saw Lily cooking, and I found out it was the food that we are going to eat. I thanked her and came back. Latte, call me when you needed help. Your faithful, adorable maid, who is annoying, is always here. Bang! Click! She locked the door. Good grief. Latte become more hot-tempered than before. Sigh. It was interesting making her angry. I wonder what she would look like if she cried. I don't want that. Latte, I'm coming in. Without caring, I used my fire magic to defrost the frozen doorknob, using thread to unlock the door. I went without minding the shock that went all over my body. I saw her bed is messy, so I fixed it as if it was not used. Then, I walked to her wardrobe, take her uniform, and fold it neatly on Latte's bed. That same goes for the undergarments that she will wear. Next, I look for a towel and walk towards her bathroom door. I lean on the right side wall next to the door and waited for her to come out. I almost forgot. Taking a blindfold, I covered my eyes so I won't be able to see anything that will happen later on. A few minutes later, the sound of the shower was turned off, and I could feel the steam that was coming out inside. There, I smell a really good scent and familiar to the point of me wanting the same brand. How could I forget to take my towel? The floor is wet. Damn it. Would you like to try June's 5-star towel that can be only used by her empress? Oh my god. I don't know what she's doing, but I can sense her moving in surprise. Sadly, I couldn't see your face, Latte, but perhaps you were shocked that your beautiful maid knows your adorable yet idiotic clumsy side? Without making any response, Latte grabbed the towel I'm carrying for her to use. I heard a rustle like a cat in a panic about seeing something that scared her. A while later, the movement stopped and her soft yet alarmed voice came. Help me with my hair. Understood. I take off the blindfold and what greeted me is Latte in her school uniform and her messy braided hair like it was just get raided by a bunch of birds. Did you try to do your hair? I'm proud of you, Latte, for making a pathetic display at the moment, but I can't laugh, do I? Just help me. She looked down in shame and I couldn't help but chuckle. Did you just laugh? Is that surprising? No, ye dash. Never mind. I tilt my head, even if it doesn't show on my face. I am deeply confused and wondering why she was surprised of seeing me laughing. Well, it doesn't matter. Really, Latte, you can't do something without me. I'm glad. It means you can't live without me. I can live even without you. Say that again when you manage to learn how to redo your hair. I might think twice at that time. Shut up. She said, however, it was weak, and she really is embarrassed right now. I am even wondering if her past life of living is the same. Who am I in the past again? I know it's not important anymore, but I'm wondering what kind of life I have in my past life. Done. Thank you. Now then, we've wasted enough time. It is already 7:46 a.m. Latte, and we still not eating breakfast. Let's go. Latte, why are you walking so fast? Why don't you at least compliment my hands for caring for your beautiful blonde hair and style it in a ponytail with a red ribbon? You talk too much, we need to rush, X. Understood. I pouted secretly because I really hoped she would compliment me, but I guess I tease her too much and this can be considered as revenge. They are great, thank you. June. I stiffened and looked at Latte, who is continuing walking, not minding me. I'm happy, and with that, I continue walking, albeit hopping secretly. Bye-bye, Wani-sama, Nei-san. Take care of yourself, Liao, okay? Latte said to little Liao while we watch her running and heading towards the elementary all-girls school. As little Liao's silhouette could not be seen anymore, Futoshima-san, who is our driver, started to drive the car heading towards my Latte's school. Tell me everything, June. Hi, at 1:34 and 45 seconds a.m., 20 assassin tried to infiltrate the house. Fortunately, the servants successfully take care of them, leaving one assassin who they believe is the leader, as they saw the assassins staying at the center while fighting them. The fact that they are fighting the servants face-to-face looks like they are a weak organization. They're the Snake organization who specializes in infiltrating and killing the target without anyone noticing. In the world's ranking, Snake organization is top 11 among the assassins organizations. Is it too late for me to take back my words? Afraid so, but don't worry, my latte, no one will touch you as long as I'm here, not even a strand of your hair. Stop, that's creepy, you horny maid. Thank you for the compliment. That is not a compliment. However, for me, every word that you use to me is a compliment, my latte. Will you stop adding my before saying my name? I'm not yours. I know, latte, you are not mine, but I am yours, my body and soul, every part of my existence is yours. I wonder how I become like this. I feel like I'm too obsessed with her. Whether I'm obsessed or not, it doesn't matter. It will only matter if someone takes a move at my latte. I have to eliminate them as soon as possible. At this moment, I don't even remember who I am in my past life. The only thing I remember is I was a guy and that's it. Family, friends, acquaintances, my favorite food, etc. I don't remember everything, as if it was another memory that is useless to remember. I only know that this is my second life. Why you? How did you become like that? After she said that, I pulled an object from my bag and then show it to her. Here, my latte, these words here. See, the female lead said this to the main heroine when she expresses her love to the main heroine. Ah, this is the work of the unknown artist, seal. I wonder what they look like. Stop reading something like that. It's corrupting you. You are no longer the June I know who is so serious and wouldn't budge at anything. Fake sad smile. Yes. I apologize. I faked my expression, yes, my expression, you didn't read it wrong. Thanks to this manga I can express even a bit of my emotion. Now that my latte wants me to stop reading this kind of book, I guess I have no choice. You'll also like. I pulled back the book and put it in my bag. I lowered my head so my latte wouldn't see my sad expression. I would like to object, but my latte might be right. My fake expression turned out to be true, I thought. Hey. Ugh, damn it. Fine. You are allowed to read this kind of thing. Damn it. Stop acting like that, it's not you. I immediately raise my head and look at her with my eyes wide open. If I have a mirror, I can say that I am smiling and she was taken aback. However, it's not that expression every time I smile at her as if my smile is disturbing and scary. Right now, her expression is a mix of puzzlement. She has a blush on her cheek with her mouth quivering. She looks like a maiden who got a critical hit by my smile. However, that would be impossible. My latte is someone who won't be charmed by something like this, adding the fact that she remembers her past life, so she might be already a mature woman. What? I jumped at her happily and hugged her, my arms embracing her body, with my head on her left shoulder. Hey! Stop it! Damn it, let me go! He. Gah. Futoshima-san. Help me. Sorry, boss, but I am driving and it's Miss June we are talking to. Gah. June, stop it. If you don't stop, I won't talk to you and I will forbid you from being my maid for a month. After hearing it, I instantly let go of her and sit properly while my eyes closed. Really? That was the worst torture, my latte. Sigh. No one's POV. Ebony Academy, a prestigious academy where rich people study, was one of the biggest schools in the world, with lots of people who have a large influence in the industries. Second-generation people who came to study to learn and also come into contact with others. At the start of the school where first-year students stepped into the academy ready for the challenge and to make connections. Suddenly, a black expensive car was at the center gate of the academy. Every new student and the older student couldn't help but feel curious. Staring at the car door opened, a young beautiful girl came out, with the uniform attire of the academy, her short trimmed black hair that stopped at the tip of her shoulder, her amethyst eyes. Her sharp eyelashes, and her cold demeanor can make everyone freeze. Fair milky skin and her elegant pose with her arm are at the front together with her bag holding it. Her eyes gaze at everyone, they couldn't help but flinch in awe. They couldn't help which family she was from. They did not know the girl. Who is she? Does she have a fiancé? Every boy couldn't help but stare in awe at the 13-year-old girl who was just standing gazing at them. The girl, or June, then walks to the other side of the car and opens the car door. Everyone widened their eyes as they realized that the girl is likely a servant of a second generation. They spat out imaginary blood as they felt disgusted. How dare she stepped into this prestigious academy? A mere servant. What? A lowly servant? Disgusting, so she even gazes at us as if we are lowly being than her. Well, if she was a mere servant, then I can lay my hand to hers. I will put her in my bed. Hey, are you really 13? I wonder who is her master, maybe another arrogant heir of a company or something. Despite all the whispers and cursing at her, June pays it no mind as she waits for her master, her latte, to come out. It didn't take long as shoes stepped on the ground, black knee socks, with the uniform attire of the academy, long elegant blonde hair fluttering as her face was exposed. Her heterochromia eyes, which is green and red that looks like an emerald and ruby, coldly and arrogantly gaze at everyone, which made others feel intimidated, but could not help but hooked by her appearance, caging them to unescapable mesmerization. Her fair milky skin was exposed to the sun, illuminating her beauty more, and her smirk, which exposing literal ridicule to others. They should feel angry, but they could not help themselves, but completely get drowned in her beauty. As she began to walk, each step she makes can be heard in everyone's ears, her elegant and graceful walk. They even forgot her servant who is following behind her. June did not make any sound, as if she wasn't there. But if everyone could hear her voice. Oomph! Bow down to my queen, peasants. Hail my queen! Your eyes are not important to my queen. Your gaze on her is nothing but annoying sight. I should have gouged your eyes, but my latte would get angry with it, tch. June continued to walk silently, following Charlotte, and everyone forgot her existence as if she had never even been there in the first place. As they entered the stadium waiting for the speech of the principal of this school, Charlotte couldn't help but pout. What is wrong, Latte? Nothing. Are you angry at them because of what they said to me? I'm in touch. No, I'm just hungry. Oh. Don't expect as if I am angry because of what they said to you, oomph. June, despite her expression, smiled sincerely, which Charlotte failed to see because she turned her head to the right side. I see, it seems I expect too much. Well, maybe a bit. My what a son. Goor. I'm not. Not long after, lots of new students came in and started to line up and chatted with others, starting making friends. At the stadium, a middle-aged man with gray hair and trimmed eyeglasses was wearing formal attire. He faked a cough to get the attention of every student. Ahem, good morning, I welcome you all to Evany Academy, the future people who will become big shots in the future, those who seek knowledge, those who want to become a mage, a knight, soldiers, many things that all of you wanted to be. You seek something you wanted to be, prove yourself, and expand your knowledge. The person continues his speech with confidence, without stuttering. I, McHenry Arthur, the dean of this academy, welcome you to Evany Academy. There is a ranking in this school, a ranking where every student in the first year will be listed. All of you here are around 1,500. And each of you can fight each other as long as both parties agreed. If a person defeats his or her opponent who is higher ranking than you, the one who will win will be placed on that ranking list, while the defeated one will be demoted by 100. Reminder, a fight will only happen in arena. If ever one of you fought someone who is not in arena, will have a fair punishment for both parties. No fighting in this school except in the arena. Death is not allowed. One more thing. We will protect you, students, as long as you are here in this school. Good luck and welcome to Evany Academy, again. Is that a speech? I don't know as well, Latte. But one thing for sure, if you have an enemy inside of the academy, you must ready yourself. When you stepped outside of the school, your enemy can kill you without the protection of the academy, whether you wear the uniform or not. You dying outside of the academy is not their responsibility. June expressionlessly gazed at the dean, who also met his eyes looking at Charlotte with ridicule. As she saw this, a tick mark appeared on her forehead, and could not help but leak a killing intent toward the dean, which was successfully noticed. The dean tilted his head and smiled, but his eyes were ruthless. However, that gaze was left unaffected by June as the dean suddenly dropped sweat and walked away. Master Moss, is there a problem? The dean. Just tell me. June get close to her and whispered. He might be an enemy. June was sure of it. The dean's gaze at Charlotte was as if looking at prey that needs to kill immediately. Now that's damn, can't we at least take a break? I'm afraid that would be wishful thinking, but it is also not impossible. As long as we eliminate the root of everything, then peace will welcome us. Sigh. Even the dean of this school, those bastard family really have a big influence, eh? While the two are talking to each other, another person who heard everything and witnessed what happened was sweating. I just want a peaceful life, but this school and the people here are scary. Especially this girl who seems to have a problem. Mama, Papa, little sisters. This brother will try his best to live peacefully. I somehow want to go home. I just hope I don't have to get implicated in their problems. A messy raven hair with blue eyes, the guy was sweating a lot due to nervousness. His body is normal and his skin is tan, and his appearance is completely average. I swear, I will achieve a normal, peaceful life here. I just need to maintain my ranking. The guy walked out of the stadium, failing to see a pair of amethyst eyes looking at him. I shan't accept this blasphemy. I grumbled after seeing that my class was not the same as Latte's. If you can't accept it, you should have gotten the highest score on the test enrolling here. Look, your rank is 434. What are you doing there? I just found that answering the questions isn't interesting to answer, Latte. Then you should rank up, at least get to the 150 to 200 ranks. Still, this school is interesting. They made this so the other students can challenge others. It was like a survival of the fittest, albeit for children. We are still 13, but this looks abnormal. Well, that's Ebony Academy for you. Those who graduate here can have a bright future, but if you got expelled here was like asking to live in hell. Latte, I have to go. Just go, damn it. Don't find another girl, okay? If a boy even touches you, even just a strand of your hair, tell me, okay? I will cut their hands. Just go. Latte paled along with the others who heard me. Some snickered, mocking me, and some found it amusing. I, for one, do not care, but if they do something to my Latte, I will make sure they will live in hell. With that, I went to my class, and each classroom contained 50 students. If a student raises their rank in the next semester, they would be transferred to the other class, and opposite, if a person their rank fell below. I can confidently say that I regret what I did on the test. If I perfected all of the answers, wouldn't I be in the same class as Latte? I pouted in annoyance. Stupid system. I blame the dean for what happened to me. I sighed heavily. I really don't understand these people snickering. Looking at me full of mockery, how about I snickered at them while looking down at their pitiful bloody state? I can imagine it. Those fearful eyes, begging for mercy, crying until a snot appeared in their nose. My. Isn't that exciting? I can't help but feel ecstatic to see people cry. I want to annoy someone. Really bad. Maybe I will befriend one classmate to annoy them. That will be perfect. I won't be bored by that. As I walked, someone tried to trip me, but instead of me slipping, it was the person instead. How can this person trip me when she is weaker than me, 100-fold? Hey! I turned back and saw a girl who seemed like a rich person glaring at me. Oh my, I did not know that you like to sit pitifully on the floor. Is this a new trend to gain sympathy? Might as well do that. Aren't you afraid to be expelled in this? You'll also like I'm afraid not. It's not like I'm dumb enough to cause a commotion. Are you implying the dash? Yes, you are, definitely, you belong to that category, miss. Whoever you are, now if you may, I must go now. I turned back to the person without minding the scream of an insignificant situation. I don't even remember her face now. I stopped and looked at the class number. 1I. This is my classroom. I opened the door and went inside, not minding the gaze of people. I looked for a spot and saw an empty spot in the last row. I sat there and began to think about the novel or the future that would be held anyway. I must find a person to play with, to annoy with, so I won't get bored. Be that as it may, it is still unbelievable. It was unbelievable that this school is the start of the novel. Once we become a second year, the male lead will then transfer to Class 1A if. You are wondering how I know this. Well, my latte is a person who hides her things. Clumsily. I managed to read the names of the leads and supporting characters. There, I found out, I'm one of the male lead's harem. It is even written down that I fall in love with him when he unconsciously saves me from falling down the stairs with his hand on my waist, both of us looking at each other, staring at his pink eyes full of worries and gentleness. That's why I find it odd. I mean, my body is rejecting a man's touch. So, if I were in that state, I would have probably punched the guy or kicked his crotch. I can even safely land when I will fall, so that thing is impossible. And just because of that act, saving me like a girl who is in trouble and needed to be saved by the hero, so I could fall in love sounds bullshit to me. I won't accept it. I don't think I will fall for him unless he uses charm magic. I was lost in thoughts, but snapped back when a hand slammed my table. There I saw a man, 3 delinquents, wearing the school uniform, looking at me with disturbing lust. Hey, what is your name? I stared at the man, his yellow eyes and slicked back long hair with a masculine body yet an average face was looking at me with arrogance and also ignorance. If I may ask, are you the youngest child of Suppo Company? Specialized in constructions. Ha! So you do know me? Yes, a disgrace to the family. What did you say? Hey! I ask you. What did you say, bitch? Please tone down, I'm in front of you and not far enough for you to shout. I also would like you to take off your hands on the table, I don't want to change it. Bitch, are you mocking me? I tilted my head with an unconcerned look, or more like an expressionless look. If you think I am mocking you, then you have the right to believe in it. Whichever choice you make, then please take responsibility. If you made a wrong choice, then please face it. Now, please choose. Fucker. Young master, let me take care of it. There I saw a masculine man, with freckles on his cheek and short brown hair. With its orange eyes looking at me with arms crossed and a look of underestimating his opponent. Hey, if you don't want young master to be angry at you, then you must follow us, you have no choice. After all, a poor person like you has only one choice, and to follow young master, if not. We will do force and you might live in a pleasurable hell. I see. Guess I don't have a choice. The brown-haired man and together with the two smirked, the brown-haired man stretched his arm about to touch my face, and I quickly slapped his wrist, which caused him to get hurt. You! He was about to punch me, but a hand stopped his arm at the back. Chill there, buddy, and would you guys leave her alone? Ha! And who might you be? Your fellow classmate? I saw the boy before. Dark raven hair same like mine and a similar skin tone, blue eyes with a perfect body in the future. He looked innocent, but his blue eyes contained bravery and respect. It was this boy who I took notice of at the stadium, who looked like in trouble looking at us, probably managed to see the situation back then. An interesting boy, I might say, and now he is right in front of me trying to protect me. I couldn't help but smile lightly. My, what an interesting plaything. By the way, my name is Yestav W. Fernando, a pleasure to meet you. He introduces himself not to the three but to me. I chuckled lightly, which did not go unnoticed by the blue-eyed boy. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yestav. This person's name is June Pearl, Lady Charlotte Octavia's personal maid. The four stiffened at my introduction. The three delinquents stiffened and paled, while Mr. Oyama also stiffened, but with different expressions. I could tell on his face that he was shocked to see me, surprised. I could tell he was shouting inside, saying, "This is the person before. My God, what I have gotten into. Era, how cute. Fufufu, might you three get out of my sight and let me have a simple conversation with Mr. Oyama?" Why, yes. As soon as the three sat in their proper place. Well then, I must go as well. Wait a minute, Mr. Yestav, there is an empty spot next to me. I would be happy to have a seatmate who is a gentleman like you. Ah, no, you see I already have a spot. Really? All I can see is that spot is the only one left. Ha! He looks around and yes, there is no empty spot on either side except the one thing right beside me. He stiffened, awkwardly laughing, not looking at me. He sat and did not look at me. His head is just looking at an empty board, strayly. He is clasping his hand with sweat on his face. Foo. My. Mr. Yestav, it seems I came to like you. He choked and pale instead of blushing. Am I that scary? Foo, this is interesting. What do you mean? It's just that it says, I like you. Oh God, please no. Yes, please take care of me. No. Yes. I don't think you need someone to take care of you. No, someone needs to take care of me. I might get bored and who knows? I might do something. I said as I slid my hand on his desk. I used my middle and index finger as if it was walking. I slowly reached Mr. Yestav's hands. Of course, I'm not planning to touch them, I might hurt him unconsciously. But then. Ease, get off your hand. He grabbed my wrist and looked at me irritatedly but soon turned into stunned. Is the word I could only say. I don't feel uncomfortable, disgusted, or a feeling of getting dirty. I look at Mr. Yestav a bit flustered. I couldn't help but smile and lick my lips. My. How peculiar, Mr. Yestav is unique. Constitute amazes me. What? I feel comfortable on you, Mr. Yestav. Wait. My heart began to warm as soon as you touched me. Wait a minute, hold up. It seems I really like you. Shut up. Don't say it out loud, oh my God. I don't feel disgusted at all. Is Mr. Yestav perhaps a girl? No, based on his body, it seems not. Then why, when he touched me, I did not feel like I felt to the other males? I thought I could only have a plaything. I did not think I would get a practice dummy instead. Foo, I hope Mr. Yestav reciprocates my feelings one day. Oh my God! Stop! Stop! Don't say something out loud. Everyone is looking, oi. Why are you smiling? Foo. It's just my first day and it becomes hell this quick. It seems that Mr. Yusrov wanted to cry. Did I tease him that much? Foo, oh well. So, I was saying, shouldn't you be open towards me? My latte is a stubborn person, what do you think I'm lacking? I don't think there's anything you're lacking, but... Maybe, you can tone down a bit being, you know. What kind of conversation is this anyway? Just why? Mr. Yestav slams his face on the table as if giving up. As of now, no teachers are coming. I look at the sky and I can tell it's already around 9:30 a.m. Why am I the person who should be hearing this? I tilted and stared at him before I opened my mouth. It is because you are interesting, Mr. Yestav, that's why I like you. Will you please stop that? You're making a misunderstanding here. Mr. Yestav said and murmured, here I thought I just got confessed earlier, turns out, she just want to be friends. I deeply apologize, Mr. Yestav, if you misunderstood my upfront way of speaking. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Even if you seduce me, I might only knee kick your friend over there, I said while I'm pointing my eyes at his crotch. Ha! I feel like my normal life is escaping behind my back. I don't understand this normal life. You enrolled here in this prestigious academy. No, maybe you got a scholarship? Anyway, since you enrolled here, then your normal life will be not normal. Although this is normal, I don't understand your way of normal life. Gah, as I thought. I should have rejected it. If you have a scholarship, then why are you here? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Why do you think no teacher is coming here? Because we are an insignificant insect? If that's how the teachers think. Mr. Yestav just deadpan stared at me as if saying, you serious? I tilt my head and open my mouth. Don't worry, I am not one of those insignificant insects, however when it comes to you. I'm sorry, I think insects are too wrong for you, then how about mites? That is the most horrible thing you could have said towards me. Why mites? Because they are a part of the spider's family, and they are responsible for the itchiness of a person. Ha, this is crazy. I've been put into a mite. Yes, because whenever I'm with you, I have this itchiness to tease you. Please, I beg you, everyone might hear us and come to the conclusion we are in some kind of relationship. That would be a problem. Right, so please stop. Your girlfriend might get jealous, but don't worry, I'll make sure you won't fall in love with me. I give up. Don't tell me you don't have a girlfriend? What are we supposed to do here when the teacher is not coming? Very well, it seems that Mr. Yestav is a virgin and still doesn't have a girlfriend. Since you want to change the subject, I will answer you. This is crazy. Mr. Yestav murmurs. You'll also like. In my calculation, no teacher will come here. It is still the start of our school. The rest classes are in the lowest class. Some would probably be dropped out or challenge someone to heighten their rank. However, you have to win. Some would be desperate at the treatment and will recklessly challenge a person with a rank below 800. However, ever since the start of this school, every first year who just started here, 500 to 600 decided to drop out after 2 to 3 days. So, let's just say, after 3 days the 5 lowest classes, all the students will drop out. Out of 20 people, 19 will leave. And 1 person will stay. Those who stay are those who don't want to give up. Now, after 3 days, a teacher will probably come and introduce themselves. How they will treat us is unknown, but for sure there will be discrimination, especially among those who are in the last of the ranking. If that is true, then this is not the best academy at all. Discrimination. Ha! I should have enrolled in the number 2 prestigious school, Joan Academy. How did you know it anyway? I agree, you are the type of person who doesn't want some trouble. However, I bet your luck is disappointing. I said, not answering his other question. It's incredible how you know me even a bit. Fufufu, of course, I will know those who I found interesting. So, you are treating me as an entertainment? If you put it that way then, so be it, but I'm thinking of you as my plaything, of course not in an indecent way. I just have a feeling you will get in the middle of chaos. God. Look at the time. Look, Mr. Yestav, it was already 11:30. It is already our break. Should we go? Can I say no? Unfortunately, there is only yes, so come now, I will introduce you to my latte. What did I drag myself into? Rejoice, Mr. Yestav, you will manage to talk with my adorable lady, my lovely Charlotte. However, I must warn you not to make a move on her. It's not just she will reject you, but also you will have to confront me. I said while I looked at him. For some reason, he stiffened and sweat dropped. His reaction was interesting. I couldn't help but genuinely smile. Seriously, you just smile, which is not fake. Do you enjoy seeing me suffering or getting scared? Unfortunately, it may seem so. I wonder why. I place my palm on my cheek and close my eyes, thinking that what he said is true. It is making me delighted for some reason. This is not a feeling of having a feeling for this person. Instead, I don't understand what it is. It seems like I really have sadistic traits. Which is somehow terrifying. Foo-foo, is that so? While we were walking in the hallway, I decided to put my arms on his right arm. I purposely nudged my breast to him and looked at his expression with anticipation. However, I just saw his neutral expression, which I tilted my head. This is unexpected. I was expecting you to blush or stiffen due to my action. You can't expect me to react to something when there is nothing at all. Nothing at all? Yeah, there is no growug. I punch him in the face and lightly hit his stomach with my shin, forgetting the fact I am wearing a skirt that might have been seen by others. I'm still growing. Then touched my skirt and glared at the man who was blushing. He got scared and avoided looking at me. DDUH have to win 2FR, damn, it's hurt. That is the punishment for insulting a lady's growth. I'm still 13, in 3 years or so, you will see my growth and you might drool. I have a feeling that would be imp dash. Possible, yeah, it is possible that you can grow more beautiful. I smile and put my arms around him again. Then I heard some murmur. Is she a bitch? That might be so. Wow, does that mean she will accept any man? A shame, she is beautiful, but the way she acts is disgraceful. I don't care about what they say to me, but if this continues, my lady's name would be damaged. Hey! Will you stop hugging my shoulder? If you say so. It seems that Mr. Yestav is a bit angry after hearing those words. TCH, aren't you? I'm used to it. Yes, I'm already used to it, especially when the guild of my previous master is still alive. Lots of companions there are gossiping behind my back, and it seems I am more used to it. Let's go. However, if it's Mr. Aoyama, I actually don't mind. What? You're the second person I grew affection for, not in a romantic way but something else. I must say, I was also surprised. After all, this body is rejecting men's touch, even their smell. However, for some unknown reason, this body feels comfortable around Mr. Aoyama, just like my latte, and the smell of men is making me feel gross. I must also say I have a sensitive smell. By the smell, I could describe a person's personality. And in Mr. Yestav's case, he doesn't smell at all. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. It was pleasant if I put it into words. It was also because Mr. Yestav's scent is pleasant and it's making me feel comfortable around you. Shit, stop it, seriously. I looked at him, tilting my head as I saw his tip ears were red. Did you perhaps get a critical hit by my words? Mr. Yestav avoided my gaze, still blushing. I put my thumb and index to my chin and started contemplating. As I thought, those words from the manga are effective. What? I did not hear his voice in disbelief. I just continued talking to myself, which he could hear. If those words are effective to Mr. Yestav, will it also be the same to my latte? I must try. I want to see her blushing. Mr. Yestav, what's wrong? Bruh, nothing. Just my expectation grew worse and began to regret it. I tilted my head, not understanding what he meant. We finally go to the cafeteria and I am hoping I will see my latte here. Based on her personality, she doesn't like to be part of the rich people type. This cafeteria would be in her taste, a cafeteria for commoners. And as I thought of that, I noticed a commotion. I saw many people looking in one direction. I looked into it and saw. I brightened up as I saw my latte, but then it turned dark immediately. Right beside her is not an important person but the second male lead and his lackey. He is trying to get a score on my latte. I can see my latte is uncomfortable. She probably wants to punch him. I went there fast, which surprised Mr. Yestav, but I did not mind it, nor have to turn my head at him just to answer, "Why am I acting like this? How dare he?" I saw the second male lead put his arm around my latte. "My lady," I said emotionlessly. "June. HM? Ah, a cute lady, although not beautiful like me, she is second to none in your beauty, don't you think?" I stared at him emotionlessly with dull eyes. I then slapped his arm that was on my latte. He was surprised. He was about to speak. "Please put down your disgusting arm on my lady. Your existence is making her uncomfortable. If possible, you should not come here. You are so unpleasant that it made me want to puke," I said without flinching. "Ah, also tone down a bit. I could see your lower part standing, lusting for someone who doesn't even your girlfriend." "How unpleasant," I said, which was heard by everyone in the cafeteria. Silence. The bustling sounds in the cafeteria where friends talked to each other, gossiping to each other, were forcefully stopped as the soft voice of a girl with a trimmed black hair said something no one could pretend not to hear. "What?" I look at the person who is angry at the sight she is seeing. Weird. This is not how she acts in the story. What changes her? I have no way of knowing it. What kind of butterfly effect did it trigger when I remember my memory? No matter what I think about it, June is already like this, but this time she is forcefully making her move without thinking. Is it because of the death of everyone? Although I said that, thanks to remembering my past life, my depression toned down. "Such indecency for an ugly duckling girl like you," said the man who is the second male lead in the story. Although I decided that I wouldn't follow the plot, that doesn't mean I wouldn't think about it. I need that information, which can be our future. However, this situation makes that path begin to change. After all, shouldn't this second male lead supposed to be fall in love on June? As soon as he saw June, he immediately fell for her. I can even remember that line where he fantasizes about marrying her and creating a world of imagination together with June in a wedding dress and says, "Ah, my reflection in your eyes is so beautiful. How pretty." I was disgusted by that line and felt terrible when I could not forget about it. That's right. I am Charlotte Blair Octavia, the villainess of this story. And June, my maid, is the main heroine of this harem story. In the story, my mother and I hadn't had contact till the day she died. One day, Charlotte saw her personal maid, June, with her mother happily walking side by side. Jealousy drove her in to harass June. She longed for love that she couldn't feel, plus the abuse of the servants in that house. She becomes twisted and starts harassing June, who is one of the people who cared for her. Blinded by jealousy and longing for love, Charlotte did not realize what she was doing was just pushing away those people who cared for her. After the death of her mother, Charlotte did not feel a sense of loss, instead was only met with emptiness. She soon gets engaged to Emmanuel D. Carlwis, the second male lead, who is a narcissist, and only wants Charlotte to become his object of reference. In short, he wants to look at Charlotte and insult her for how ugly she is and how much of a beauty he is. This made Charlotte. You'll also like. Anyway, enough of this. I should think of what I must do in this situation. Although what June said is funny, this is still dangerous, as just like what June said, enemies are in our surroundings. She knows this, but June completely lost it after she saw me with this guy. Is this something to be disregarded? No, the flow of the story should still happen, although it will. A huge difference is something I cannot fathom. Remembering my past life is a huge butterfly effect. If this changes more, the story can be dim, as our future will become useless, which will be a great loss to me. I have to do something, although I don't know why June is different from how she was depicted in the story. I must act properly as her master. I glared at June, who also looked at me and bitterly looked down. I see, she still knows her position but failed to prevent her irritation. I know. June has feelings for me, but can I call it love? Or June fear that she will also lose me? I'm not sure what she truly felt about me. I'm not dense enough not to realize her feelings. I was just surprised if the June in the story felt the same way as the June which is in front of me. Did her feelings also start to diminish after meeting the protagonist? No, I shouldn't think about the story. What I should do now is to take action in this situation. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my waist, like something disgusting touched my body. I looked down and saw an arm wrapping around my waist. Instinctively, I grabbed the hand and twisted it, much to my dismay. Ack! I blinked, then realized that the hand that wrapped around me was his hand. I let it go and looked at his painful expression. Hee. I heard a chuckling to a certain person and I could not help but sigh. There is no turning back. I apologize on her behalf. What my maid said is something she should not do. Latte. I glared at her and she looked down. She smiles. She's not? Must be my imagination. With that said. However, I cannot fathom that a person like you would do such a thing in front of the public, more so when we do not have a relationship, to begin with. I heard some grasp around my surroundings. The face of the second male lead was something rare to be seen. In the story, Emmanuel is a man who hides his feelings from others, and with high ego, it left a mark on my memory that he is that from the start. Well, look at this kid standing right beside me. A mad face, clearly humiliated by what I said. With just those simple words that I said, his face turned ugly, probably not what he was expecting to express in public. Wow, look at your face, ugly cockroach. June said without changing her expression. Emmanuel looked at her angrily. His face is completely red, ready to explode. He motioned himself and was about to attack June. June just stood still and I did nothing because I knew who is June. Before Emmanuel could move recklessly, a clap was suddenly heard. Ho ho ho, it is just the first day, but today is unexpectedly well done. The dean. What was his name again? I was spacing out at that time, thinking of the story setting. You children sure like to duel, eh? How about this, why don't you fight in the arena fair and square? I noticed that the second male lead made eye contact with the dean and smirked. Then it would be great if the winner should gain a wish, right, Dean? Ho ho ho, of course, you can have a wish or order someone to abide by your wishes. That seems to be interesting. I do hate to dirty my hands, however, there is a day when I have to use this beautiful hand for justice. What's with this stupid dialogue? No, I do not to hear it, really? It was so stupid that I could not utter a single word in my mouth. Their conversation is too embarrassing to hear it close to my ears. Well then, my lady, I supposed it is my place to be your candidate for the duel. June? What? Yes, I will assure you not a single scratch can be inflicted on me. Not even a hairbreadth. You sure talk big pipsqueak. Thank you, I'm confident on that part as well because I am worthy of it, not to someone like you. Very well. I challenge you to a duel. Don't think I will take it easy on you. You're so pitiful that you failed to realize that from the start you are already dead. HMMFF. As if. He walked away. Everything was decided so suddenly that I didn't have time to react. But I feel sorry for him. Really? 0. Hi. I'm back. I don't want to work. God. June POV. Hello everyone, this is me, June Pearl, the beloved and precious maid of Latte, her little gremlin. Yes, I added that gremlin. Yes, that would be me. And yes, I just find it cute. Anyway, to which my business is rising R. I am at the stadium, alone in this pitiful combat arena. Waiting for my opponent to come. I left a most excellent words to that. Narcissistic guy, who wants Latte as his doll to be insulted with. How I know? Latte is a person who remember her past life and carelessly left the notebook where she write what will happen in the future. I memories all of it even at the end, so of course. I know the personality of this thing. I waited calmly, but there is something I just wanted to ask. Mr. Dean, why am I not allowed to use any weapon? Not that I care thought, it just made me curious of what will be his reason. Ho, young one, please understand that destructive weapons aren't allowed here. You are asking for a knives, that won't do, this is only a sparring match. The dean said, smiling with a hint of mockery and sneer in his eyes. I see, I understand your pitiful excuse. When will I wait for my opponent to come? He is taking so much time. Did he take a shit or something? I ask, not really asking him, I am just letting it out. Oh look, he is angry. Ho, you sure have a sweet tongue, don't worry little girl, he is here. The ugly BS, ahem, sorry for my word, what I mean is that the dean said the thing is coming. And it is, he is here. Greetings, I'm glad you did not flee with your tail tucked below of your tiny thing? The thing gritted his teeth and summoned a weapon? It has this unique design, a spear with appearance that of a carefully crafted. Although a bit bigger than him, he easily carrying it with ease. Impressive, so. I thought such weapons are not allowed. I said, looking at the dean. Oh my? Did I say so? What I can see is not that dangerous. Excuse me, but you're completely showing such obviousness. Oh well. Oh. I waved at the certain person who become my friend, he hid behind the wall, thought. You'll also like. Not fun. Ah, there is Latte, she is holding her head. I find it amusing really, sorry Latte, but that little gremlin of yours is a troublesome person. Without further ado, are the both party ready? I am ready, Mr. Referee wannabe. And you? Young Emmanuel? Ha! The beautiful me is always ready, especially if it's crushing an ugly midget. The battle has started. Emmanuel find it outrageous, funny and insulting. Back then, when his father announced that he will have a fiancée, and after seeing his supposed fiancée, he felt conflicted. Who is this obscene little doll? He said, casually looking at the picture of the heir of Octavia family, Charlotte Blair Octavia. He wants to sew her face, he find it insulting to his beauty. The only beautiful thing about this girl is me, becoming her fiancé. Such an ugly person, father dared to engage her to me? He felt angry, he cannot look away of her face, he wants to destroy that face. So he went to his father and asked to meet her. With his father agreement, he made an appointment to meet her little ugly fiancé. However, some bizarre thing happened. The tire of their car suddenly explode. Then next, its battery is dead. So many more, but what the most dangerous thing is when he forced their driver to drive despite the warning of the vehicle is not yet fully repaired. And because of that, while driving the car loses control and they got crushed into a vendor, making his left should receive bruises and his right foot get dislocated. Angry at the driver and more angry at the vendor who was just peacefully selling foods for his family. After recovering, he punished the driver for neglecting on driving and not taking care of him. Damn it, those ugly peasants. He looked at the mirror and see the stitch on his forehead and couldn't help but punch the wall. I will make them pay. Damaging my beautiful face is a sin. Ah. My face. Curses. Later on, he hired some thugs to beat the vendor who blocked their way, and after finding out that the vendor has a daughter, he ordered it as well to permanently destroy the face of their daughter. making the vendor's daughter suffer a permanent scars on her face. However, this did not make him feel satisfied. He thought of his fiancée, and anger surged again. She, too. That face must be destroyed too. He murmured. Emmanuel then immediately went to his father to ask him that he will go again to his fiancée, but was met by rejection and was informed that their engagement was cancelled. Emmanuel was stunned and his face turned red in anger. He walked out and went back to his room, thrashing everything in anger. He felt like that his fiancée is mocking her right now. How dare you cancel our engagement, especially to someone like me? With this anger, Emmanuel cannot forget about his fiancée. But who would have thought that they will met here, in this academy? Without further ado, he went to her, to see her ugly fiancé, but what he saw was, Alt not as beautiful as me, her appearance is suited to stand next besides me. So, he started to walk towards her with his ugly specimens, lackeys. Emmanuel looked at his little fiancée who's frowning and said, the way your face look is so irritatedly ugly, you should only smile at me and be like that forever, for that, I can tell how I am beautiful to you. Emmanuel said and added, but don't worry, this me will take that ugly face, I will accept you to stand besides me. He said but was met by silence. He was about to say something when he stared at her heterochromatic eyes. Her eyes, my reflection on her eyes is so beautiful. Emmanuel thought and couldn't help but be excited. And then, an ugly duckling came and dared to insult him. Back to the present, Emmanuel looked at the ugly duckling he is facing. She is still unusually expressionless, her angelic face made it more irritable on him. He gritted his teeth and insulted her before the fight start, but met with only a simple greetings. Then she waved at someone far from them and looked at his fiancée. He became more irritated. I plan to forgive you, then make you crawl while licking my foot once I beat you, and then act like a wild dog in front of me and my fiancée, but I changed my mind. Just because you're her maid doesn't mean you can do and insult this me. Emmanuel thought, and as the fight started he immediately delivered a straight thrust. However, June dodged it easily and delivered a roundhouse kick, which was deflected by him. Using the momentum, Emmanuel twisted his body, used his superpower to create his skill lightning. Lightning appeared in his feet, increasing his SPPD, and his spear is soaked in blue lightning. He dashed towards June in a lightning speed, making June widen her eyes. Instinctively, June tilted her head, avoiding the attack, but leave a scratch on her cheek. Oh ho! The ugly duckling was scratched by this great me. Where is your promise to her that you won't be touched by me without even in hair's breadth? Emmanuel said, making June frown and quietly, yet quickly leaped from his spot and spun herself to attack him. With his lightning speed, Emmanuel delivered a heavy blow in June's stomach, making her get thrown and staggered. Ha ha ha! Look at you! Weak! How pitiful and sad, but well, for such an ugly little duckling like you, it is worth to do. Emmanuel said, and dashed towards her while June ID blocking. Soon, June delivered a precise punch, but Emmanuel dodged it. However, due to the speed that June used, it scratched his cheek, making it bleed. Emmanuel touched it, and looked at June before showing an angry expression. How dare you damage my face, you damn ugly peasant! Soon, he zigzagged and gave June a fury of attack. His speed is stunning, he kept delivering thrust after thrust, making June could only defend herself. Emmanuel smirked and increased the speed, as June uses her fire to help her. June then grabbed the body of his spear, making his eyes widen. He was pulled, then receiving a punch in the face. Ag! My face! Unforgivable! With a bleeding nose, Emmanuel glared at June and attacked again, but more viciously. Meanwhile, the audience. What is he doing? I don't know. They all looked confused and stunned. They are all silent. They are watching Emmanuel fighting. An air while getting injured due to his ridiculous display. June. Charlotte uttered her name and thought. You made him fight in illusion? What's more, it seems Emmanuel hadn't even realized it as he kept moving around, delivering attack in thin air, exhausting himself. While June somehow managed to get a chair and watch like an audience too who is looking at something entertaining. Then, June magically took a cup and casually drank tea peacefully. What? Charlotte uttered, and don't know if this too, the thing she is seeing is an illusion as well. We will always ask. Hi, welcome to Story. The story you are listening to was not created by us. We do plan on creating our own stories. But part of the reason this channel exists is because there are so many stories out there in the internet and I want to give them a place to shine, and also because I want to listen to them myself. We will always ask you to support the original authors, as we would ask you to support us.